I'm caught in a wild curse. On the morning of a major battle, I had the weirdest dream. I actually died in it. My buddy in the dorm grumbled about finding a spider in his boot. Ridiculous, right? So when the battle kicked off, I charged in fearless, but let my sword slip. I quickly grabbed it and jumped back into the fray. I lunged at a soldier, but he was lightning quick. It was lights out for me. I saw this blue light, and my body felt cold, drained, and alone. Suddenly, I snapped awake. Ugh, what was that all about? I distinctly remember getting hit in the throat. So when my roommate freaked out about the spider, I thought back to that moment, but I had to shake it off. Today was the big battle. I fought hard, but an enemy sneaked up on me from behind and landed a hit. Game over. I met my end. Then I woke up again, and everything became clearer. This wasn't just a nightmare layered upon a nightmare. I was back in battle for the third time. I was aware of the risks and somehow survived. But that cursed soldier was too tough. When we clashed, I felt his gaze as sharp as his blade. He got me. It was over. I truly felt like I was done for. A warm puddle collected beneath me, but it quickly turned cold. I gave it my all. No regrets. But then I heard a chilling voice say, "You were pathetic. What is this? I can't accept these words." And then I woke up again. What a drag. This isn't just some dream. I told Rem about the bug in his boot. He gave me a skeptical look, but it was true. He asked if I set it up as a prank. I replied I just saw it crawl in earlier. Little did Rem know, that squished bug was the 18th time I had seen that thing. Would I make it through the day alive? Enkrid remembered that since childhood, he was wielding a sword and training hard. He learned the art of swordsmanship from a retired mercenary who just happened to visit his village. The guy said, "You're amazing. If you're this talented already, you could totally become a knight one day." Those words sparked dreams inside Enkrid. As time rolled on, he envisioned being a knight, someone who could take down 1,000 foes all by himself and tilt the war's scale. In his mind, he pictured an unstoppable hero, the knight who could bring war to an end. Aspiring to be called the Knight of the Last Stand, he imagined himself as the star of a minstrel's tale. Driven, Enkrid set off from his village to pursue knighthood, but in the tavern, reality hit him hard. People laughed, mocking the rookie who fell flat on his face, snickering at the guy scared of a stray dog, questioning how such a person could dream of being a knight. They told him he wouldn't even cut it as a wandering mercenary. Stung Enner felt the weight of reality crashing down on him. He who had left the village to join the mercenaries realized his skills might not be anything special. Yet it was too soon to throw in the towel after just one setback. He convinced himself that without talent, hard work alone wouldn't cut it. Even lacking talent, he was convinced that with time and effort, things could switch up on the battlefield. He gradually got better, telling himself he could rise above anything. He took down beasts, gathered experience, built strength and stamina, and earned respect from others. He figured he was getting strong enough to be a knight. Still, that hopeful feeling started to crumble during battles. He lost his sword and got knocked out by someone much younger. Hope was slipping away. In the village he was in, a kid dared him to a duel. The kid looked at him like he was boring and said, "That guy is weak." The kid was 12 and had only been learning swordplay for 6 months. Enner, who had trained for over a decade to the point where his palms were wrecked, realized he was painfully outmatched compared to a genius's brief 6 months. He felt like all his efforts had been wasted, wondering if there was truly no path to make his dreams come true. As time went by, Enkrid kept dreaming of being a knight. Although everyone was trash-talking him and claiming his dreams were just a fantasy, he believed that by spending much less time eating and sleeping than others, and continuously swinging his sword, he'd eventually achieve what no one else could. While training, he noticed the tree, his steady companion. He thought that even if he couldn't become a knight, he could at least be a seasoned soldier. He pressed on with training fueled by anger. 3 years later, in the thriving town of Divine Cyprus, there were 4 companies, 4 platoons, and under them 4 squads. Enkrid became the commander of a second-ass squad. He said this was the best spot he had managed to reach following his non-stop training. But being a soldier for the kingdom was way better than wandering around as a mercenary. Then he chatted with Jackson, who was right behind him. "What's up?" Jackson asked. Enkrid instructed him to handle the morning rotation. Jackson shot him a look full of disdain. He replied, "Pay me later." Han called Jackson a jerk. He had a wildcat vibe, especially with the way he stared. Enkrid then turned to Han, asking if he was going to try pushing the beast's heart on him again, something Enkrid was keen to relearn. Han shot back, "Didn't you give up trying to master that last time? You really think it'll work now?" They made their way to training. Enkrid thought about the hand-to-hand sparring between Neely and Aspen, which was picking back up the same one where he had met his end, making him relive that day over and over. During training, he realized that despite learning the beast's heart from Han with each chance at life, he still couldn't foresee the sword's tip that always stabbed him. He thought that day would definitely be different. Enkrid and his squad stepped into the battlefield. This was the 21st time facing this scenario. Giving it his all, he had fully memorized the looping situation. He dodged several predictable attacks like the spear coming from behind and the enemy's strike right after sidestepping. He remembered a team member from another squad saying he would soon be dead, so Enkrid jumped in to shield the guy, recalling his own demise last time. Death was still on his tail. Another soldier tried to take him out from behind, but Enkrid sprang into action, eliminating the assailant who threatened his comrade. He thought it went well. Even though he managed to block the first arrow, the guy still died instantly. Enkrid completed his first task of the day. Enkrid figured the next step was to eliminate the guy who always took him out. As the enemy finished off another ally, he turned his gaze to Enkrid. Enkrid thought he always ended up squaring off against that guy. Sure enough, the enemy stalked toward Enkrid. Enkrid reminded himself that man had pierced his neck and ended his life 20 times, but this time he would make it through. As the foe drew closer, Enkrid recalled Rem's warning, "You always shut your eyes in dangerous moments." The enemy hurled the axe, aiming for Enkrid's neck with deadly intent, and just like that, Enkrid closed his eyes again. However, Rem's words echoed in his mind. "If you do that on the battlefield, you'll meet your end right away. You must be brave and not let fear shake you. Become someone who faces death without fear, like a beast." Enkrid stared at the enemy with fierce, wild eyes similar to those of the assailant. This time, Enkrid kept his gaze locked on the sword's tip. He thought, a beast doesn't know fear. He began to wonder if he even feared it. No, death only made him more powerful. This time, he deftly deflected the sword's blade, dodging it and avoiding death. In that rush of adrenaline, his heart started pounding faster and harder. For the first time on the 20th try, Enkrid had evaded the strike. But just as he felt a rush of excitement to strike back, the opponent had already shifted his grip and flung his sword at Enkrid's neck. In this 21st attempt, Enkrid dodged the first strike, but not the second. Thus he returned to Karen. The ferryman said that on that never-ending day, Enkrid was stuck in pain and despair, urging him to surrender and board the boat so he could recognize his weakness and find peace. But even in defeat, Enkrid wouldn't budge. Waking up once again that day, he thought that on his 22nd day, he would challenge death once more. Back in the war on the 33rd try, Enkrid thought he could see the man's sword clearly. He promised himself he would dodge before the blade got to him. However, in the counterattack, he met his fate once more. He barely missed the dodge, and the sword skimmed his neck. As he fell, the pendant hanging on his neck tumbled across the ground. He remembered his mercenary days when he accepted calls for help to defeat monsters. He wasn't forced to do it. He simply found a village that asked for his assistance. His reason for helping was driven by his dream of becoming a knight, protecting those who couldn't protect themselves. The village leader mentioned that because they were so poor, that was all they could offer as a reward. Enkrid stared at the amulet. A silly reward for risking my life, he thought. However, in that moment, the elder had said the amulet would grant him the one thing he truly desired. Enkrid pondered if that was what caused everything. Could the amulet be making that day loop just so he could become a knight? This time, as Enkrid squirmed on the ground, the knight came closer. "You must be feeling awful," he said. "Here's a little of my mercy," he added, getting ready to stab his sword into Enkrid's back. Enkrid thought that wasn't mercy but a joke. He gazed into the eyes of the ruthless killer, who grinned as he ended his life. "You're just a sicko who gets kicks out of stabbing people," Enkrid thought. Yet again, Enkrid found himself waking up on that same day. He chatted with Rem, who had dropped a bug in his boot. "What's this?" Enkrid asked. "Why are you fooling around right at the start of the day? Have you lost it?" Kreich told Enkrid to quit whining and come closer so he could conquer the beast's heart. So Enkrid got back to training. This time, he kept his eyes wide open, dodging Rem's strike. Rem wondered what Enkrid had been up to, questioning how his heart had suddenly toughened up so fast. Kreich nodded, confirming that Enkrid had indeed trained. Rem shot back that wouldn't happen in a flash. Enkrid had already been through this over 10 times. He said it wasn't some secret family technique meant for sharing, but Cedric insisted it was exactly as Enkrid had said, a feeling gained from facing death. Enkrid brushed it off, shrugging it off and saying it might have just happened by coincidence. Still trying to keep his thoughts under wraps, Enkrid dared Rem to a sword duel. Rem thought it was odd, but considered it a brilliant idea. Even after learning the heart of the beast, Enkrid felt he'd be done for if he couldn't land a single hit. He tried to battle Rem at a quicker pace, evading his axe with all his strength. Rem asked how long Enkrid planned on dodging, trying to hit him with everything he had. Enkrid realized the only sword technique he really had was that of the mercenary Valen, a quirky style he had stumbled upon. Some people criticized it, while others just called it a silly trick. Rem charged at Enkrid, declaring that his weaker strength was quite pathetic. Yet Enkrid thought that among the techniques he had honed, this one was definitely the most respectable. As Enkrid took his battle stance, Rem sensed something. Enkrid recalled the thrust he had already faced many times and aimed it at Rem. Just barely, Rem managed to knock the sword from Enkrid's grasp, sending it soaring. Enkrid realized that for a brief moment he had mimicked the pervert's thrust. He knew he had met his end by that thrust more than 10 times. And his body remembered. Rem began talking, mentioning it should have drawn blood. He remarked that among everything Enkrid had displayed so far, that thrust was the most impressive. Rem then demonstrated how it should be executed, explaining it required impact and that his hand should have bled. He pointed out that Enkrid was filled with significant self-doubt. "This attack cannot fail," Rem said firmly. Enkrid asked what he should do if it got blocked. Rem replied that he should declare he couldn't dodge and that his opponent was done for. This way he wouldn't lose his grip on his sword. Enkrid glanced at his hand, realizing that even though Rem had explained poorly, he understood the message. The difference between his thrust and his opponent's was a core lack of faith in his own sword. Once more on that battlefield, the man who always killed him gave him his mercy, the last thing Enkrid had anticipated. The enemy mentioned that Enkrid should thrust with a killer instinct. Enkrid continued training, dying over and over again, with Rem meeting his opponent's blade step by step, but he vowed no, he would move forward even if it was just a tiny step. He kept perishing time after time. On the 111th day, he was about to die yet again. On day 123, he kept meeting his demise. Finally, on day 124, Enkrid launched himself at Rem with the deepest hatred he could muster, managing to throw his axe aside. Rem observed it as odd, asking if Enkrid had lost his mind. Enkrid's hands were wrecked and bleeding profusely. Rem was laughing like a lunatic. This time he had embraced the madness of a berserker. Realizing he had mastered that pervert's thrust, Enkrid was dancing with death. He died as if there were a tomorrow every single time. But the experience made him stronger. Now it was time to confront the enemy. On the battlefield, Enkrid thought he needed to pick up the pace. With sheer murderous intent, he charged at the man. Finally, he managed to land a hit, but it struck the helmet. In retaliation, the man struck him in the throat. Enkrid told himself his first attempt at thrusting was a flop. He figured he wouldn't blink or drop his sword. Every clash of swords and the current thrust replayed in his mind. His opponent stepped on his chest, claiming he looked like he was in pain and that he would show mercy by putting him out of his misery. Just before he passed away, Enkrid fixed his gaze on the pervert's eyes. "Tomorrow you're going down," he thought while the man smiled mockingly. "The dead don't get a tomorrow," he informed Enkrid. The amulet activated once more. Enkrid found himself back on that same day. This time he flicked the cockroach off Rem's shoe, squashing it. Enkrid mentioned he had seen Rem come in a bit earlier. Rem simply expressed his appreciation. Enkrid then suggested if Rem was so thankful, he should take over guard duty. Rem asked why Enkrid was casually tossing him orders. Enkrid replied it was the 125th day. He called over Christ a boy from his squad and requested some shin guards, a shield, and a dagger, promising to pay him later. Enkrid thought about later since he was the captain and usually didn't do favors. Rem questioned if the squadron commander had ever been this adamant with commands. Jackson interjected, saying they always pushed their chores onto Enkrid, calling them lazy. Rem asked what he meant, inquiring if he wanted a taste of his axe. Everyone present began to find the situation odd. Rem considered that Enkrid was truly acting strange, noting he wasn't typically this intense. While training with his tree companion, Enkrid felt agonizing pain with each death. The thought of never succeeding, even after countless tries, filled his mind with dread as he looked at his terrifying enemy. Enkrid wondered if he could discover a way to escape and survive, if he'd get some sleep and wake up the next day, or even on that very day. He recognized that the tree was now stronger than before, pondering if he should settle for that. But Enkrid decided no, that just wouldn't cut it for him. He had to push past that barrier and learn to thrust, so he kept attacking the tree with all his might. He believed he wouldn't let go of that blessing. At last, Enkrid sliced the tree in two and braced himself for battle, thinking he needed to forge ahead on the battlefield. As his troops organized, Enkrid took charge. When battle broke out, he thought that even as someone lacking skill, he survived because of three things: preparation, luck, and a clear mind. On day 46, a spiked mace busted his left shoulder. On day 47, he rolled to evade the mace, but someone crushed his head. He then added a spin to take down the attacker first. On day 71, the nearest soldier sliced his foot, which kept him from defending against the thrusting pervert. This time, however, Enkrid had tough armor on his shin. He managed to protect himself and took the guy out. Enkrid recalled that on day 89, his head got split open by someone who threw an axe. If he let that guy live, he would interrupt his fight with the thrusting pervert. Allowing him to live just wasn't an option. Enkrid had practiced throwing weapons through numerous training sessions, so it wasn't hard. He successfully took the man down. After that, one of his buddies yelled from behind him. Enkrid figured that adversary always showed up there. He almost got hit by an arrow, but Enkrid managed to shield his friend. An elite sniper known as Hawk's Claw was closing in. Enkrid didn't have time to deal with him as someone else redirected their focus to his ally. Nevertheless, Enkrid swiftly severed the assailant's head. He felt it was time to face the challenge. The pervert advanced towards Enkrid, regarding him with his usual murderous stare. This time, they locked eyes with a crazed intensity as Enkrid had transformed. They stood toe to toe. When the man lunged to attack, Enkrid successfully defended with his shield. He realized that just dodging and thrusting wouldn't give him a shot at victory. Enkrid figured this approach worked better for him, so he charged at the soldier with all his strength. Even though he was just an ordinary guy, the soldier was tough, nearly at the level of a prodigy. The enemy noticed Enkrid appeared to be on the offensive, but was really blocking his moves. He was taken aback by this. Enkrid, on the flip side, thought his opponent lacked real fight experience. He easily dodged and headbutted the opponent, proclaiming that Valen's mercenary sword technique, with all its variations, was quite effective against him. Enkrid planted his foot in the dirt and flung sand into the adversary's eyes, raising his sword and nearly striking him. But the enemy reacted fast, only peeking through one sandy eye. He attempted to jab at Enkrid. Enkrid dodged, tilting his head just in time, and the strike zipped right past him. The soldier quickly spun around, trying for another hit, but Enkrid was already one step ahead. He slammed his sword into the tip of the pervert's weapon, completely shattering it. In that moment, a far-off archer shot an arrow toward the two. As the archer loosed his shot, Enkrid got ready to attack him, feeling confident. However, a hammer swooped in and intercepted the arrow mid-flight, splitting it into two and saving Enkrid from harm. Enkrid finally took down the pervert. Meanwhile, Rem shouted that he was going to take down Hawk's Claw. Jackson, however, stepped in. "It's too late. Don't waste your effort." Enkrid finally finished his nemesis with a strong thrust. The foe collapsed on the ground, bleeding. Enkrid paused in the heat of the battle, feeling pleased with his success. Kneeling down, he pointed his sword at the eyes of the man who had ended his life countless times, stating, "That is mercy." Enkrid then removed the man's head, grinning as he did, thinking he had finally broken through. But then, Enkrid suddenly realized he was still in the middle of a war. He got kicked away, hitting the ground hard with a loud scream. Everyone noticed and identified the assailant, Frog. Obviously, this creature wasn't human. While Enkrid moaned in agony on the ground, Frog boasted about how much he had invested in creating that being and couldn't believe someone like Enkrid had taken it down. As Enkrid stared at the thing, bleeding heavily from where its head used to be, he began to gasp. Frog got ready to finish him off, swinging his axe down towards Enkrid, but Rem jumped in, shielding Enkrid. As Rem struggled to keep Frog's axe at bay, Frog tried to hit him but stopped short. Rem and Frog plunged into a wild clash, while Enkrid gasped on the ground. He barely escaped death from another soldier's attack. Just then, Jackson swooped in and took the attacker's head clean off. Frog and Rem kept battling fiercely. Rem thought to reclaim his squad leader, he first needed permission. Frog sneered. "That weakling is your commander, right, Ren?" Rem stayed silent. He pondered on the frog warrior race born for battle. He considered setting the pesky frog ablaze with magic, or piercing its heart in one swift move, deeming it quite a nuisance. Frog, in turn, questioned why someone like him would stoop to such a petty battlefield. To defeat him, he would have to risk his life as Rem was absurdly powerful. Frog shuffled sideways, deciding the fight wasn't worth the trouble. He prepared to turn and stroll away, and indeed he did. Rem thought him a coward. Jackson began crossing the battlefield, carrying Enkrid on his back. Rem shielded them, taking down anyone who dared to strike. Another comrade from Enkrid's platoon helped clear their pass. Everyone tried to halt their retreat as they made their way back to camp, but they stood their ground defending Jackson and Enkrid. Thus they fought their way out. Enkrid took a deep breath as that day finally came to a close. A drop fell into the ocean, the place he always returns to after death. It seemed Enkrid was back there once again. Krante spoke to him. "You survived for one day, but that's it. You won't endure the walls that keep rising in front of you. Your destiny is to despair and give up." Enkrid contemplated this fate. Rising and gazing at the ghost of the man he had just decapitated after breaking through the wall, he replied to Karante, "To me, walls are meant to be overcome." Karante then replied, looking forward to the moment when those eyes filled with greed and ambition would completely lose their shine. Enkrid awoke in the camp all bandaged up. He found himself in the infirmary. Rem was talking to him. "You were all right. Slept for 2 days straight. I saved you from that pesky frog, remember?" Enkrid reflected on the frog, remembering the ache he still felt. He realized that in the end it was merely a frog. Rem added, "It's unbelievable that you made it. Your bones weren't broken, but they said your head took quite a hit. Do you recall him, your best buddy forever?" Enkrid shot back, "I never said we were friends," calling him a noble hunter. Rem told him to knock it off because there were others around. He asked, "Just because it's someone's secret, does that mean I can blab about it?" Enkrid fired back, "Am I just someone it doesn't concern or your best buddy? Choose one." And so a new day dawned. Enkrid lived to see another day. "Does that mean I can just spill the beans?" Enkrid snaps back. "Am I just some random stranger, or are we best buddies? Choose one." And so a brand new day kicks off. Enkrid made it through. Christ tells his commander to pay 3 times the amount, curious about how much Enkrid cost to get in there. Enkrid ponders why a regular soldier like himself managed to sneak into the infirmary, but then recalls that Christ was nowhere to be seen during the fight. As usual, there's nothing to say. Christ offers Enkrid a sweet discount, saying he'll only pay double. In the afternoon, Jackson visits Enkrid. Enkrid asks, "What's up? If you've got something to say, just spill it." Jackson tosses something to Enkrid, turns and says, "Use this tomorrow and at night twice a day. Don't even ask where I got it." Enkrid thinks it's the ointment Jackson used to use, and wonders why he didn't mind sharing personal stuff. Meanwhile, Alden also comes by to see Enkrid. Enkrid sends him packing. "I'm not dead," he states. Enkrid questions their agreement to take turns, especially since they've both been busy doing their own thing. He wonders if they're really concerned about him or just waiting for him to nod off. Just then, Ragnar strolls into the infirmary and finds it odd. He asks, "What's the commander doing here?" But he just turns around and walks out. Enkrid figures there's no way Ragnar is worried, since that rascal doesn't give a hoot. Besides him, there are 2 soldiers hanging out in the infirmary. One is a platoon commander from another company Enkrid once fought alongside. The other is a soldier Enkrid doesn't recognize, just zoning out. Enkrid notices he seems like a low-ranking soldier and wonders how he ended up here. While observing everyone in the room, someone else shows up. He thinks it's strange, noting that this person isn't an ordinary human. Turns out the lady is a noble elf with some serious rank in the army. She asks, "Who's in charge of the 44th Squadron?" Enkrid feels skeptical seeing her ask that. Just then, the commander, who isn't fond of Enkrid, speaks up. "Is that a fairy?" She queries. "Which group do you belong to?" He replies, "I am Vengeance, the commander of the 3rd platoon of the 2nd company." She asks if his company teaches them to state their heritage when meeting a superior. He apologizes. Enkrid realizes she's indeed the new commander of the 4th company. Enkrid introduces himself. "I'm the commander of the 4th squad in the 4th company and the 4th platoon." She says she's heard he's managing his problematic squad members pretty well and is eager for his contributions. Enkrid wonders if she traveled all this way just to say that, but then her attention shifts to asking the name of the last guy there. The young man, looking confused, answers, "It's Krang." Enkrid wonders if Krang just made that up, since his attitude around the company commander is pretty poor. He asks if he's a noble. The commander merely looks at him and leaves. Enkrid is a bit baffled by it all. That night, he notices he's getting better. Most of the pain has vanished, and he can finally muster some strength, thinking that he should get back to training. Vengeance asks, "Where are you headed?" Enkrid replies that he's off to the training area. Vengeance calls him foolish, saying he's acting tough for a lower-ranked soldier. Krang just watches Enkrid stroll off. Enkrid raises his sword again, thinking he needs to remember the last battle. He reminisces that it's one of the handy new techniques he spent a whole lot of money to learn as a kid. He also reflects on the lunge he made at the last moment, wondering what would have happened if that last desperate move hadn't worked out. He starts to realize that it may not be smart to put all his hopes in one place, and if that attack flops, it could mean curtains for him. If the king's axe attacks are deadly, then after lunging with all he had, Enkrid would need to think about his next move. Just then, someone pops in saying, "You're training in pain." Enkrid jumps. Krang appears sitting next to him, saying he has no clue what Enkrid is doing, but his hands kept twitching in the barracks, and now he's just sitting there staring into space. Enkrid thinks he was doing that to work on his grip strength. Then Enkrid says he's reenacting the battle. Krang asks why he's doing that. Enkrid answers, "So I won't be caught off guard." Krang responds, "What if you're not caught off guard? You want to become something while staying alive." Enkrid gets where the boy is coming from. He thinks whatever Krang wants to be is his dream, but knows that when Krang voices it, people laugh. Then Enkrid looks up and shares. Enkrid gets what the boy's going through. He figures what Krang aspires to be is his ultimate dream, but when Krang voices it, folks laugh. Then Enkrid lifts his gaze and shares. "It's a dream I've already achieved with my modest talent, but it's a dream I continue to hope to realize." He lifts his sword, thinking that he wants to become a knight. Krang pondered to himself that he'd forgotten to chuckle, but suddenly remembered something important. He figured out what he needed to do after paying close attention. He simply stood up and walked away. Enkrid thought that was unusual for him. Kung turned and remarked, "If you become a knight, just remember my name." He called him Buddy. Enkrid reflected that it was the first time anyone had shown him support. Meanwhile, everyone was singing in their gear area, wondering, "Who is the hero of the battlefield?" They declared, "It's Cross." In the infirmary tent, Enkrid was fed up with being next to the man who never stopped complaining. He thought that after waking up thanks to the Wanderer and while waiting for the late breakfast, he'd take a short, peaceful stroll instead of heading to the training area. He passed Jackson, who was inquiring about his injuries. Jackson said the medicine worked well and thanked him. Enkrid then said that if he was thankful, he should hurry back soon. Later that night in the infirmary, Krang wished Enkrid a good night. Enkrid also returned the good night wish to his friend. He thought that going to bed early was all he really did. Meanwhile, the grumpy guy told them to quiet down, claiming they were jabbering nonsense. Enkrid felt it had been a day of complete inaction. In the morning, he was roused by the Wanderer. Enkrid noted that the Wanderer had shown up again, wondering why he kept coming back if he truly was a Wanderer. The annoying commander began whining again about the food being delayed. Enkrid thought he was being way too loud and was just repeating himself from the previous day. Then something clicked. He realized something was off. He got up and took another stroll. Jackson called out to him asking about his injury. He replied that the medicine was working just like it had the day before. Enkrid felt that something was very wrong. He was sure it was the same day as before, all over again. Then Karanti exclaimed, "Another wall will block your way. You've got to try to survive." Enkrid suddenly understood he had died in his sleep without realizing it. He had met his end in a more desperate way than when he got stabbed. Even though he felt embarrassed, this only fueled his determination. He figured this was just another challenge. At bedtime, Enkrid wondered how and who had done him in. The enemy must have breached all defenses to reach him there, something that might be possible for knights. But he thought that was a long shot. It had to be a stealthy assassin, and it was quite likely they were one of them. Someone who knew where the medical tents were and could hide their presence, perhaps someone skilled in the art of assassination. He recalled the woman who had stared him right in the eye and felt a chill. Silent steps and a fair's stealth made for the perfect assassin. She had likely come that day to scout out the place beforehand. He started to imagine everything she might be up to and felt like he needed to confirm it. There was only one way in and out of the medical tents. He could put an end to it all by yelling and waking the other soldiers the moment he spotted her. He just needed to wait for the assassin. But then Enkrid died without ever knowing where the assault came from. A needle struck his neck. He realized it was a poison needle, and he didn't even glimpse the assassin entering. Enkrid began to suffer, collapsing to the ground, unable to move or speak. It was a powerful, paralyzing toxin. He comprehended this was why he had perished, oblivious. He noted that the others, the commander of the Vengeance platoon and Krang, were also meeting their end. Enkrid identified the attacker as the assassin. The assassin took Krang down, stabbing the poor boy in the chest. Krang fell without a chance to defend himself. Filled with rage, Enkrid slashed through the tent with his sword. He noticed that another assassin was present. The person entering was the same woman who had shown up in the morning. The next day, this was the third time Enkrid was reliving that day. He realized that despite being cautious, he still couldn't sense her presence. This wouldn't be easy. Moreover, even if he managed to thwart the assassins, he'd still have to confront the company commander immediately afterward. He began to feel helpless. He'd felt the same way a few days before when he faced that knight. Despite all that, he had emerged victorious. Enkrid believed he would find a way, as long as he didn't give up. With that, Enkrid approached the bothersome Captain Vengeance and lifted his blanket. "What's wrong with you? Are you out of your mind?" Vengeance asked. Enkrid replied that he was mistaken to think the assassins had already slipped into the base. He figured he should keep a lookout outside and picked up his sword. Vengeance, on the other hand, thought he was being ridiculous. "Is the training today about catching bugs with a sword?" Vengeance rolled his eyes. "I think that's fitting for the rookies." Enkrid didn't take the bait. "I had no idea you were so worried about me," he replied. "I was just kidding." Vengeance shot back, gearing up to insult him. Enkrid considered he was being funny too. Vengeance then told him to scram, claiming he didn't want to see him anymore. Just then, Krang showed up, noticing the two were bickering again. He asked if he should come back later. Enkrid said it was cool and invited him in. He kept an eye on Krang, noting how the assassins were so attentive to him. Enkrid was convinced the kid was their target. He felt uneasy, but Enkrid was curious about exactly who he was. He decided not to dig into something the boy didn't want to share. Unlike those crazies, Enkrid walked up to Krang and said, "Thanks to you, I got caught up in that assassination mess." Thinking there was no other choice, he asked Krang directly, "Who are you?" Krang didn't quite get the question. Enkrid wondered if he misstepped, or maybe his communication skills were as poor as Rem's. Krang thought for a moment about the question. "That's something I can't really share," Krang replied. "Why not?" Enkrid asked. "It's a long story," Krang said. Enkrid simply accepted it, but the grumpy guy behind them was starting to bubble over again. "If you're going to take that kind of answer, you shouldn't have bothered asking in the first place," he blurted out. "Krang isn't from around here, judging by his rude demeanor. Come on, which country are you spying for?" Krang gave him a rather intimidating look. The grumpy guy began to tone it down a bit. Krang walked up to Vengeance, getting pretty close. "I haven't betrayed and won't betray the kingdom," Krang declared. Enkrid thought he could see a knight's spirit in his eyes and motions. "Is that how you talk to your superior?" Vengeance questioned. At that, Krang quickly shifted his tone. Enkrid thought Krang wasn't a knight after all, as he too was vulnerable to the assassins. But he sensed the boy was definitely hiding something. Later that night, they wished each other good night once more. Enkrid pondered if Vengeance was worried about Krang given how calm he was after what happened earlier. Enkrid observed the tent entrance. He figured if the assassins came in, everyone was done for. He stood up. "What are you doing instead of sleeping?" Vengeance inquired. Enkrid answered, "Assassins will storm this tent soon. Join me if you want to survive. Vengeance didn't take Enkrid's warning seriously. He said Enkrid must have flipped his lid. Krang also seemed pretty chill. Enkrid anticipated this response. Then he heard someone ask, "How did you know?" Enkrid felt a sword stab through him from outside the tent. He wondered when that happened, as he didn't even get a chance to reach for his weapon. Vengeance also suffered a nasty gash to his neck. Lastly, Krang took his last breath. As he fell, Enkrid tried to figure out what was happening but woke up for the 4th time. He thought that since there was no sign of the assassins coming, he wouldn't get any support from Vengeance or Krang. He believed he should warn his superiors to gather reinforcements. But when he approached a superior, the superior wondered if he had gone crazy and dismissed him before putting a stop to his chatter for good. Then he considered maybe he could just lie in wait and guess when the assassins would show up. Yelling before them, he thought, "Is this it?" He remained jittery, waiting for the attack. However, when the assault arrived, his throat was sliced before he could even react. He thought they were too swift. With no chance to get help from the others, he had to plan an ambush and take them down before they could make their move. Enkrid kept meeting his end over and over. He wondered how he could confront an unseen enemy. While they were hidden from view, they could see everything. He died again and again. He realized if he couldn't dodge the poisoned needle, he would perish without being able to do anything. One more morning, he realized it was the 20th time. For the 20th consecutive time, he couldn't manage anything, and Red was getting more desperate. Then a grim grin spread across his face. He had kicked the bucket 20 times. He woke up in excruciating pain every time, clueless about what was happening. He declared he needed to figure out how to dodge the poison needle first, and then he could deal with the assassin. Enkrid figured out that if he teamed up with Jackson, they could outpace their attacks and escape unseen. So off he went. That reminded him of a chat he had with the king, who once asked why he described Jackson as a wild cat. The king didn't quite get it, and Enkrid clarified, saying, "Well, you called him that because he's a sneaky coward." Enkrid smirked, explaining, "He never confronts foes head-on. Instead, he sneaks up and strikes from behind before making a hasty getaway. Doesn't that sound just like a crafty scaredy cat?" When Enkrid met up with Jackson, he found it a bit odd. He asked, "How are your injuries feeling now?" Enric thought Jackson would easily take down the assassins, but he couldn't just grab him since he lacked the authority. Plus, even if he could, it was something Enkrid needed to tackle solo. He figured he just had to learn to be like Jackson. Then he turned to the boy, setting up a scenario. "What would you do if someone tried to stab you in the back?" he asked. "How would you stop that?" Jackson thought for a second. "I'm not really sure," he replied. "No one's ever managed to escape my traps." As Jackson spoke, Enkrid felt a chill run down his spine and his eyes widened. Looking at Jackson returned the gaze until Enkrid looked down, saying, "That person would definitely need eyes in the back of their head." Enkrid pondered that, asking Jackson, "What does that mean?" Jackson simply replied that it requires perfect timing and asked, "Did you notice that cart?" Enkrid hadn't even realized there was a cart there. Jackson pointed it out. "It's behind the tents." Watching closely, Enkrid marveled at how Jackson noticed something so far away. Does he really have eyes in the back of his head? Enkrid wondered. Then Jackson warned him, "Things are about to go south." Sure enough, the cart collapsed, proving him absolutely right. Enkrid in shock asked, "Jackson, are you some kind of prophet?" Jackson shot back, "Looks like you've been hanging out with that barbarian a bit too long." "Don't mess with me," Enkrid scolded him. "How did you know that?" "It's all about the sounds," Jackson explained. "I heard a creak from the cart's axle. If you're aware of the sounds around you, you can predict what will happen next." Enkrid questioned how he could hear something so subtle as he hadn't noticed the cart coming at all. Jackson continued, "Basically, you don't need your eyes to understand what's going on around you. Keep practicing your listening skills, hone your senses, and learn to filter out sounds." Enkrid nodded. Recalling that Jackson seemed too laid back to explain earlier, Jackson grinned and said, "Honestly, it's better this way than have you tailing me all the time." After all, lately Enkrid, the squad leader, doesn't seem to know when to give up. Day and night, Enkrid feels like he's hitting a new wall. And this wall is even tougher because it feels like a relentless death threat. He's convinced that if he can just feel their presence, he might survive. He thinks about the unusual spaces, noticing the patrol's sounds and the flickering of the torches. As the assassin creeps closer, Enkrid keeps wondering where the guy is hiding. He strains to catch a glimpse of that jerk, but just then he hears someone jumping outside and the needle punctures his neck again. Of course, it didn't work out. Enkrid thinks. The next day, he realizes he didn't make any progress, but his body, on the other hand, remembers everything the experience, the thrill and the thrust. He goes to Jackson for more advice. Jackson tells him that people can gather so much from just listening. You can figure out where something is based on how loud it sounds and the direction it's coming from. Once you can catch the faint, distant noises, your ears practically turn into a second pair of eyes. Jackson made a sound that drew Enkrid's attention and explained that sound travels in all directions, even the quietest ones. When mixed with thousands of sound waves, you have to spot a single one. Enkrid starts tuning in to the sounds around him. observing and trying to identify each noise. He thinks there are way too many mixed sounds to handle. He needs to grab hold of one tangled sound wave amid the chaos. He begins to meditate, stating he has to listen, categorize, and isolate them. He thinks about all the flags waving next to him, still sounding like one giant flag. But he starts to wonder how many there are, trying to remember if it was 7 or 10. From right to left, soldiers marching close and far away. He feels like he's beginning to grasp the waves, the familiar sounds, and the unfamiliar ones as well. Just then, Krang strolls over, calling him Enkrid, and questions what kind of training this is. Enkrid grumbles about the name. Krang replies that Enkrid is what he's called, so Enkrid suits him perfectly. Enkrid insists it doesn't, but says Krang could stop calling him that if he feels like it. Krang just quips that Enkrid is standing around looking like a fool, asking if that seems like training to him. Enkrid insists he's not the sort of idiot who squanders time. Krang notes that he's aware of something. That evening, Enkrid bites the dust once again from that poison, and he can't shake the image of Krang dying as well. After yet another demise, he remarks, "This is the 33rd time another flop." On the 34th, nothing new comes. Failures keep piling up, but Enkrid persists with morning training in his spare time. He claims he doesn't need more experience to break through this barrier, nor divine intervention, nor some epiphany. He just needs to keep doing what he has to do. So he begins to hear the hawk land atop the flag and can feel things more clearly, even spotting Krang approaching. He opens his eye before Krang can utter a word. Krang exclaims he's surprised since he approached so quietly. He asks how Enkrid knew he was there, noting that Enkrid had kept his eyes shut for a bit and wonders if he's training his perception. Enkrid responds that he's not really someone who wastes time. He's sharpening up steadily. This time, he successfully dodges the needle. As he does, he swiftly draws his sword and charges at the assassin. The assassin finally tumbles back, starting to lose hope since this wasn't what he anticipated. Enkrid thinks to himself that this assassin is no longer a nameless threat. Enkrid can now confront death directly and understand everything unfolding around him. Evidently, his team is also impressive, with Rem showing incredible strength. Plus, Enkrid has now gained knowledge from Jackson on how to create a second eye. With this, the assassin grows increasingly frantic and lunges at Enkrid once more, calling him a cursed rodent and attempting to strike him. Enkrid muses that this guy isn't as skilled in combat as that perverted stabber and figures he can handle him. But then he realizes vengeance is already down for the count while Krang is still getting up. However, Enkrid can't look away from the assassin who's determined to finish him off. He thinks he can't let his guard down since this guy is still a seasoned assassin. He dodges the first attack, but a second thrown knife slices into his chest. The assassin keeps advancing. Suddenly, a sword slices right through the tent. Enkrid is shocked to see the ferry company commander stepping in. He figures if he doesn't stab her first, he'll surely be the one meeting his end. But as he lunges at her, the assassin taunts if Enkrid had a guard and hurls several spikes toward him. Some of those spikes also head towards Krang, who tries to defend himself. While watching this unfold, Enkrid attempts to keep charging toward the ferry, but she leaps over Enkrid and whips off her cloak to shield Krang from all those spikes. Enkrid thought she was siding with the assassin, but is taken aback that she came to protect them. He realizes whatever the reason now is his moment. He attacks the assassin with full force, aiming to take him down. He actually manages to strike the assassin's knife, but the assassin halts the assault, and with little else to do, he simply retreats, leaving the scene. Enkrid relaxes, noticing the assassin has bolted. Krang mentions that the guy was likely after him. Enkrid agrees, but wonders how that's possible. Enkrid asks who would send an assassin after someone as unimportant as him or vengeance. The fairy confirms exactly. You're quick to pick up on things, but then she places her hand on her sword. Enkrid notes she had been an ally thus far, asking if she really can't let this go without a witness. He thinks she won't leave any witnesses behind. As she draws her sword, Enkrid prepares for a fight, but Krang steps in between them, saying he has a favor to ask. He doesn't want anyone to die today. Enkrid simply gets it. She bows her head, stating she'll do as he wishes. However, Krang adds that also includes that platoon commander over there. He's not gone just yet. The fairy responds, they have an antidote, so he'll be all right. Enkrid acknowledges she must have knowledge about antidotes. Krang states he's now considering cleaning up this mess, since it would be troublesome if people discovered the assassin had been here. Enkrid asks if it would be all right to leave no traces behind. There's a way, he replies, glancing at the nearby flame. With that, he ignites the tent. Everyone jumps up, getting ready to quickly extinguish the fire while he pulls Vengeance out. They spot 2 survivors. Enkrid considers that this means the assassin's trail is wiped clean, and they'll tackle the aftermath. Farther away in the heart of the woods, Krang strolls with the fairy. She points out that if Vengeance hadn't held them back, he might have perished, and questions if Krang changed his mind because of him. Krang replies with a yes, asking if Enkrid isn't intriguing. The fairy stays quiet while Krang thinks he's been dodging this conversation. The next day, Enkrid resumes his training. As Krang departs, they mention that Enkrid must have swayed him. He states confidently that they will definitely cross paths again in their respective duties alongside Krant and his infamous scythe. Enkrid really hates that. As the scythe breaks down, Enkrid appears before him, and Krant mentions they'll meet again. Enkrid warmly responds that he looks forward to it any time. Thus, he feels as though he's been faced with the same challenge once more. He bested that silent death and woke up the next morning. Enkrid thinks he can feel most things around him but the fairy, not a clue. He figures he has a ton to tackle once he gets back, and thankfully he wasn't hurt, so he can head back right away. Vengeance asks if Enkrid saved him from the flames and why. Enkrid wonders if Vengeance is upset with him for rescuing him, and why there's apparent dislike. He replies that it's simply because they are comrades, questioning if he needs another motive. Vengeance is left speechless, noting that after everything Enkrid has done, he truly is a selfless jerk. He asks if Enkrid is heading back to his squad. Enkrid confirms it, but Vengeance warns him that he's out of luck because the weather out there is going to be awful. Enkrid inquires if something's up. Vengeance mentions there are whispers that the whole base is cursed. Back at Enkrid's base, Ragnar tells Rem to quit bothering him, calling him developed while giving him a nudge. Rem gets hyped for a showdown. Everyone starts running, saying Enkrid's squad is at it again. Rem effortlessly lifts Ragnar, aiming to toss him to the ground. He wonders where Enkrid, the head of that squad, is, since everything seems wild without him. Rem chucks Ragnar onto a tent, completely wrecking it. They warn everyone to steer clear, or they'll get hurt too. Ragnar lunges at Rem, smashing a crate over him, and just like that, the fight begins. Rem, seeing things escalate quickly, grabbed his gear. "I'll fancy up his skull with my axe," he shouted. Everyone noticed his weapons and yelled for others to clear out. Ragnar fired back. "I'll slice that barbarian right in half." He then wonders where the rest of the crew are, and calls for the fight to stop. Enkrid shows up. "I don't know about the cursed base, but these two knuckleheads might just be its curse." He ordered them to cease declaring that the squad leader was back. Ragnar asks, "You're still kicking, I thought you were a goner." Onred replies that he's still around, but he might just lose his mind due to those two. With a fresh morning, Enkrid realizes that 4 days have gone by since he's rejoined the team. Upon waking, he spots Jackson next to him. Jackson is trying to sneak away quietly. "Oh, you're awake," he asks. Enkrid responds, "I was about to wake up and hit the training." Jackson remarks that Enkrid's gotten started recently, but is already a fantastic listener. "I've been working on it," Enkrid states. Jackson encourages him. "Keep it going, that'll pay off someday." Fights are rare, especially with winter coming up. Enkrid took advantage of the extra time to rigorously train with one-handed pull-ups. Others came over to greet him. Enkrid spotted Alden working out, doing push-ups beneath a massive stone. It was quite the impressive view. Mid-push-up, Alden raised a brow at Enkrid. "Back from morning training, huh? You keep yourself busy." He set the stone down. "That's great," Alden said. "But a well-trained body is a weapon by itself. You should be able to take a frog's kick." Alden teased Enkrid for being a scrawny chicken. "You're still too lean," he joked. "Keep pushing yourself." Enkrid shot back that Alden was way too massive. "I'll give it a shot," he promised. Alden added that the training method he mentioned earlier was quite effective. Just then, they heard Rem shouting and kicking Ragnar out of bed. "It's your turn for duty," Rem said, while Ragnar snoozed away. Rem called him a sleepyhead. Ragnar finally pulled himself up, snatched his sword, and got ready for some action. But Rem stood his ground. Enkrid popped in and asked, "Are you two at it again, looking to take a breather?" Aldine chimed in, saying that wild violence wasn't the answer. Rem chimed in, saying that Ragnar was the one worth going hungry over. Enkrid nudged Ragnar, insisting that if it was his turn to pitch in, he better start cooking. Ragnar simply nodded in agreement. Rem kept stirring the pot, but Enkrid just brushed him off. "Can you cut it out?" he asked. "Are you feeling a bit bored?" Rem teased Enkrid about being a little antsy without any battles to fight. Enkrid shot back, telling Rem not to take out his restlessness on just anyone. "Come on, let's spar," he dared him. As they clashed, Enkrid started to feel a hint of regret. Rem said Enkrid needed to improve his ability to take hits. He swung his axe into the air, gearing up for the next strike. Enkrid nearly lost his grip on his sword, thinking, "I need to keep cool in the heat of battle." He maintained his composure as Rem swung his axe toward him. He recalled the technique he'd perfected through countless practice sessions, the lunge. He almost caught Rem off guard, who dodged with quick reflexes, then grabbed Enkrid by the collar and tossed him down. "I expected more from you, especially since you've had some serious improvements lately," Rem quipped. "What's gotten into you all of a sudden? That last jab was a snooze fest. Don't you have something fresh?" Enkrid recognized this time he was on a different level than before. He could repeat his moves endlessly and still keep going. "Come closer again and I'll really take you down this time," he challenged. Rem thought Enkrid's skills were lacking, yet he found himself still engaged. Looking into Enkrid's eyes, Rem figured he could say he was going to leave a mark on it. As the rain began to pour, they decided to call off the battle. Enkrid noticed the rain appeared out of nowhere, then vanished just as quickly. Rem became furious. expressing that at this rate, mushrooms would start sprouting on his feet. Everyone sought cover. Christ arrived, pondering how many duels he'd have to cancel due to the rain. I'd even believe it if someone claimed we were cursed, he remarked. Enkrid asked, what curse are we talking about? Christ wanted to know if Enkrid hadn't heard the whispers. Enkrid recalled vengeance, mentioning that their camp was under a curse. Christ elaborated that the weather was acting up, casualties were climbing and fires were breaking out, particularly among the escort team. Jack Boo and Ralton were all banged up. People murmured about a curse being behind it all. I'm convinced we're not really cursed, Christ reassured them. The wild weather just fueled the gossip. Enkrid thought suspecting their superiors wouldn't overlook something like that. Christ asked Enkrid, why are you just hanging by the entrance? Enkrid answered. He was tuning into his senses. Christ quirked an eyebrow. Think that'll help in this downpour. Enkrid explained that it was because of the heavy rain that he was training. Rem piped up, what's your deal? Are you auditioning to be a stray cat? What's that all about? Jackson mentioned that it wasn't a terrible training method. He's doing pretty well, he remarked. Rem asked what Jackson had taught Enkrid. Since when do you care about your squad leader? Rem teased. Enkrid found it too noisy around there and struggled to cope with the rain. Rem continued to shout. Jin suggested that if Enkrid wanted to train while in the tent, there were plenty of things he could do even while lounging around. At that moment, Ragnar asked if Enkrid wanted him to check his stance again. Rem observed their banter, realizing they'd picked up on something significant too. Looking around, he felt certain they'd all noticed what he had. As he fixed his gaze on Enkrid up in the superior's tent, company commanders were instructed to keep their troops in line. They were to send an escort team out again before winter rolled in. They asked if anyone had ideas to fill the gaps. The fairy was watching closely and asked about the leader of the 44th squad, Karen. The superior thought he was a bit reckless. Wouldn't it make sense for him to lead the scouts, she suggested. The fairy replied he could deliver unexpected results. The superior wanted to know her reasoning, and she said, it's just a fairy's intuition. Enkrid realized he was being assigned to the scouts. The fairy just gazed at him. Her eyes seemed to ask if he'd done something to upset the company commander. He was puzzled about what he could have done. The fairy's expression seemed to wonder why she'd selected him specifically. Enkrid recalled that moment when she nearly drew her sword on him. He questioned if she wouldn't do him in now that Krang was gone. Hank asked if Enkrid was truly going to go. I can help you wiggle out of this, Hank offered. Enkrid knew that. Tightening his grip on his axe. It's not like I can go swinging my axe at the superior like that, Enkrid said. Hank responded. He wouldn't expect him to do anything like that. Still, Enkrid gave him a heads up. You better watch it, buddy. You've got a track record with this kind of thing. Odin started praying for the captain. Why do you keep testing your poor workers? He pleaded, don't take our beloved little squad leader away from us. Enkrid was puzzled about what had gotten into these guys. Ragnar also got to his feet. I can step up in his place, he said. Enkrid shot back that some could, but not him. Everyone agreed. Ragnar had a bit of a wild side and could easily get lost. Jackson asked Enkrid if he had been told to scout the tall grass fields. He reminded him to stay alert for any changes in sounds, as spotting disturbances is the first move to avoiding an ambush. Rem was fuming. That sneaky jerk thinks he can teach me again, he yelled. I already told him to quit with those weird lessons. Enkrid shared that nobody would hold them back from fighting once he was gone. Is it really right to leave them here? He questioned. He figured there was no one better suited for the task than himself. After enlisting because of his not-so-great skills, he found himself constantly shifting to replace others. The only time he was truly useful was among those maniacs who were always ready to brawl and nearly take each other out. He jumped in between the two as the leader of the Soviet squad. He called for a truce. With Enkrid standing between their weapons, Rem wondered, is he brave or just plain foolish? Jackson replied that he ought to be thanking Enkrid. Otherwise, you'd have another hole in your heart, Jackson pointed out. Rem shot back that his head would have been the first to roll, Enkrid thought. Those pesky guys are genuinely skilled. We can't afford to lose them. Compared to their talents, I'm not such a big deal in battle. He decided there was no need for such quick thinking since he knew where he stood in terms of skills. I just need to get better, he told himself. As he left with the scout, Enkrid figured since they were heading to the front lines he could use the time to sharpen his senses. Just then, one of them spotted Enkrid walking with his eyes closed. Savia squad leader, he called out. Stay focused. Enkrid didn't quite get it, the man explained. We're both squad leaders, but I'm the boss of this scout team. If you run into any trouble, we'll handle it. That was Andrew Gardner. His pals began to tease Enkrid. Do you really think you can take him on? They laughed, since Enkrid was part of that group of exiles. They wondered if Enkrid even knew how to handle a sword properly. Andrew declared that if Enkrid came at him, he'd try not to hurt him. He called Enkrid a gnome, claiming that the squad only worked because of its members. Just then, Andrew started shouting, if we spot the enemy, we have to smash their skulls. Everyone chimed in agreement. Enkrid thought, they keep hollering. Don't they understand what reconnaissance means? He figured that squad leader was just a total rookie and wondered how well that recon mission would turn out. Right then, one of the scouts found some tracks. "Those are gnome tracks," they exclaimed. "Let's follow the trail. We'll have a barbecue tonight." But Enkrid knew very well that gnomes travel in packs of at least 20. He thought about whether Andrew would really take that on. He couldn't help but wonder if they'd actually fight. "What's Andrew thinking?" Enkrid pondered. A guy next to Enkrid started chuckling. He thought those tracks belonged to a gazelle, not a gnome. Noticing Enkrid, the guy remarked that the squad leader was pretty unpleasant. Henry, meanwhile, tried to be friendly with Enkrid. Enkrid mentioned he used to be a hunter in a mountain town. Henry didn't seem to care much for the squad leader. He began chatting with Enkrid, and they quickly became friends. Henry shared some basics about a hunter's life, which Enkrid found pretty useful. He noted there was usually a separate path for animals in those fields, but promised to discuss it more the next day. That evening, they joked about how they had spent the entire day searching for invisible gnomes. So the scout squad's day ended up being a bust. Andrew, still determined, wanted to keep hunting gnomes. He needed to show results, and he'd settle for anything. Enkrid just lay there and watched him. The following day, they kept moving and finally reached their destination. It was the Green Pearl, also called AK, an apparently useless grassy field where they were supposed to do some reconnaissance. A gigantic field spread out before them with grass so tall it hid their heads. Andrew announced that once they crossed the field, they'd find enemy scouts. They'd bring them back as captives and be rewarded for it. His fans started cheering wildly. Henry, though, wondered if they would truly make it to the field. He inquired if the order was merely to scout up to that spot. Enkrid answered that it was a command from the squad leader and continued on with the group. Enkrid contemplated how tough it would be to navigate through the tall grass. He hoped Andrew would back down soon, but the leader pressed on unexpectedly. Enkrid noticed that Andrew wasn't complaining and seemed to be taking it all seriously. Henry pointed out the lack of animal droppings and mused if that was something to worry about. He explained that this indicated a lack of animals in an area rich in food. As they kept walking, Enkrid heard the sound of paws he was certain didn't belong to humans. This completely startled him. He glanced to the side and spotted a creature sprinting ahead of them. When it locked eyes with them, Enkrid shouted for everyone to hit the ground. Andrew yelled that it was the enemy, commanding everyone to take off. The foes, armed with crossbows, charged in a group. Some soldiers took hits. Enkrid tried to be the last one running but found himself cornered. Even while he was fleeing, he knew the enemies had crossbows that could reach him from afar. He heard the sound of a crossbow being drawn and thought the listening skills he'd learned from Jackson would come in handy. He managed to dodge an arrow. Amid all the chaos, Enkrid couldn't make sense of the sounds. He thought the technique could just delay the inevitable since he was targeted from all sides, and he was brutally struck down, meeting his end there. In an ambush, the smartest move was to steer clear of it. In another grassland attempt, Enkrid alerted Andrew. Andrew questioned what Enkrid had said, asking if he was trying to get himself killed. Enkrid realized they probably didn't hear him. He decided he'd have to go it alone. Soon the ambush was spotted. Enkrid attempted to change direction, but the enemies caught him yet again, striking him from all angles. It's all good, he thought. He could always find another way. After all, he had daily practice on his side, yet he kept meeting his end repeatedly. He was overrun by about 20 crossbowmen to the east, dying riddled with arrows. On another try, he headed north to dodge the crossbowmen, but stumbled into a group of spearmen and was killed once more. During one of these nighttime repetitions, he lingered alive slowly, succumbing to hatred. He thought that even if he managed to escape everyone, they wouldn't stop chasing him. Gradually, he noticed figures approaching. Their uniforms were painted green, as if they were gearing up for an ambush. Enkrid wondered what they were guarding in that field that made them so ready. He pressed on until he reached the heart of the camp, and there he witnessed something that left him utterly shocked. But before he could even grasp it, someone thrust a sword into his neck. Those darn icemen, he thought. What are they hiding there? Yet again, Enkrid followed Andrew, fully aware of what was to come. They had already attempted countless times. Once inside, there wasn't a chance of escaping alive, but the Iceman were hiding something, and Enkrid had to find out what it was. If he abandoned this quest, he wouldn't have to face death. Reno was retreating. Enkrid thought that might signal the end, but he quickly corrected his thinking. "No, I won't shy away from that wall." He pushed forward. Andrew kept shouting, questioning what the useless one was hanging around for. Another man chimed in, acknowledging that he knew Enkrid was becoming a hassle, but insisted he get used to it. Since the squad leader had his own battles, Andrew asked why he should tolerate it. He stated there was a limit to the nonsense he could put up with from a fool. He questioned if the guy wasn't tired of kissing up to that childish squad leader. He asked what Enkrid had just said, but Enkrid simply shoved him aside, claiming he wasn't going to play that game anymore. Andrew asked if Enkrid was defying orders. He urged Enkrid to reconsider the situation since disobedience was unacceptable. Andrew thought Enkrid simply wouldn't stand a chance on his own. Enkrid told Andrew that from now on he would take charge himself. He stated that if they pooled everyone's strength to escape, it just might work. Andrew wasn't a fan of that at all. Enkrid noticed that Andrew, along with Henry and another soldier, had survived the longest in the repetitions. Especially the soldier with the mark across his eyes who fought as fiercely as he looked. He was truly the most skilled in the squad, but he trailed behind Andrew like a devoted nanny or a trusty bodyguard. Andrew told Enkrid he could try to take charge, but only if he managed to beat him. He told Enkrid to pull out his sword. Enkrid figured a regular soldier wouldn't have a bodyguard. Andrew stood tall, clearly well-trained, but Enkrid noticed he seemed a bit inexperienced. With the skills he had, he probably came from some wealthy lord or something like that, but if that were true, he wouldn't be so eager for success. Maybe he was a disgraced noble. Andrew chimed in, commenting that judging by Enkrid's sad skills and lofty rank, he must be a wannabe who never put in the effort, yet still expected a paycheck. Enkrid thought that no matter who Andrew was, he couldn't keep taking orders from him. Andrew insisted he was different from Enkrid and had a mission to complete, but Enkrid just rolled his eyes, saying Andrew was too chatty, and told him to strike, assuring him he wouldn't even need to unsheath his sword. Andrew lost his cool and charged straight at him. Enkrid thought he'd usually struggle against someone so skilled, but Andrew was totally underestimating him, and his rash actions made him reckless. Andrew lunged forward, pointing his sword outward. Enkrid easily deflected the blade with a flick, throwing Andrew off balance. Then he landed a solid punch right on Andrew's chest, sending him crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. Everyone noticed he had fallen after just one hit. Henry could hardly believe it since he had heard that Enkrid was the underdog. All eyes turned to Enkrid. He announced that from now on, he would be in charge of the squad. "Does anyone have a problem with that?" he asked. Henry could hardly wrap his head around it, and the other mercenary just stayed quiet. Since Andrew had nothing to say, everyone went along with it. Enkrid thought this was just the first step. As they moved in, the soldiers were left wondering what Enkrid was thinking. Enkrid then asked Henry what his dream was. Henry was puzzled by the question, but replied he wanted to marry a lovely lady and run a flower shop. Enkrid told him that for that to happen, he needed to make it through today. Enkrid asked another soldier who said his beloved just had a baby. "If you don't want your child growing up without a father, you've got to survive today," Enkrid urged. He grilled the last two soldiers. One said he dreamt of saving money to start his own business. The other just wanted to go home. Enkrid also asked Andrew, who said he aimed to fulfill his mother's last wish. His dream and mission were to revive the gardener's house. Enkrid remarked that everyone's answers were pretty similar. To make those dreams a reality, they all needed to survive. He turned his back to them, declaring, "You're all making it out of here alive." Enkrid thought he needed those guys to step it up from now on. Clearly, there was no stronger motivator than life itself. Enkrid warned that the enemy would show up soon, and he had a plan to tackle them. He instructed Henry to fire an arrow in that direction at shoulder height. Henry protested that there was nothing there. Enkrid told him he wouldn't repeat the order and ordered him to shoot. Henry complied, hitting and taking down an enemy soldier. The enemy soon realized they were ambushed. Enkrid's team was surprised to see the enemies at all. He called Andrew to take cover behind him, and he did. Enkrid noted that fighting from a position of advantage changed everything, as he took down another enemy. He thought they had to find the enemy first and set up an ambush. Enkrid followed closely after the enemies. They were shouting to kill everyone. Andrew successfully took down the chatty one. Enkrid thought it was time to leverage the chaos and take down as many enemies as possible. An enemy snuck up behind Andrew, nearly getting him. Enkrid believed that keeping Andrew close would ensure the bodyguard followed right behind without question. Sure enough, the bodyguard swiftly took out the enemy, who nearly got Andrew, ending him with ease. Enkrid figured that having the bodyguard beside him significantly boosted his chances of winning. He kept on cutting down the enemies. He realized that of the 12 original enemies, only 8 remained. The surviving enemies were calling out about the ambush, crying for help. He wondered just how many were really out there in the chaos. Enkrid thought the enemies would fall one by one. They regrouped. Enkrid commanded everyone to completely annihilate the enemy army. A real slaughter took place. Enkrid explained that in a field filled with tall grass like this, the enemies struggled to spot them. Enkrid remarked that out in a field full of tall grass, the enemies would also have a hard time spotting them. But Enkrid shared that they were spotted first because of the puma pacing back and forth. This time, though, an enemy soldier got startled by the creature and, feeling annoyed, tried to take a shot at it. Enkrid seized the moment of distraction to take down the soldier, chasing after the beast. He reminisced about the very first time he laid eyes on that animal. They were in hot pursuit of the beast when purely by chance they got discovered. This time, the enemies were so focused on the hunt that they missed the ambush entirely. Things were going smoothly, all thanks to Enkrid. He was a tough one to take down. Henry yelled over to Enkrid to let him know they had finally wiped out everyone. Enkrid insisted they couldn't dawdle and urged everyone to move ahead. The puma kept following him, keeping a close watch. Enkrid revealed that after a casualty, only 6 were left in their unit. Even after several rounds, saving all of them was out of the question. But this time most had made it. He called for everyone to keep going. An enemy soldier popped up suddenly. Enkrid, coming from a distance, calmly dispatched the opponent with a swift move. He was fully aware of the enemy's locations and numbers thanks to the day's repeats. If they kept on that path, they would be wiped out by 30 crossbowmen. Enkrid directed them to change course. He explained that they needed to veer right to steer clear of danger. The spearmen who had doggedly pursued them on each run needed to be taken out swiftly, or they'd impede their escape. He quickly eliminated them one by one. Enkrid wanted to dodge tough fights and used quick ambushes to gradually slip away from the enemy's hold. Even Andrew was stepping up, taking down enemies like a champ. But Enkrid's bodyguard felt that Andrew was pushing it a bit, considering it would be tough to find their way out when night fell. He urged them to make their escape while there was still sunlight. Enkrid called for them to press on. Then the guard asked, "What are you up to? This feels like we're going deeper." Enkrid reassured him that he knew what he was doing and it was the correct way. He wouldn't entertain any arguments and firmly told the guard to follow him. Both Henry and Andrew were taken aback. The guard raised his sword to Enkrid's throat and warned, "You better think clearly. I'm not following you to my doom. I'll find a way out even if it means taking you down." Enkrid shot back that the guard of all people should realize there was no turning back. With the racket they made, the way back was probably teeming with foes. He asked, "So, are you suggesting you should keep following me?" Enkrid clarified that he too wanted to make it out alive. Andrew began to notice that Enkrid might be different. He had expected Enkrid to be a useless loser like his father who squandered everything and wasted the family fortune, but he realized he was mistaken. In fact, Enkrid reminded him of someone from his past. He remembered his mother's last words on her deathbed, saying that even if their family fell apart, she hoped he would grow into someone who could lead people just by being there, earning their trust, becoming a leader, and helping their family rebuild. Andrew thought, "That's the kind of person I've always wanted to be." Enkrid locked eyes with the bodyguard, commanding him to trust him, assuring him they would make it out alive. Andrew thought to himself, he really is a guy who opens up pathways. Meeting Enkrid's gaze, he addressed him as captain. "I trust you." The bodyguard tried to talk to Andrew, but Andrew cut him off, saying, "He's the captain now," and the squad fell in line behind their captain. The bodyguard noticed that Enkrid had truly transformed. Enkrid declared that everything was on track. He mentioned that until he gave the signal they should follow him. Crouched low and as quiet as mice, he figured that the first step to escape that day was to take the initiative, hunt down the enemy, and break free from the encirclement. The second step would require a bit more finesse. As they moved, completely crouched, they noticed a whole bunch of spears all around. Enkrid pointed out that this was the critical spot he had identified after countless repetitions. Everyone was scared but kept their mouths shut. Enkrid admitted that it was in that moment and place he felt real fear. He thought that as they navigated there, they could let the enemy pass without any direct confrontation. Everyone was on high alert while he kept moving, fully crouched, avoiding any conflict with a sea of enemies. Everyone was sweating bullets while Enkrid remained focused, relying on his ears. He stayed low with everyone. The tension was absolutely palpable. Everyone was dripping with sweat, while Enkrid stayed low, relying only on his ears. He crouched with the rest, feeling the unbelievable tension in the air. He mentioned that everything was unfolding just as he planned, and now they were at the final step, with the sun setting and darkness creeping in. It was clear why he kept bringing up escaping this field. Enkrid announced, "We've arrived." Henry was in disbelief. The other soldier figured that after everything they had endured, they found themselves in the enemy's camp. Enkrid clarified that the Aspen soldiers were taking out anyone who entered the field to keep them quiet, all because they were hiding a secret no one was meant to uncover. In the heart of that camp stood a strange monument with several skeletal remains beneath an utterly tattered flag. Enkrid pondered about what might occur if something even more pressing than their capture took place. He urged everyone to move, hoping an escape route would soon reveal itself. While they tiptoed behind some tents, they asked Enkrid if he was planning to torch the enemy camp. The bodyguard exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? We're right in the middle of their camp." He pointed out, "We're more likely to end up surrounded and dead." Enkrid then inquired about the bodyguard's name. He responded, "You can call me Mac." Enkrid made it clear that he wouldn't stand for insubordination. Mac even attempted to voice his annoyance, but Andrew told him to hush and trailed closely behind Enkrid. Mac was left feeling frustrated, claiming he didn't need Andrew's reprimands, and that escaping would be impossible with the moon hiding behind the clouds. He argued that, in a pinch like that, they should only trust their squad leader. Enkrid ripped open one of the tents, and M wondered what he was up to, questioning if he was tearing it down to sneak through. Then he noticed that the tent was unoccupied. M found it all quite odd and wondered how Enkrid was so knowledgeable about such things. Enkrid calmly kept moving at full speed. Mac thought it was pretty bold of Enkrid to be strolling through the enemy camp, yet oddly, despite that they hadn't spotted any soldiers, suddenly he thought to himself, "We're definitely in enemy territory. How could this be?" he wondered. Enkrid told them to halt and wait there. He reflected on having infiltrated that camp countless times. The first time he spotted that flag and touched it, everyone at the base focused on him. and he was swiftly taken out. Enkrid elaborated that what the Aspen soldiers sought to conceal in that thicket was that flag, and their primary goal was to safeguard it. He was curious about what would happen if it went up in flames. Mac then started to think about whether Enkrid had perhaps known the flag was there and how he managed to find it. Mac assumed the company commander must have told him, recalling she was the one who claimed they were foes. He thought there had to be a purpose behind it. Enkrid asserted that the Aspen soldiers would be far too occupied protecting the flag. Mac continued to think that Enkrid's sudden leadership of the squad and infiltration into the enemy camp had to be for a secret mission, but that was still just a guess. Enkrid stated they would make their getaway during that commotion. He explained that they would split into 2 teams. One would act as bait to draw the enemy's focus, while the other would ignite the fire. Mac announced he wanted to join the bait team. Enkrid was skeptical about this, wondering why he had been whining just moments ago, but was now so helpful. But he figured it was better for him. Enkrid had led the squad into Aspen's camp numerous times, but this was the first occasion with so many people by his side, and it was shaping up to be the best day he'd had yet. He felt optimistic, thinking he would come out on top. The battle kicked off with an arrow shot. Mac dashed forward, drawing the enemy's gaze. Everyone targeted him. Meanwhile, Enkrid made his way to a candelabra, grabbing a flame. He declared, "I'm moving toward morning." Just as he was grabbing the flame, a man appeared next to him and struck at Enkrid with his sword. Not only did it hit him, but it also chopped through the candelabra, sending the flame flying from his grasp. Enkrid realized he hadn't even heard the man approach. The enemy stood face to face with Enkrid as he got ready to draw his sword. Enkrid recognized this opponent, one he hadn't encountered in any of his previous cycles. The man looked rather intimidating as he loomed before him. Enkrid asked, "Where did a tough guy like you come from?" The man called Enkrid a worm. Enkrid responded that they were behind schedule. The guy finally noticed the tent beside him was ablaze. Everyone shrieked that the tents were on fire as they spotted the intruders. Enkrid's team bolted with a fire-inducing tool attached to his arm. The man before Enkrid commanded everyone to extinguish the flames first. Enkrid thought Mac had drawn most of the enemies while he had attracted the attention of the remainder. Andrew had ignited the tents. He just had to get out of there fast. But then Enkrid's mind started to play tricks on him. He stepped forward thinking all strikes began, with the feet getting ready to leap at the guy in front. He had to kick the ground hard to launch himself forward. He was determined to land that blow on the man, but as his sword closed in, the man quickly shifted his gaze and dodged the attack. Enkrid missed him completely, sailing right by. Then Enkrid felt a jolt of shock as the man hit him, causing him to limp as the man stayed calm after the blow. Enkrid mused. That was the best lunge he could muster, glancing back at the man behind him. The man told Enkrid he was weak. Enkrid felt like he couldn't stand a chance against him. He wouldn't be able to win with the skills he had right now. He felt like he had only just made it this far, surviving countless deaths and ambushes, and all the trials he had faced until now. He believed he had finally beaten the obstacles this cycle threw at him. But he realized that the real barrier he had to smash through was that guy. With the ache in his side, Enkrid thought he'd just be better off not challenging him at all. He needed to regroup the squad, make their way through the fields, and relive the cycle again and again, in the process dying repeatedly. Then, after experiencing all those minor deaths, the man before him glanced at the injured Enkrid and, annoyed, inquired, "Are you laughing?" Enkrid was actually thinking, "I'm still going to take him down." The man replied, "You deserve to be sliced up and tossed to the dogs." Enkrid persisted in thinking, "I'll climb over this wall." As Enkrid faced the knight, the latter easily deflected his attack. Enkrid realized he had parried his strike and was gearing up for another one. Enkrid sidestepped just in time. However, the knight, showing impressive skill, continued to unleash a flurry of attacks, putting heavy pressure on Enkrid. Enkrid was stunned as the knight struck from above that position and nearly caught him with another sword blow, but he managed to deflect it just in time. His moves were quick and precise. The man had fury in his eyes. Enkrid thought, "I can't spot any openings to counterattack," feeling a massive skill gap. Enkrid was knocked back again. As he stumbled, he yanked a dagger from his chest and hurled it at the knight. The knight, though, effortlessly caught it with his gauntlet using the back of his hand. Fueled with rage, he prepared to charge at Enkrid once more. This time he went for a lunge. Shouts rang out. "The fire is spreading." Enkrid barely managed to evade the attack. Enemy soldiers were working to extinguish the flames nearby. Realizing someone had doused it in oil, the fire climbed toward the flag and the maestro they were trying to protect. They yelled to the platoon commander, confronting Enkrid. "Don't you get what's at stake here?" But the commander looked at Enkrid and saw in his eyes that he wasn't about to back down and was preparing to strike again. The commander then declared, "I'll wait for another round." Enkrid noticed how he retreated so easily that he wondered, Wasn't he the true barrier? But then he thought, if he isn't the obstacle I need to tackle today, I still have to get better. At that moment, Andrew dashed up to Enkrid, saying, "We've got to go right now." However, Enkrid kept his gaze on the squad commander, who was moving toward the fire. The commander glanced back at Enkrid. With a direct look, he sheathed his sword and called for everyone to pull back, and everyone took off after finishing their tasks. As he sprinted, Enkrid glanced sideways and realized one of the guys had vanished. Only 5 squad members were left. Mac asked, "Is that it? They're not launching a big pursuit." "Probably not," Enkrid replied. While running, Enkrid noticed Henry lagging behind his arm, looking hurt. Some soldiers were coming after them, yelling, "Don't let them flee." Henry, who was dragging behind the group, became increasingly slower. Without a word, Enkrid, Mac, and Andrew turned back to confront the pursuers. They all began to make a wide counteroffensive, and Red urged the others to keep running without stopping, cradling Henry in his arms. He said, "They won't be able to chase us if they keep going through the fox and snake field habitat." Enred's friend replied, "But that also means it'll be trickier for us to escape through there." Henry, however, piped up, "I know a safe way, a hunter's path." Enred said, "I'll trust you. Lead the way." Sometime later, Henry announced he could no longer hear the footsteps of the chasing group. They continued to run until a fox spotted them. As they pressed on with urgency, Enkrid chimed in, "Thanks to Andrew and Max's hard work, we managed to lose them easily. If it hadn't been for Henry's route, we wouldn't have gotten away this fast." He added, "It was a team effort that got us this far." He noticed the sky brightening again and realized the day had finally come to a close. After dashing through a long field, they at last made it to the camp. The others asked, "What happened to you guys?" But all they wanted to do was collapse. Enkrid felt the breeze, thinking, "Another year has gone by and a new day dawns." Meanwhile, at the enemy camp, the flags were utterly scorched. The commander inquired about their status. The person who seemed like a mage said, "We need to set everything up again." Who would have imagined the famous gray dog couldn't handle a few stray dogs? I really don't get it, since the soldiers camped in those tall grass fields were the absolute best of the gray dog. Yet a handful of enemy soldiers launched a direct assault, ignited a fire, and bolted. He described the gray dog as an independent unit, whose name came from the dog living in the Principality of Aspen. With a tenacious spirit, its members felt the urge to connect with their targets, whether in love or battle. Because of this trait, the unit was also known as persistent lovers. He then spoke to the man who had fought Enkrid, asking the platoon commander, "Was the person you confronted strong?" The commander responded, "If it hadn't been for the fire, I would have taken him down right then." The gray dog thought he was fortunate, and that alone is a skill. But the commander noted, "That won't happen again." Meanwhile, Enkrid was pondering, "What troubles me is that I faced that wall and couldn't get past it. I wanted to keep battling him, and soon enough we'll have to face each other again." The commander thought, "I'll take him out myself." Enkrid in return thought, "I'll conquer him too." Thus it was said that the persistent lovers had targeted their next opponent. Meanwhile, Rem was in the tent, tossing his axe up in the air, thinking, "I'm so bored. The squad leader should be back from the scouting mission. Why haven't I heard anything?" He caught the axe, questioning whether he had been killed. He figured he'd really improved recently, but he's still a rookie, so it wouldn't be shocking if he was gone. It doesn't happen all that often, but I genuinely liked him. Rem mulled over what he would do if Enkrid were dead, thinking, nothing interesting. Just then, Ragna woke up and found himself face to face with Rem, who was gazing at him like he'd found a new toy. Ragna asked, "What are you staring at?" Rem reacted by giving him the middle finger. Ragna, not to be outdone, returned the gesture with his foot. Rem figured that would ease his boredom and told Ragna, "I really want to take you out." Ragna called him nuts and drew his sword. Meanwhile, the company commander inquired about Enkrid. "Did you by any chance discover an enemy ambush, infiltrate their base, and also happen to burn the entire place down?" Enkrid replied, "I kept making the best possible choices in that situation, so I guess I got lucky." She contemplated his luck. As she looked into his eyes, she simply accepted it, telling him to rest and recuperate. She thought, "I expected this to achieve something, but not something that big." "Who is that guy anyway?" Enkrid pondered. "I really can't figure out what she's thinking." At that moment, Andrew approached Enkrid, saying, "I'm sorry for my earlier behavior. I'm here because of you." "Will we meet again?" Enkrid responded. "Yes, if our paths cross again," and then departed. The boy simply showed his respect to Enkrid as he left. However, Enkrid thought to himself, "I'm alive," and brought those 4 back. But is this really my best? I ended up losing 2 squad members. If I were a little stronger, I might have been able to save them too. With the repeat of that today, he hoped to surpass his limits. Eventually, he would put an end to his desperate fight and strive to realize his dream of becoming a knight. Using today's events as stepping stones to avoid repeating the same day, he knew he needed to grow stronger. As Enkrid returned to his squad, he heard people shouting, "Those crazy guys are at it again." Rem and Ragna were clashing once more. Rem was really pumped about it, and so was Ragna. Enkrid thought, "I've never witnessed those expressions. I've trained with them countless times, but I've never seen them like this before." One of them chimed in. They're not even human, they're more like wild animals. The clash continued as they fought with all their strength. Enkrid came to the realization that they'd never had to give it their all against him. He thought, I really need to get my priorities sorted out. First things first, I want to see those expressions on their faces too. While caught up in the brawl, Ragna glanced over and noticed the squad leader nearby. Rem quipped, you should tell us when you're back. Why are you hiding like a little cat again? He added, what are they staring at? If they're not going to jump into the fight, they should just clear out. Ragna noticed Enkrid was injured, but Enkrid brushed it off, saying, it's just a scratch. He then turned to Rem, saying, when you blocked Ragna's strike a moment ago. But before he could finish, Rem interrupted. Here we go with that nonsense again. Just go clean up and rest. Enkrid tried to bring up Ragna's attack, but Ragna played it cool and walked away. Enkrid was left wondering why. Ragna didn't say a word and simply left. Enkrid felt that Ragna had something on his mind, but decided he could share it whenever he felt ready. Later on, Enkrid found out that after hearing about the enemy ambush, the battalion commander moved everyone closer to the tall grass field. On the journey, his wounds healed significantly. He kept reflecting on his battles and training hard. Even at night, he was already preparing for more workouts. Christ was surprised, saying, you're heading out again tomorrow. Why don't you get some rest? Enkrid answered. I'll be out for just a bit, Rem warned. You're pushing yourself without being fully healed. Keep it up like this and you might end up in a world of hurt. Ragna noticed something felt off with Enkrid. When morning came, a soldier spotted the squad leader up bright and early training again. As he grabbed his weapon, the soldier thought, I'm pretty good with a sword. Getting stronger isn't too tough. I had a shot at becoming a knight, but it felt boring. There's nothing appealing about being a knight for me, so why waste time and energy on it? I just don't see the point. So I've lost my drive and stood still. But as he watched Enkrid training, he felt his own wound and dropped his sword. Ragna, watching Enkrid, thought he must have misunderstood the fundamentals. He needed a fresh start with the basics from the ground up. With all the shortcuts Enkrid had been taking to make up for his shaky foundation, it'd be nearly impossible for him to get any stronger, even with training. But then Ragna couldn't stop wondering why Enkrid was pushing himself so hard, pouring his whole being into his training. Looking at Enkrid, he asked, why are you putting yourself through all this? Enkrid replied that it was all because he wanted to get stronger. Ragna followed up, what do you plan to do once you're strong? Enkrid said he wanted to become a knight. Ragna shot back, stating that being a knight was just about being a skilled fighter. Did that really mean so much to Enkrid? But Enkrid elaborated that the knight he aspired to be was one who chose what was right for himself and wielded his sword for the good of the sick, the poor, and those he loved. Ragna considered Enkrid's determination, reflecting on honor and merit. He questioned if that was really what it was all about. Strength was just a tool. A knight was no more than a weapon. He pondered what he truly wanted. Finally, he picked up his sword and approached Enkrid, declaring, I won't know until I walk that path myself. He called out to Enkrid, want to learn how to wield a sword? Enkrid, fully on board with the offer, eagerly said that he absolutely wanted to learn. Ragna hesitated, thinking maybe he shouldn't have made the offer since laziness was creeping in. Still, the gleam in Enkrid's eyes made him rethink, promising himself it would be an interesting journey. Ragna continued, the barbarian taught me all about the beast's instinct. Or should I say, the heart of the beast. You need to forget everything else but that and the thrust. Enkrid curiously asked, do I really need to forget Valen's mercenary sword technique? Ragna insisted especially that if you don't let it go, even if you learn something new, you'll slip back into old ways. If that's the case, you might as well give up, choose forget everything, or stay stuck in the same boring rut. But Enkrid wasn't about to let Ragna finish his thought, saying he would indeed start from scratch. Ragna was taken aback. Are you for real? He asked. Enkrid wanted to know where he should begin. If that happens, you might as well throw in the towel, make a choice, forget everything, or just wallow in the same old routine. But Unred interrupted before he could finish his thought. He insisted he would start fresh. Ragnar looked amazed. Are you for real? He asked. Enkrid wanted to know where he should kick things off. Ragnar thought Enkrid was definitely a bit unusual. With a solid build, he didn't need a light weapon. A long sword would be just right for him. Switch it up, Ragnar commanded. Enkrid asked if it was all right to hand him his sword. Ragnar shrugged it off, saying it was nothing special. Grip it with your right hand above your left, he instructed. When Enkrid held the sword, Ragnar questioned whether his grip was strong enough. Enkrid replied it was to make sure he wouldn't drop it. Ragnar then asked who had shown him that technique. Enred mentioned it was the king and Ragnar Shama during the night. Ragnar told him to just hold his position while he pretended to attack with his sword. Enred quickly brought his own sword up to defend, but his hand started shaking. He wondered what was happening since it was painful. Ragnar replied that it was normal. If you stay stiff, you'll just end up broken. You're like a branch or a column, he compared. Enkrid pondered why all his buddies in the squad were so bad at chatting. What does he mean by that comparison, he thought. Suddenly, it clicked. Is he saying I'm too stiff because I'm gripping the sword too tightly? I need to loosen up to keep my sword from snapping, and my movements need to flow better. So, Enkrid began to hold the sword a bit more loosely. Ragna lunged at him, warning him not to lose his balance. When Enkrid stepped back, Ragna asked where his feet were pointing. "You're stiff again," he exclaimed. "Do you want to break your hip, or are you dancing or fighting?" They continued. Enkred winded up on the ground with Ragna triumphant. Enkred thought to himself that he had no clue he was this bad, as he hadn't even grasped the basics. This wasn't something you could just teach, but even feeling wiped out, Enkred picked up his sword and stood strong, looking straight into Ragna's eyes, challenging him to train again. Ragna approached him, saying they'd take it easier this time. Just then, Rem showed up asking where they'd been all day. "Are you having a picnic with snacks and everything?" He scoffed and asked Enkrid if that good-for-nothing was causing him trouble, and if he wanted Rem to deal with him. Ragna started to say he would tear Rem's hands off. At that moment, Rem asked if something had gone down and why Ragna was dressed like that. Rem explained they had been summoned. Enemy forces were gathering on the horizon. Moments later, the ferry was already up high, watching the entire army. Enkred's group was assembled. Rem wondered if teaching Enkrid swordsmanship had been a bad idea. Since he was new to that technique, he probably couldn't fight well enough. Because of that, he was likely to meet his end that day. Rem raised his sword, thinking Enkrid would need someone to look after him. Meanwhile, Enkrid thought he'd keep on learning that technique. Then he noticed why everyone was standing still, pondering the odd formation. The tattered flag was still being raised on the enemy side. They remarked how unusual the formation was. The mage beside them simply raised his hand, telling them to witness the end. Suddenly, mist began to creep in. The fairy realized it was magic. The mist swept toward Enkred's army. He noticed the mist had appeared out of nowhere, and he couldn't even see who was beside him. Amidst all that fog, they wondered what was going on. Enkred's ears perked up. They started to hear bizarre noises, wondering what that noise could be. Noticing something was happening above, Enkrid shouted to them that they were flashes. But it was too late. Several of them were struck down. Meanwhile, the fairy began unleashing her wind powers. She stated it wasn't normal mist, and that there was no predicting such tactics. She commanded everyone to take cover, raising their shields and realizing they had lost. The mage broke into laughter, saying it had been quite the challenge to get that magic down. He had to offer the blood of various animals, collect the purest water from lakes, and constantly practice rain magic. The moment the magic was activated, it clouded all vision, unless you were below the point where the magic was cast from the flags. "This battle is already over," he declared, calling it the Mist of Annihilation. Mithi arrived behind him, commenting that he looked quite pleased. The mage replied that it was clear since he barely managed to make it work, especially with the flag almost burned away. Without that, it would have been a piece of cake. Mithi stayed deeply annoyed, noting that Guy must be on the other side. At that moment, as flashes flew by, someone told Enkrid to duck. He spotted Ragnar behind him. Next to him, he noticed Giru and the display of a spell. That mist was indeed a spell. Ragnar started cursing up a storm. Enkrid realized it was Rem's voice right in front of him, but he couldn't recognize him just from looking. He thought he couldn't fight like this. A weapon nearly struck him. His breathing became labored and he started to tense up. His legs felt frozen. He wouldn't be able to apply anything Ragnar had taught him. He figured he wouldn't succeed on his first attempt. Ragnar had cautioned him that for now he'd probably revert to his old ways. Even if he learned from him, Enkrid would be wiser not to engage in battle until he had fully grasped what Ragnar was teaching him. Yet Enkrid knew he would meet his end if he didn't fight on the battlefield. He contemplated his own demise. Then he began to walk. At that moment, Ragnar approached him, urging him to stay behind. However, Enkrid claimed he had discovered a method. If he couldn't nail it in one go, he could always try again. He charged at the enemy team. "Are you out of your mind?" they shouted. He met his end right in front of everyone, a soldier stabbing him in the throat. The soldier reveled in the kill. Nevertheless, Enkrid thought that this meant he'd return to learning from Ragnar. The soldier could hardly believe this guy had thrown himself onto his own spear. He pulled Enkrid back. Enkrid returned. Already deep into his training, he kept pushing himself. He honestly thought Ragnar wasn't the best teacher. Enkrid felt that for a genius like Ragnar, everything seemed too clear, making it tricky for him to articulate what was off. Ragnar wondered if this was what they meant when someone comprehends something but can't execute it. He said he was merely asking Enkrid to swing his sword downward, and whether that was so hard. Enkrid realized Ragnar wasn't mocking him. He was genuinely puzzled. But Enkrid asked him where his center of gravity should be. Yet Ragnar struggled absurdly to show him where it was. Enkrid thought as he suspected that people like Ragnar had no clue how they accomplished their feats. He found Ragnar's explanations to be unclear, but observing and listening were strengths of his. He promised to remember his stance no matter how many attempts it took, and so he kept returning, feeling too stiff. So he allowed himself to die, thinking it was all right, because he could die and continue learning. Hence, as he returned, he kept improving. By the 31st day, he could already move smoothly. Ragnar noted that Enkrid's footwork was excellent. When asked where he'd learned it, Ragnar said he should now start grasping the fundamentals. Then Ragnar explained that the 3 foundational sword attacks were cutting, thrusting, and slashing. He told Enkrid to use the blade's tip for defense, and that if the sword was of good quality, he could also wield the sides effectively. He pointed his sword at Enkrid, saying, "The shortest distance between him and his foe is called the line of attack, and sword fighting is all about blocking your opponent's line while expanding your own." He should visualize his opponent in his mind and reach them with his sword. So when that lancer charged in trying to take him down, Enkrid managed to dodge. He felt his feet were light, smoothly evading him, but more lancers showed up and pierced him with 3 spears. Then he reflected that little by little his day was starting to change. He began to face Ragnar with a bit more confidence. Ragnar was astonished that Enkrid halted his strike, asking if he had predicted the movement of his sword. Enkrid advanced, dying and resurrecting, continuously honing his skills. Ragnar noted that Enkrid no longer needed to practice the diagonal strike. With each tiny improvement, he persisted dying and coming back, making consistent headway. Ragnar began to take their battles very seriously, reaching a point where he had to give it his all. He was increasingly baffled. "Who is this before me?" he questioned, on the misty battlefield. Enkrid had felt he couldn't evolve any further with his talent, yet Ragnar called him again, instructing him to wait. Enkrid, however, pressed on, asserting he had surpassed his previous limits. He could dodge the spears more effortlessly. His ultimate ambition remained to become a knight. While mingling with the soldiers, he met his end once more. But then, Enkrid started to grin, discovering there was something beyond just pain. He found it oddly amusing, sporting an almost psychopathic look as he met his demise. He was having such a blast that it felt like he might just go a little bonkers. Ragnar approached him asking if Enkrid was up for another round of sword training. Enkrid figured if he could just get a bit stronger, he'd be ready to meet death as many times as it took. As Ragnar resumed his training, he noticed something unusual. "There's no way that the squad could be that skilled," he remarked. "Have you been holding back on purpose all this time?" Enkrid responded that it wasn't exactly like that. Ragnar then pointed out that Enkrid had a solid foundation, but what he really needed was some battle experience. Enkrid charged back into the fray again. He had done this more than 200 times that day. He surged toward the arrows, barreling into the heart of the enemy forces. "I'm curious to see how far the skills I've gained will take me," he thought. He sliced his way through the chaos, taking out foes left and right. He had a knack for predicting where the enemies would emerge from the fog, easily dispatching them, even pulling off multiple strikes, declaring that he could finish off some with his eyes closed. The enemies were bewildered, wondering, who in the world is that Angkor navigated through the mist? Fully aware of their positions, but they couldn't lay eyes on him. One of them wondered if someone was there only to suddenly lose a leg without realizing where the attack had come from. Enkrid took the final blow on that poor fellow, sending the enemy army into a frenzy, shouting about what was happening and warning each other to watch their footing. One even aimed his crossbow downwards. Enkrid recalled Ragnar's advice to pay attention to the eyes, feet, and hands. Use your eyes to watch your feet to move and your hands to strike. Enkrid felt a surge of determination, transforming into a relentless force on the battlefield. He felt different now. The sensation was completely distinct from when he hadn't understood the principle. He craved more, daring everyone to come at him. At one point, he spotted several crossbows aimed right at him. A soldier taunted, "You did well sneaking in this deep, but do you really think you'll walk away from this?" Enkrid just looked at them and expressed his desire for a sword fight, issuing a challenge. "I want a duel like true warriors." He was eager to put himself to the test. Naturally, they didn't take the bait, firing their crossbows and hitting Enkrid straight on. In the astral realm, Karen mused that Enkrid had walked right into his own grave and must have gone a bit mad. Enkrid snapped awake, puzzled by what had just occurred, because it felt like an unexpected insult. He thought this mysterious entity had just popped in to mock him and then vanished. At that moment, they questioned his actions. Distracted, Rem glanced in his direction. Enkrid recalled the time Rem mentioned it was a spell. He considered the enemy formation, which seemed completely chaotic from a tactical perspective, as though they were guarding a flag like on a battlefield. But he wondered why. He asked Rem if he had any insights into spells. Surprised by the sudden inquiry, Rem wanted to know why he was asking. Enkrid explained that he found it intriguing and asked him to share what he knew. Rem then asked if Enkrid understood the difference between magic and spells. Enkrid replied that magic was more common. Rem confirmed that he wasn't wrong, but explained that a spell required a medium, which was crucial. Spells simply can't exist without a medium. Enkrid realized the mist was a spell cast by the enemy and the flag was the medium. In other words, if they destroyed the flag, the mist would vanish. He asked Rem if his tribe used spells, recalling that spells originated from the east while Rem came from the western frontier. Rem mentioned he had encountered them and asked if Enkrid didn't know that many real sorcerers existed, clarifying that most were actually wizards. Enkrid promptly exited the tent. Rem inquired where he was headed. Enkrid said he was off to train. He went back to Ragnar, who remarked that luckily, they seemed to share the same training background. He spoke about the Anyak sword technique, asking if Enkrid had heard of it. Enkrid explained that about 500 years ago, there was a remarkable prodigy, a child born on a sword farm, who defended it from 12 bandits using just a fire poker. Having lost his parents early on, he learned the sword arts from a very young age. A noble who caught wind of his incredible talents adopted him. That prodigy was named Leonis Anyak. However, despite his gifts, he faced a curse. His strength began to wane at the age of 10, and by 12 he was completely paralyzed. And so, the mastery of runes and mists has faded into the past. But Ragnar made it right. At the age of 20, Leonis, who was completely paralyzed, made his mark in the chronicles of sword art. He gathered all the sword techniques from the world and classified them into 5 distinct styles: the just and intricate sword art, the strong and heavy sword art, the swift and unpredictable sword art, the quick and erratic sword art, and the gentle and deflective sword art. Enkrid pondered the Anyak technique. Ragnar declared that Leonis reshaped the sword's history, and because of that, the Anyak family rose to prominence as the most powerful house in the empire. The impact of this technique still resonates in the foundations of today's sword techniques. Ragnar discussed all forms of sword arts, including the Eastern sword art. He clarified that among them, his technique was rooted in the robust Northern sword art. Then Ragnar inquired about the consciousness of the beast. Enkrid corrected him, saying it was the heart. Ragnar confirmed that it should serve better, advising him to fixate on a single point, tuning out everything around him and concentrating solely on his sword and its foes. "Let me show you what it feels like," Ragnar said. He swiftly lifted his sword and struck Enkrid with such speed that Enkrid barely caught a glimpse of it. The blade grazed Enkrid's neck, a sensation he realized only later. He discovered it was a quicker strike than Rem's axe, and exclaimed that he nearly met his end. Ragnar asked if he felt anything. Just then, Rem appeared, scolding Ragnar. "Are you trying to take out the squad leader?" Ragnar responded that people concentrate better when they believe they're facing death, and insisted he was simply lending a hand. Rem countered that Enkrid wouldn't learn anything in such a state, and questioned Ragnar about how long it took him to grasp the beast's heart. Ragnar shot back that it was expected since he had a foolish barbarian as his mentor. They began bickering again. Enkrid thought they were both awful teachers. Rem mentioned he hails from the far north and wondered if Ragnar's people were actually more barbaric than anyone else. Ragnar clarified that he belonged to the Sun's barbarian tribe. Rem was clearly looking for a fight. "That's enough," Enkrid interjected. He asked Rem whether he was there because of the retreat order. Ragnar instructed Enkrid to recall how alert he became in moments just before death. If he could concentrate on a single point, everything around him would vanish, and he would feel his sword doing its job, he said. On the battlefield, Enkrid thought this was reminiscent of the beast's heart, yet still distinctly different. While the beast's heart drove him into a frenzy amid death, fixing on a single point heightened his awareness. He felt he needed more experience to recalibrate. He kept reflecting on the flag, which served as the medium for the spell. He began aiming, asserting that he had to eliminate that flag to break free from the massacre. With the mist, everyone was blind again. Enkrid resolved to set a new goal beyond simply gaining experience, destroying the flag. He pressed on, believing it would be easy alongside Rem and Ragnar taking down their enemies. He thought he would give it a shot until he couldn't anymore. Enkrid realized that concentrating on a single point was incredibly helpful. He had met his demise countless times while unready. To outlast the assassin, he honed his hearing. To endure the battlefield, he embraced the beast's heart. But zeroing in on a single point was another matter entirely. Ragnar brought his sword tip right to Enkred's nose and asked if he got it. He said if Enkrid nailed it, he should start feeling the tip of the blade slow down or something. Enkrid, however, thought he wasn't getting it. He raised the possibility that the boldness linked to the beast's heart might be getting in the way, but he didn't believe so. Ragnar insisted that Enkrid needed to sense everything around him fading away except for the opponent's sword. "Can you predict where the sword's headed? Haven't you sensed anything yet?" Enkrid began to contemplate that channeling his fear of death wasn't the way to go. He asked Ragnar how he had mastered that skill. Ragnar responded, "Master, what I've always had that ability as it turns out." Enkrid questioned if he was serious. Ragnar replied that it was all in the name. He simply had to focus on a single point. Frustrated, Enkrid thought he wouldn't get any valuable insights from Ragnar and would have to crack the code himself. "I won't allow myself to grow impatient," he reassured himself. He would continue practicing his focus on a single point, but taking down the flag remained his top priority. Minimize harm to his friends and break through the enemy lines. The instant the fog enveloped everyone, Enkrid yelled for them to drop to the ground and lift their shields. They were able to block a good portion of the incoming arrows. Enkrid felt like he had gone through this day 300 times and knew where the strikes would come from, even with his eyes shut. As he pushed forward, he took out enemy after enemy, creating a trail of bodies behind him. Then all the enemies charged at him, trying to overwhelm him. Enkrid, however, was unstoppable, slicing through everyone nearby. He really concentrated on one target. The enemies shouted for them to hold their ground, yelling to stop that one person. Enkrid kept grinning and pushing ahead, taking out many foes and resembling both Rem and Ragnar more and more in his berserker rage. As he pressed on, the enemy soldiers started to vanish. Enkrid estimated it took 10 cycles to reach the flag, but when he tore it down, he sensed something off. He was certain he had destroyed it, but he pondered why the fog lingered. Then Enkrid met his end. The soldiers believed he understood a bit about spells, but that he was misled. Enkrid thought, that's it, there's truly only one real flag. The others are just distractions. I need to seek out the genuine one among them. While musing, he persisted in trying to advance alone amidst everyone. Enkrid figured he had 5 chances to get it right next time. He commanded everyone to the ground and to use their shields. He was able to keep himself defended, but too many fell. Enkrid questioned why he wasn't heard like last time. Was it a matter of timing? Maybe he needed to allow them a bit more time to recover. He succeeded in tearing down the second flag. After 3 cycles, the previous one was exposed as a copy, and 4 remained. Enkrid dedicated 5 more days to take down the 3rd flag, which was also a fake. The 4th flag took 7 days to reach, but that one was also a fraud. Enkrid guessed he had only 2 more left. However, when he observed them, he sensed that the one with a singed spot was the true flag. Moreover, it was the farthest one and also near that calling point. As soon as the fog rolled in, Enkrid ordered them to hit the ground and use their shields. Everyone obeyed, shielding themselves from the arrows. Ragnar asked, "Have you lost your mind?" Enkrid believed the flag was quite far from him. He couldn't tire out until he reached the barrier. He stepped out, bringing Rem along, declaring he'd let Rem draw the enemy's focus so he could slip past them. Rem in turn seized one of the foes and inquired who cast the spell. He thought the enemy wouldn't talk and hoped the next one would. Enkrid kept moving forward. He reflected that the equivalent of a year had already gone by, living that day over and over. He at last arrived at the flag, believing it would be the conclusion. However, as he swung his sword, his blade was blocked by Myth, who knocked Enkrid's hand aside. Myth exclaimed, "This feels like a dream. God has answered my prayers." Enkrid defiantly shot back that he didn't even know who he was. Myth was astonished that Enkrid could forget him in such a short time. Enkrid still couldn't recall him at all. Myth proclaimed, "You'll remember me when I take you down." He charged at Enkrid. Enkrid managed to dodge and quickly countered. Myth was taken aback. Myth queried, "Is this the same guy I saw before? You've improved immensely. Are you trying to achieve mastery with one single leap?" Enkrid lunged at him once more. Myth perceived that Enkrid was loyal to the fundamentals, utilizing the technique of the righteous sword. He realized that Enkrid was blending it with the technique of the fluid sword employed during Enkrid's attacks. Myth pushed him back again, but Enkrid attacked him yet again. Myth knew he had to concentrate solely on what lay ahead, because even a moment of distraction could topple his balance. He needed to funnel all his energy into what was before him. In his mind, he thought he must forget the flag, the result, and sword techniques. Everything around had to vanish, leaving only the sword in focus. He successfully deflected Myth's attack head-on, but as Enkrid processed what he had just accomplished, Myth struck him, ending his life. Enkrid sighed, "I remember you. You were protecting the master back on the battlefield." Myth introduced himself. "I am Myth Rura, the commander of the Grey Dogs platoon in the Principality of Aspen." Enkrid replied, "And I am King Nalia's squad leader." Enkrid. One of Myth's soldiers queried, "Is he an enemy?" Myth answered, "Yes, he's that expert who was hiding." The soldiers of Myth chatted that he looked harmless. Myth glanced at Enkrid and asked. Myth struck him down, ending his life. Enkrid remarked, "I remember you. You were defending the master back on the battlefield." Myth introduced himself as, "I'm Myth Rura. I command the Grey Dogs platoon from the Principality of Aspen." Enkrid responded, "And I'm Enkrid, King Nalia's squad commander." One of Myth's soldiers asked, "Is he an enemy?" Myth answered, "Yes, he's that sneaky expert." Myth's soldiers mentioned that he didn't seem threatening. Myth turned towards Enkrid and asked, "What's up with you? Why are you grinning?" Enkrid thinks that Ragnar, that guy, wasn't the focus he needed to face his fear of death. What he truly needed was a solid rival, someone willing to risk it all and pour their heart into the fight, pushing him to be better. Myth wonders if Enkrid has just lost his marbles. He pulls the sword out of Enkrid's chest. Enkrid goes back to Ragnar, who is still chatting about focus and the single point, explaining that it feels just like that anxious moment before you face death. Enkrid starts to get it. Ragnar asks, "Why do I have the feeling you're not really paying attention?" "Are you throwing in the towel already?" Rem chimes in. "We've been called." Enkrid simply waves for Ragnar to follow him. Ragnar thinks that Enkrid looks even more fired up. He ponders if he should pump up the warm-up today. After their brawl, they find themselves back in that mist. Enkrid tells everyone to hit the ground and use their shields for cover. They brace themselves. Rem tries to chat with Enkrid. but he just tells him to keep up. Rem asks, "What on earth are you doing?" Ragnar declares, "If you're not going, I'm sticking with him." Rem questions, "Did you get hit in the head with an arrow?" Enkrid replies, "If you don't want to catch one, keep your eyes forward." Enkrid is taking down enemies left and right. As the two follow, he states he'll clear the path just like last time and reach Myth again. He does so catching up with Myth. Enkrid says, "Great to see you again. Let's rumble." Myth asks, "You came for me," Enkrid replies. "Problem first, confession. I came here because it was love at first sight." Myth says, "My team is the Grey Dogs, the determined lovers." "This is the first time anyone's chased me like this," Enkrid asks, looking a bit irked. Myth responds, he wasn't offended, not even a bit, and charges into battle against him. Enkrid thinks that getting into that concentrated state where he only feels his sword won't be easy again. He meets his end once more. Myth states, "You gave up too easily. What made you think you could take me on like that?" Enkrid admits, "I approached it all wrong. I can't force it. I need to dive deep into the fight." He keeps saying that to rekindle that feeling. On his 81st attempt as Enkrid goes for Myth, he gets a new shot at it. On the 28th attempt, Enkrid learned how to consciously enter a state of focus. On the 48th, he returns to Ragnar, who starts rambling and provoking him. As Ragnar's sword comes toward him, trying to slice the side of Enkrid's neck, he deflects it with ease. This takes Ragnar by surprise. Ragnar wonders how he managed to deflect it while zeroing in on a single point. Enkrid thinks it's all about pure concentration, meaning fully controlling his body and sword. His strength and technique have grown to a level where they're unrecognizable compared to when he first started training. Ragnar calls out, "Where do you think you're off to?" Enkrid says, "I'm heading to meet Commander Plateau. It's time I confront that day." He moves toward the fairy, who looks surprised that he wants to see her. She asks, "What brings you here?" Enkrid talks about spells, recalling that he'd seen them on missions. The fairy isn't quite following. Enkrid clarifies that Aspen's soldiers were referring to a strange man as a sorcerer. She asks him to explain further. He shares that he told her everything crucial for winning the battle, so when the fog settles in, everyone hits the ground and raises their shields. Enkrid just hopes his commanders are sharp. He claims that his next move is to confront Myth. He's really going to take that guy down. When Myth spots him, his annoyance is immediate. Enkrid calls out his name, and Myth is taken aback that he knows who he is. Enkrid states he's been wanting to fight him since the start, and that he's going all out to win. Myth gives Enkrid a hard time, but Enkrid manages to fend off his attacks much better. Myth is stunned by how much Enkrid has improved, making their fight tougher and causing him to break out in a cold sweat. As they trade blows, Myth asks if he was keeping his skills under wraps. Enkrid responds that apparently yes, he was. Myth then asks for Enkrid's name, which he shares. They jump back into their battle. Myth declares, "I'll remember that name." Enkrid replies, "No need. If you forget, I'll remind you myself." With that, Enkrid locks into a singular focus mode, turning everything around him a shade of gray. He notices that Myth shifts his weight to his right foot and is getting ready for a diagonal slice. Enkrid effortlessly dodges, morphing everything around him to a dull gray. He noticed that Myth was shifting his weight to his right foot, preparing to deliver a diagonal cut. Enkrid deftly dodged. He ponders that the skills he picked up came from countless repetitions, all leading up to the moment where he could finally perceive Myth's movements. As Myth lunges to attack, Enkrid manages to score a slice on Myth's neck, but Myth gets a cut in on Enkrid as well. Myth is taken aback by the hit and begins to feel anxious. He questions, "What's going on? I thought I could take him down in no time, but he's giving me more trouble than I thought." Myth believes he can't take this outcome because his quick and graceful swordplay is supposed to dominate. He needs a powerful strike. He reveals his ultimate technique that he's trained for moments like this, an attack that sweeps upward, slicing everything in a broad arc known as the spinning cut. But Enkrid realizes he can finally see the technique that had led to his demise on several occasions. It was all due to his inability to spot when it started, but not this time. He lets a sadistic grin appear on his face. He tosses Myth's sword aside. Myth can hardly believe that Enkrid not only noticed it, but successfully countered it. There's talk of the Rurans, which is one of the 3 leading houses that govern the kingdom of Aspen. The Rura house symbolizes the kingdom's brute strength and gathers all who show promise with a sword. Myth mentions he was also recruited by a regional house for this purpose. After taking on the name Rura, he proved himself and his abilities, having faced off against 2 adult knights when he was just 15 years old. By 18, he conquered a champion swordsman of a city. By 22, he had become strong enough to be champion of an entire city and ranked as one of the 3 mightiest fighters among the Grey Dogs, thanks solely to his skills. Few could rival his talent. He questioned why individuals trained until their legs gave out or swung a sword until their hands bled, especially when it could all be settled in a few strikes. He felt content with where he was and confident in his abilities, but he recognized that this was a miscalculation. At that moment, Enkrid not only deflected the attack, but he also launched a counterattack hitting Myth in the chest. When the blow landed, Myth felt the sharp pain spitting up blood, while Enkrid appeared quite pleased with how things turned out. Myth then admitted he had underestimated Enkrid, thinking his attack was a sure hit. He insisted that Enkrid wasn't as strong or skillful as he believed. Enkrid replied, "You're right, but I still won." Myth was filled with rage. If only he had pushed himself harder instead of being so complacent, things could have turned out differently. Enkrid, on his part, found the situation enjoyable. Suddenly, another fellow arrived to protect Myth, pushing Enkrid away with a slash of his sword. They checked on Myth with Loro, urging them to get Myth to safety. Turning to Enkrid, he mentioned he hadn't anticipated that one person could wreak such havoc and that Enkrid wouldn't walk away peacefully. Enkrid realized he mustn't forget that he was surrounded by enemies. He needed to smash the flag and ensure his escape. He felt like he was up against another barrier, the very wall he had to break today. As attacks rained down on him, Enkrid pressed on. He figured he couldn't dodge every attack, so he braced himself to absorb them while continuing to advance. Loro shouted that Enkrid wouldn't dare push forward and hurled his sword at him. Enkrid sensed that after just one strike, his sword was starting to shatter. His opponent's swordplay was incredibly heavy. He was sent stumbling back. Enkrid contemplated that to win this battle he might have to face death numerous times, but he remembered that his goal was now different. He had to destroy the flag. Enkrid hurled a dagger at the flag's fabric, asserting that even the slightest damage would cause the spell's medium to fail. He came very close to hitting it. Enkrid thought that if he aimed straight at the flag, the dagger would simply pass through it. Loro noticed what he was attempting and almost interrupted him. Nevertheless, Enkrid understood he needed to target the connection between the flag and the mast. He successfully detached the fabric from the flag. The fog began to vanish. The fairy mentioned she had informed the commander about the spell and requested assistance, but her plea went unheard. She felt the kingdom was decaying and that they had placed an incompetent leader at the front lines, predicting they would be decimated if things continued this way. Just then, she noticed all the fog starting to dissipate. The enemy soldiers were bewildered, asking what happened to the flag. The fairy then began to eliminate them one by one. She stated that the enemies were taken completely off guard by the fog's disappearance, and now was her opportunity to turn the tide of battle. She gave the command for all troops to launch a counterattack. Everyone surged forward. The fairy felt the odds had shifted in their favor now that the fog had lifted, but she couldn't help but wonder who had disrupted the spell. Was it that squad leader? At that very moment, Enkrid found himself in the most dire predicament of his life. His body was covered in thorns. He realized he had made a serious error. After taking down the flag, he had hoped that returning to the Allied lines would bring him back to King Anhagna. He questioned where they could be at that very moment. Meanwhile, King Anhagna was encircled by several men, demanding that sorcerers be brought to him, or else everyone would face doom. On Hagna, things weren't any better as he too was surrounded. In the meantime, some of the allies were watching the drama unfold. He urged everyone to remain still and asked, "What on earth is happening? Do you want to face execution?" Enkrid was also in a perilous situation as the men questioned if he thought he would survive and urged him to give in. Suddenly, the puma from before made its entrance. Enkrid recognized it as the puma he'd spotted in the fields earlier. The men spoke about the creature and tried to strike it, but it leaped gracefully from soldier to soldier, thwarting their attempts. It then halted right in front of Enkrid, standing guard for him. Enkrid cautioned the puma to flee, mentioning that the blonde man was different. The blonde man continued to glare at Enkrid with a menacing look. Just then, someone touched Enkrid's shoulder, urging him to retreat. Vengeance said he'd rescue him, charging straight at the blonde man. However, Vengeance was thrown far away with a single blow and realized he was up against a formidable foe. Enkrid questioned, "Didn't you say you'd be my savior?" Vengeance managed to get up and told his comrades to shoot at all of them. Still, the blonde man effortlessly deflected every attack aimed at him. Vengeance exclaimed, "What in the world is that guy? He's a monster." The puma tried to launch a surprise attack but received a crushing hit and was tossed aside. Enkrid began to focus intently. He thought he could see clearly, but quickly realized he couldn't deflect the blonde man's sword with his scythe. So he simply stated that he had to let it flow like Mithy had done. He managed to find that rhythm. With a graze on his shoulder, the blonde man noticed and recognized it as part of Mithy's technique. Enkrid, with a hungry gaze, thought it was working, feeling a surge of excitement. Vengeance stepped in to help him strike at the blonde man, but the blonde man skillfully dodged. A crowd of soldiers began to form, observing that the chaos was escalating. The blonde man decided to withdraw, declaring he wouldn't forget Enkrid. Enkrid urged the blonde man to leave as he commanded his soldiers to retreat. Vengeance hurried over to Enkrid, worried about the wound on his shoulder. He pointed out that Enkrid was bandage-free and they needed to head back. Enkrid insisted they also had to rescue the puma. However, Vengeance told Enkrid to focus on his own well-being. He scooped the puma into his arms and carried it. Enkrid shouted to the third platoon, instructing them to move back as they were retreating. Vengeance urged Enkrid not to close his eyes, saying he was losing too much blood. Enkrid felt himself fading. Karanti noted that Enkrid seemed to get what he wanted once again. He questioned what drove that man to be so persistent. As Enkrid found himself in this encounter with the fairies, the war raged on and vengeance brought him back. Soon after, Enkrid opened his eyes again. He heard a mix of voices, some anxious, others bickering along with a giant praying. Enkrid wondered what was happening as he cradled the puma, which slept in his hand like a tiny kitten. Rem asked if Enkrid was awake, expressing that he really thought he'd seen the last of him this time. The giant chimed in again, stating that God had heard his prayers. Enkrid asked what was happening. Jackson checked in to see if he was all right, offering him some water and pointing out that he had lost a lot of blood. Christ mentioned that thankfully the doctor confirmed there would be no lasting damage. It seemed the goddess of luck was smiling upon him. As Enkrid took a sip of water, a little splashed onto the puma, which began to stir. Enkrid realized he must have blacked out during the retreat. Jackson mentioned that now that Enkrid had woken up, they were getting ready to leave. Ragnar would snooze a bit longer. Enkrid felt like he'd made it through another day. Rem was staring intently at him. Enkrid asked why the stare. "Want to pet the puma?" Rem replied. He wasn't into beasts, but wondered how Enkrid had figured out it was a spell. Enkrid thought that Rem wouldn't believe him if he told him about the repetitions, so he needed to fabricate something. However, he decided against it, as Rem had always shown loyalty, and Enkrid felt he needed to repay that kindness. He then mentioned that he had been friends with someone similar to Rem, a colonizer, and he had only guessed it from what he had heard from him. Enkrid thinks this was spot on. He didn't fib to Rem, and he truly did hear it from a colonizer, Rem himself. Rem says that if Enkrid didn't feel like sharing, that's totally cool, but he should avoid getting too fascinated by spells. Enkrid thinks that regardless of his looks, Rem was incredibly quick on the uptake. He also remembers to ask Rem what he was up to during the battle. Rem mentions he chased the guy who found the flag but didn't like him and ended up beheading him. Enkrid recalls he didn't spot the sorcerer, probably because Rem took care of that. Meanwhile, Christ is trying to pet the puma, but it nearly bites him. Enkrid warns him to watch out. Christ jokes he couldn't resist the lure of 10,000 krona. He heard from Enkrid that because of that little guy's cerulean eyes, they call him the Lake Panther. They're thought to keep the Earth's energy stored within them. Each of its claws is valued at 10,000 krona, and they always regrow. Enkrid figures that a single bronze coin equals 1 krona, and 10,000 must be worth a gold coin surpassing his wages. Cry notes that once Enkrid passed out, they had a breeze dominating the battlefield as the fog had cleared. However, the actual battle ended inconclusively, and they hadn't made any movements or explorations since then. Enkrid reflects on the defense he put up. He wonders if he could replicate it if given another chance. Enkrid thinks he wasn't so sure. Even after a while, Jackson tells Enkrid to keep still. Enkrid responds that he wasn't overdoing it. He could still move a tad. Ragna points out that the most he could do now were stretches, and he'd be better off heading back to sleep. Rem questions whether Ragna was trying to spread his laziness to Enkrid, and then tells Ragna to move aside. Rem reaches for his sword, and Enkrid recalls he had a question tied to that. He mentions he was able to perform a technique he had never practiced before. He hadn't done anything like that in the past, and wonders if that's typical. Rem assures him that it's perfectly normal, nothing out of the ordinary. By using the beast's heart, Enkrid managed to see what the opponent was doing, how he swung his sword and utilized his strength. Ragna adds that it must have been simpler since Enkrid grasped the fundamentals. He was also able to apply single-point focus, so he probably saw even more. Ragna concludes that Enkrid was pretty lucky, since at his level that kind of insight usually comes after hundreds of real battles. Enkrid thinks that's exactly right. That day wasn't just any day for him. It was hundreds of days filled with unimaginable struggles. He achieved it through his dedication, not merely by memorizing patterns that repeated endlessly. Enkrid concludes that no matter how weak he felt, he could still grow stronger. Enkrid engages with the two, who are as different as oil and water, asking for a duel. Rem expresses that although he called him a lunatic, Enkrid proved to be even more so. Ragna says it's unusual for him to agree with Rem, but he questions what Enkrid hopes to accomplish in such circumstances. Given his current physical state, dueling is out of the question. The commander approaches, asking Enkrid if he broke the spell. Enkrid replies that he figured she'd have some queries soon. He questions, however, why the commander herself showed up. Enkrid confirms that he was the one who broke the spell. He explains he spotted it while on patrol and had already known a bit about it beforehand. The commander then states there were 5 replicas and asks how Enkrid found the real one. Enkrid responds that he took a guess. She simply accepts his answer, saying it's all good. Enkrid inquires if that's all she wanted to know. She replies that she also came to see him, believing that fate led them together. Enkrid questions about fate and asks what she means. Rem begins to ask about the secret. Ragna wonders if Enkrid has that kind of power. Enkrid replies that it's not exactly like that and tells them to hush. Christ pops up suggesting Enkrid start a business with him, guaranteeing favorable conditions. Enkrid declines and tells him to pipe down. He ponders why she, the commander, acts like that toward him since she is his boss's boss, which makes him uneasy. Then Christ announces some news. The squire from the Order of Knights has arrived. Enkrid's eyes widen at this revelation, thinking of the esteemed Order of Scarlet-Cloaked Knights. He remembers that his battalion, the Cyprus Division, is named after a knight from that order known for having incredibly skilled warriors across the continent. The Order of Knights consists of several ranks: knights, squires, servants, and knight students. Once a squire gets the seal of approval from his knight, he becomes a proto-knight. Above them are the knights, those who have gone beyond humanity. Enkrid reflects that squires rarely engage in combat without their knights by their side. He concludes that this squire is on the verge of becoming a proto-knight. The squire rallies everyone for battle. Christ notes that perhaps they were just biding their time and are now ready to leave. Rem suggests Enkrid take a break for now. However, Enkrid is eager to join them. Rem turns back and catches a glimpse of Enkrid's wish to follow along. Enkrid thinks he might not have much to contribute. He believes that man is the ideal he envisioned, a small fragment of that aspiration. Enkrid observes the man just in front of him. The proto-knight charges forward, flanked by archers. A barrage of spears comes flying. He simply ducks down, draws his sword, and gets ready to dash off. Enkrid realizes he's charged his legs with sheer determination. The man speeds ahead astonishingly fast, covering 100 meters in a heartbeat and reaching the enemy forces. In a swift swing of his sword, he takes down at least 20 foes. Enkrid can't believe his eyes. The knight's comrades are baffled as he keeps dispatching enemies effortlessly with his sword. Everyone wants to fall back. The enemy commander shouts to stop him, but his head is severed before he registers what's happening. The knight steps on the horse's neck and seems momentarily dazed by the spectacle. Rem chuckles, noting that the man is quite skilled, and it's no wonder he's labeled a war specialist. Ragnar muses that at this level he might stand a chance. Jackson, on his part, observes that the enemy had at least 5 chances to thwart him. Christ critiques the enemy commander's competence, proclaiming that the battle will wrap up without them needing to lift a finger. Enkrid wonders about the squire's unique swordsmanship. He realizes it's more than just the fair sword art, it blends with both heavy and fluid styles. Enkrid thinks, the fair sword art is a technique that entices the opponent into its rhythm. The heavy sword art is massive and forceful, cutting and controlling with strength. The disorienting sword art is a tricky approach that misleads and traps the foe. The fluid sword art is a rapid style that swiftly takes down enemies. The final type is a gentle technique that deflects attacks while countering effectively. Enkrid ponders that heavy and fluid sword arts are opposite styles, yet he notices both in that man. He figures that although their techniques differ, they all share a common foundation. The key is recognizing what unites the 5, wielding the sword as if it lives and breathes. So he shuts his eyes and starts to concentrate. Rem and Ragnar glance at Enkrid, grinning and remarking that their squad leader is on the verge of a breakthrough, hoping nobody disturbs him. Meanwhile, Enkrid reflects that nothing shifts despite his understanding, as knowledge alone doesn't change anything. He returns to the spot where he spotted an enormous wall. Realizing it exists merely to show him how high he still has to climb, Enkrid starts to feel he can reach the summit. While the battle unfolds, he remains in a meditative state until his army claims victory. It is announced that the war is nearing its conclusion, and the upcoming winters and springs will be quite intense. It is said that 3 main families dominate the Principality of Aspen. Seated on Aspen's sovereign throne, the leader begins to speak. He states that those have breached an agreement not to bring knights. Rural the Mighty and Atkins the Administrator are present with him, reading out everything the sovereign wishes to communicate. They clarify that the Frog General was used as a pretext, and the frogs demanded a response from the knights, leaving slim pickings. The sovereign comments that the Frog General acted on his own accord. He notes that the frog species often acts independently, and they likely would have crafted an excuse one way or another. Others chime in that this mess wouldn't have happened if the spell had taken effect. The sovereign vows that the gray dogs will face the consequences for this. A counselor warns that this might not end well for them. After an extensive conflict, Aspen's forces return along with Enkrid and his crew. They journey back to the border guard, a distant fortress near Aspen. The city is heavily fortified, with 1 in every 5 locals being a soldier. The leaders begin by expressing gratitude to Neralia's champions for securing their victory in the war. Following that, they declare plans to reward the brave common soldiers who showed great courage and loyalty. Enkrid, from the 4th Squadron, gets called up to receive a reward for taking out the spell of the Aspen soldiers. Everyone is left in disbelief as the squadron leader steps forward. They all wonder how Enkrid managed to break the spell, since many think he's too weak for something like that, claiming it's impossible. Some hint that he might be hogging the glory from his squadron or sweet-talking the commander. One soldier quips that perhaps Enkrid has some other hidden talent, Another soldier tells him to pipe down. Angel chimes in, defending Enkrid by saying he deserves more respect. Henry muses that Enkrid is way more capable than he appears. Enkrid then receives a cash reward. Christ and the others quickly ask what he plans to do with it, joking about drinks or ladies and throwing out suggestions. Enkrid surprises them by saying he wants to find a really good shop and is after the best blacksmith in town. They're all stunned that Enkrid intends to blow his cash on a sword. Christ argues that regular swords aren't too shabby and reminds them there are plenty of discarded swords on the battlefield, enough to keep the squadron set for life. Enkrid explains that he needs to show his strength to become a knight. Christ, not letting up, asks why he requires something so pricey. Enkrid reveals he's gearing up for the soldier promotion exam. He feels it's time to move on from being just a low-level soldier. Christ finds it hard to believe. Enkrid wants to take the promotion exam, having thought he had no interest at all. But Enkrid insists he can't stay stuck in the same spot forever. Christ nods in agreement and promises to sort everything out. He explains that in Neuralia, there's a ranking system for soldiers to motivate them. The highest rank is high, followed by medium, then low, and the lowest. Those stronger than the set ranks are labeled special, and their treatment changes based on their rank. Enkrid thinks that to be promoted, one must duel and beat 3 soldiers of the desired rank. For the soldiers watch, it becomes a thrilling sport with bets involved. Christ jokingly announces that it's time for the bets to start. He asks if anyone is daring enough to bet on squadron leader Enkrid. One soldier approaches Enkrid, claiming Liz from the lowest rank intends to leap straight to medium rank. He suggests that Liz, feeling pretty full of himself after an award for his squad's achievements, might be letting it go to his head. Enkrid realizes Liz is set to be his first opponent. He recognizes Liz as a skilled fighter, even among those of medium rank, coming from a well-known mercenary group. Meanwhile, Christ and the others notice that someone actually placed a bet in favor of the squadron leader. They ask who the brave soul is. Christ replies that you shouldn't jump to conclusions about the outcome before it's over. Enkrid thought that up until now he had only gotten stronger through life-threatening challenges. However, in this matchup, he didn't face any life or death risks. He knew he had just one shot. He needed to stay focused and not let down his guard despite his past struggles. Most of the folks present were opponents he wouldn't have stood a chance against back then, but he decided not to waver, fighting as if it were a matter of life and death. Liz charged at Enkrid, calling him foolish and announcing his assault. Enkrid planned to use the defensive techniques he learned in the last battle. If he could pull it off and create an opening, victory would be within reach. He lunged at Liz, disarming him with one swift move, sending his sword flying. The force of the impact seemed to break Liz's grip. Enkrid hesitated for a moment, overcome by doubt. Liz began to scream, whining about his fingers. In shock, Enkrid struck his opponent's chin with the pommel of his sword. Liz crumpled to the ground. Enkrid, puzzled, wondered why Liz turned out to be so weak. Everyone else recognized that the squad leader had won, and even Christ was baffled by the turn of events. One of the guys complained to him, "You placed a bet on him. You knew how strong he really was." Christ shot back that he didn't, asking if the guy thought Liz was really that good. He simply didn't want the bets on Enkrid to be in vain. The man insisted that Christ should have had a bit more faith in his leader. Enkrid questioned if he had let his guard down. Even if he did, he wondered if all duels really concluded that fast. He shouldn't be this weak since he was mid-rank. He decided to just sit tight and watch what unfolded next. Another adversary approached, cautioning him not to get too cocky. "You got lucky this time," he said, "but I'll be your opponent now." The man wielded a spear. Enkrid realized he was part of the heavy infantry, the toughest in the battalion. The opponent attempted to distract him with the spear tip before launching a surprise frontal attack. However, Enkrid effortlessly tore off the man's spear tip. He was still bewildered. He was left pondering whether the attack truly originated from that spot. Could it be a trick? He figured there had to be something else going on. Judging by his opponent's expression, though it seemed like that was all he had up his sleeve. Is this for real? Is it finally my chance to make a move? With a swift blow, Enkrid took down another mid-level fighter. Everyone was taken aback. This wasn't just a fluke. He had won 2 times. Someone from the very bottom had managed to defeat 2 mid-rank contenders. Christ shouted, "Does anyone else want to take him on?" A crowd gathered, feeling it would be embarrassing to lose to Enkrid. The unbearable squad leader called out everyone for being foolish. He said they all got nervous after insulting him. His buddy Olato chimed in, "Weren't you the one who treated him the worst?" The leader snapped at his friend to be quiet, arguing he didn't know what he was talking about. Meanwhile, the noble who was with him on the mission thought that after his last defeat, he had been training with Mac every single day and wanted a rematch against Enkrid. However, Mac urged him to reconsider. The noble hesitated. Mac pointed out that Enkrid had grown much stronger and that he too wouldn't stand a chance against the current Enkrid. The noble promptly took a seat, understanding his place. Then the barbarian approached another man. Enkrid recognized him as the one who bragged about flattering the commander in the arena. "Are you feeling scared?" Enkrid asked. The man confidently responded that he wasn't scared and stood up ready to face Enkrid. Enkrid realized it was quite common for him to be overwhelmed up to this point that he hadn't even noticed. The thrusting brawler from his first match, the assassin from the next, and even Mitchell Rurier recently. He had just been barely keeping up until now. His old teacher always warned him never to underestimate any opponent. The new challenger facing Enkrid asked if he was zoning out before the duel. Enkrid replied he was focused. He reasoned that the advice didn't really apply to him, since he never thought he'd actually be superior in a fight against anyone. But the opponent insisted he was daydreaming. What's with that expression? Enkrid glanced at him with a smile. He felt strong enough now. It's just intriguing, he responded. He believed he had grown strong enough to overpower his opponent. He charged forward, taking him down with just his sword. Enkrid declared that in the knight's world, strength was everything. As Enkrid totally dominated the duel, striking his opponent with his blade, the opponent's weapon began to splinter. The man's confidence wavered. Enkrid proclaimed, "Right here, right now, I claim victory with my overwhelming strength." He halted his sword just inches from the opponent's face, causing him to faint from fear and drop to the ground. Enkrid realized he had just shown everyone what he was made of. Everyone stood in utter disbelief at the scene. They came to appreciate that it was him who had broken the curse and shattered the flag. They recognized he wasn't simply coasting on his team's accomplishments. It was all him. Enro rose, dubbing Enkrid the Spellbreaker. Enkrid wondered what on earth that fool was doing. Enro encouraged everyone to speak up as well, saying that without Enkrid, most of them would be in serious trouble. Hence, they all began to refer to Enkrid as the Spellbreaker, bestowing upon him a battle name. He thought maybe being known like this wasn't too shabby after all. Christ approached, announcing that Enkrid was now a mid-ranker, but Enkrid retorted it was premature to celebrate since he still aimed to reach the next rank. Christ was astonished by his drive to keep progressing. While they chatted, a man approached, asking them to stand, asserting, "This is interesting." He strolled over to Enkrid. They noticed he sported an eagle insignia and was a part of the border guard, which answered directly to the crown. It's an elite squad composed of high-ranking members and above. What's the border butcher doing here? Someone wondered. Enkrid looked at the man as he spoke to the squad leader. Why don't you challenge him too? The butcher proposed. Enkrid thought the border guards were on par with Aspen's gray dogs, which implied he could be as strong as Rura. He was curious about what would unfold if he faced someone like him and not end up dead. His curiosity sparked. Go for it, he encouraged. The butcher was thrilled by Enkrid's lack of fear, even when facing someone from the special forces like himself. He thought that after witnessing Enkrid, he had become far more captivating than he had expected. He unsheathed his sword. Everyone urged Enkrid not to let the butcher become cocky just because he hailed from the special forces. Enkrid had turned out to be way more intriguing than he'd expected. He pulled out his sword while everyone warned Enkrid not to let the butcher get cocky just because he's from special forces. They encouraged him to reveal his true power, insisting it was the ultimate showdown of kings. So there they stood, locked in a stare. The butcher internally thought they were being foolish. He wondered if they were unaware they were also part of the infantry, feeling like they had too much swagger after their last win. He charged at Enkrid, declaring he would teach them a lesson. As the butcher lunged, Enkrid stepped into that zone, expertly deflecting the blows without a scratch. The butcher noted Enkrid's sharp focus even in the tiniest of movements. "Well, this is surprising," he remarked. He seized Enkrid by the collar and said, "Now it's your turn to go down." But then Enkrid swiftly caught his arm, lifting his sword and nearly driving it into the butcher's skull. The butcher felt like his end was near. He flinched back as Enkrid drove his sword deep into the ground. Stepping back, the butcher gathered his strength to strike again. However, Enkrid remained laser-focused, grabbed his opponent's sword with his bare hands, and used the force to knee the butcher in the gut, sending him stumbling back. The butcher rushed at Enkrid once more, who pulled a dagger from his chest and readied himself for the continuation of the fight. Just then, the fairy appeared, halting both of their advances. They were taken aback by her timely intervention. "That's enough," she declared. "If you keep this up, you'll both end up harming each other." Seeing her presence, Enkrid had nothing much to retort. Enkrid already had his dagger aimed at the butcher's throat. And he wasn't alone. Enkrid's whole team was primed to strike him down. Han quipped that Enkrid was quite fortunate, but the butcher shot back. "That was a duel. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Try that again and you'll find yourself with another hole in your body." Enkrid thought the butcher nearly got him when he lost track of his moves. But had he pushed it all the way, he might have come out on top. Everyone began to notice Enkrid's impressive skills, questioning if he was genuinely the same person as before. The butcher sheathed his sword. "I didn't see this coming. But I can't deny your skill," he said. "I'm Torres, the platoon commander of the border guards." He reached out his hand to Enkrid. Enkrid responded. "I'm Enkrid, the 4th leader of the 4th company of the 4th platoon." The crowd was stunned to learn he was a platoon commander. This indicated that Enkrid had just battled a soldier of special rank, meaning he was basically a high-ranking soldier. It was clear everyone there should show respect to Enkrid. Cheers erupted for him from the crowd. Torres commented on how much he liked Enkrid's response to the applause, expressing hope to see him again soon. High-ranking soldier Enkrid Torres noted. Enkrid felt he was now one step closer. Later in the afternoon, a man sought out Enkrid, summoning him to his company. It was Graham the Turtles, the commander of the 1st Company of Heavy Armored Infantry. He mentioned that it was the 3rd ongoing recruitment request from the 2nd and 3rd Companies. He pondered whether it had anything to do with Enkrid's talent for breaking magic spells. A member of Graham's entourage added, "Our company, heavy infantry, is the backbone of this battalion. You must understand how significant this offer is." Enkrid considered that if he accepted, he would join the army's elite. It was an incredible proposition, but he politely declined Graham's offer. Graham inquired why. He stated that if it was regarding the commander of the 4th Company, he would speak to her, but Enkrid insisted that wasn't the case. Graham remarked that Enkrid seemed unfazed, yet he let it rest. However, he reiterated, "No, I still want you to join." Then he asked if Enkrid wanted him to at least send him a ram. Enkrid respectfully refused the offer. Graham claimed he survived the last battle thanks to Enkrid, so he would leave it at that. Christ was intrigued that it was the 1st Company approaching him this time. He asked Enkrid if he wanted him to pack his things. Enkrid replied no. Christ questioned why he was turning everyone down. At this point, he would be well treated anywhere he went. Enkrid pondered, almost about to reveal his true reasoning. But then Torres arrived to speak with Enkrid. Everyone was taken aback. Torres got straight to the point. "Join the border guards." Enkrid thought that the border guards came under the Crown's direct orders, and it was a better opportunity than the Turtles. Everyone there began to contemplate. They realized the squad leader couldn't have possibly dreamed of this before, and even if he had turned down the others, it would be silly to reject such an offer. Torres remarked that he had recognized from their first blow exchanged that Enkrid craved a larger challenge. "If you join us," he said, "I'll put you through some crazy training and wild challenges." Joining the border guards is all about unlocking your true potential. He reached out his hand to Enkrid. Rem Ragan and the rest braced themselves for Enkrid's choice. But then Enkrid chimed in. "If you mean sweating through endless grueling training, there's no better spot than right here with me. My goal isn't just to reach my maximum potential, it's to blow past it. Everyone here presents the best challenge I could ask for." One chilly morning, Rem was shivering from the cold. He voiced his urge to whack someone with his axe. Then he questioned the squad leader about where he was headed. Demanding "Fetch me some hot stones." Rem added that since the battle was over, the leader had become totally useless. Eldon suggested he warm up with some exercise. "What do you say we train?" he suggested. "Drop that blanket or I'll take you out," Rem ordered. Then Eldon turned to Enkrid and asked if he was up for some training, arguing that moving around would get his icy muscles going. "I need to go on duty now," Enkrid replied. "Once I'm back, I'll train." Rem started shouting at Enkrid, demanding those hot stones. "Don't forget," he shouted. "I heard you," Enkrid replied. He felt the temperature drop suddenly since it was already winter. At the market, Enkrid explained that the border guards' job was to fight. However, with hardly any conflicts, they were busy patrolling the streets to keep the city safe. Enkrid ran into 2 more soldiers, Jack and Boa. The 3 were set to team up that day. Observing them, Enkrid wondered if they were part of the escort mission. He had a feeling he had heard those names somewhere before. Jack and Boa started to chuckle. "We're teamed up with the famous spellbreaker," they teased. "What an honor." They mentioned hearing that Enkrid had climbed the ranks. They thought he had jumped straight from the lowest rank to a high position. "That's unbelievable," they exclaimed. Enkrid, however, said he was just lucky. Jack shot back that he would soon see the perks of being high-ranking. He asked, "How about we duel when we get back?" "I never back down from a duel," Enkrid replied. Jack grew excited. "It's a promise," he said. As they continued their duties, the soldiers wondered why they had to work under such harsh conditions. The winter felt harsher than ever. Enkrid questioned why Jack and Boa were so close to him. "It's not like he was big enough to block the wind. Come have a look. We've got dried fruits," someone shouted as they passed. An unsteady old man staggered toward Enkrid. Suddenly, he pretended to fall. Enkrid rushed to help him, asking, "Are you okay, sir?" But before he knew it, a dagger slid out and struck Enkrid in the chest. He wondered what was happening as he began to tumble, feeling the life fading. Jack shoved something into Enkrid's mouth while Boa held him up. "Oh no!" Jack cried. "Is he drinking in the morning? Is he all right?" Enkrid noticed they were shielding him from the crowd and working in unison. The dagger-wielding man looked at Enkrid, asking, surprised. He gazed at Enkrid with a chilling expression and said, "A dedicated pursuer never forgets their target." Enkrid realized that was the half-fairy, an assassin sent from Aspen due to the spell he had broken. The assassin slashed Enkrid diagonally as he fell severely injured. "Mission accomplished," Jack said. "We should head back to Rotten." One of them glanced up and spotted someone on the watchtower. Enkrid thought of Jack. Bull and Rotten. Wait a second, he mused. They were wounded soldiers from the reconnaissance mission. According to Cry had mentioned that everyone in the recon squad had suffered serious injuries. Enkrid realized they had concocted an excuse to connect with Aspen. As Enkrid lay dying, he thought it was 4 against 1. As he collapsed, bleeding and feeling foul, a woman spotted him and screamed. Enkrid then remarked, "This is about to get interesting." He was waking up that day. "Good morning to the beast," he said. He wondered what had happened to him. "It's nothing," Enkrid replied. "Just wanted to kick off my day with some energy." On his way out, Enkrid headed to Jim, who was braving an ice-cold shower in the chilly weather. Jim asked if Enkrid had had a chat with him. Enkrid inquired whether Jim had mentioned a training method to warm up the body. Jim responded that it was a full-body workout essential for staying strong in the freezing winter. "It gets you prepared for anything," Jim explained. Enkrid asked Jim to teach him. He remembered catching a glimpse of the assassin drawing the dagger, but he hadn't been ready to react. His body just wasn't prepped. Jim instructed Enkrid to get into position and told him to hold that stance. Enkrid squatted down. He was practically sitting on his own leg, stretching one arm out in front. He thought he should have figured it out as soon as he saw Jack and Boa getting so cozy with him. Enkrid considered taking out those two first, but then he thought, "Nope, I'll end up losing the half-fairy if I rush it." Jim joked that Enkrid's muscles would be hurting if he couldn't even hold that position. "My muscles are already screaming," Enkrid shot back. He believed that if he could catch up to them, he'd succeed. Enkrid was gearing up to confront Jack and Boa again. He was determined to take them all down at once. When he finally met the duo, he ditched his cloak. Jack asked if Enkrid wasn't chilly. Enkrid replied that he had just been training moments ago. Boa remarked that Enkrid didn't get his reputation for nothing. Jack kept chatting about the weather as he walked closer to Enkrid. Enkrid felt ready thanks to Jim's training. This was the moment he spotted the half-fairy approaching in the distance. Quick as a flash, Enkrid threw a punch at both of them, hitting Jack but missing Boa. Enkrid wondered if Boa had seen him. He kept glancing at the half-fairy, pondering whether he'd run or fight. He needed to take care of those two quickly, he thought. Swiftly, Enkrid unsheathed his sword. Just then, the half-fairy made his move. Enkrid heard an odd sound and wondered what it could be. With a dagger in his chest, he realized it was a throwing knife. He noticed that from that distance through the crowd, the half-fairy had hit him. "That guy's impressive," Enkrid thought. The half-fairy said, "A persistent lover never forgets their target." As Enkrid fell, he thought, "By the time I realized it, it had already pierced my heart." That dagger was faster than sound. As he fell, a woman screamed once more. Enkrid concluded he needed to confront the Takanese at both close and long range simultaneously. "How do I gear up for this?" he thought. Enkrid came to understand that up close the half-fairy would jab him, and from far away he'd throw the dagger. It's not rocket science, he thought. This wall isn't complicated. At that point, he was still training with Alden. Enkrid expressed a desire to take someone out. "Was that a threat?" Alden questioned. "No," Enkrid responded. "I'm the one headed for trouble." Ragna asked what they were up to. "Are you training to resist torture?" he asked. Rem wondered if it was really that tough. He replied, "That's how it's done." Jumping into action. Jackson was chatting with the squad leader about the next shift when he noticed 5 men were moving in an almost supernatural sync with their quirks. Rem advised, "Just stretch hard." Ragna added, "If you can't do that, you'll need to work on your flexibility too." Aldine talked about his lazy teammates. "This territory is yours," he said, "so beat it." Jackson, witnessing this, could hardly believe his eyes. 2. Aldine called out about his lazy buddies. "This area belongs to you," he said, "so skedaddle." Jackson, witnessing this, could hardly believe his eyes. He exclaimed, "What's going on here? You're just training." Enkrid thought he needed to figure out how to block the dagger the half-fairy would hurl. Its accuracy and speed were unlike any other daggers he had faced. As Enkrid sketched it in the dirt, Jackson showed up. "Is this a whistling dagger?" Jackson asked. "Is that its name?" Enkrid inquired. Jackson explained that it was because of the sound it made when thrown. If used correctly, the target won't even know what hit them. "It's best to steer clear of those things," he cautioned. Enkrid thought he'd remember that. He wondered, no matter how skilled he is at throwing, what if I stop it at the perfect moment? Once again, Enkrid swung at both of them, and Boa dodged again. Enkrid thought Boa had picked up on it. He grabbed Boa and positioned him in front, hoping to use those guys as a shield against the dagger. But before he could push Boa forward, Enkrid heard the sound and felt the hit. Boa was also struck in the back. Even Jack, who was just getting up, was taken down. Enkrid thought the half-fae threw 3 daggers at once. The half-fairy grinned as he repeated his phrase. Enkrid realized he'd end up taking out his own teammates if they got in the way. Or maybe he had never seen them as teammates at all. The half-fairy moved closer to Enkrid. "That was impressive," he said, "but the persistent lover never forgets their target." He looked directly at Enkrid. "That's cool," Enkrid replied. The half-fairy asked if Enkrid was joking at death's door. "You're quite a character," he said, gripping the dagger and pushing it in deeper. "I admit it," Enkrid admitted. "I underestimated this whole scenario." The half-fairy struck him down, ending his life. He commented that a wall was still a wall. Karanti in the 5th circle of hell saw that Enkrid was finding this amusing. "Laugh while you can," Karanti ordered. "The despair that comes after joy is precisely why this is a curse." Enkrid woke up in his bed once again, reflecting on what Karanti had told him. No, he pondered. This isn't a curse, but rather a blessing. He made his way to Jackson, urging him to share the story behind the whistling dagger. Jackson asked, "Where did the captain come across?" That Enkrid inquired if that would help clarify things. Jackson relented, explaining that it was made up of multiple thin blades compressed together, which was what produced the whistling noise when thrown. At one time, it was referred to as the dagger you could only hear, Jackson remarked. It's really tough to follow it with the human eye. Enkrid asked, "What should I do if I wanted to see it and dodge it?" Jackson replied that Enkrid couldn't, but what if I really needed to? Enkrid pressed on. Do you really need to? Jackson probed. Enkrid conceded that he did. Jackson thought to himself, oh no, he's at it again. He questioned how Enkrid had heard about it in the first place, and continued noting that there was no use searching for a dagger that had already been thrown. You had to keep an eye on the thrower's hand. The trajectory is decided the moment it leaves their hand. There are methods to hide how you throw, but once you know what to look for, it's not hard to spot. Enkrid asked Jackson if he believed he could master this technique, but Jackson shrugged, saying, no, not the way you throw. Enkrid noticed that everyone was still sneering at him while speaking quietly. Jackson offered, do you want me to teach you how to throw daggers? Enkrid realized Jackson had hit the nail on the head, surprised that he was the first to offer to teach. Why? Enkrid questioned. Jackson replied that if Enkrid wasn't sure, he could always back out. Enkrid proclaimed, I'll take the lesson. Sometime later, Enkrid found himself back at the same spot, walking alongside Jack and B. He recalled what Jackson had told him. The moment you throw, let your whole body relax, then concentrate as the blade leaves your grip. Watching it dodge is the same thing he thought. At the place where he usually punched Jack and Bow, Enkrid swiftly slit Jack's throat. Bo gasped in surprise. Enkrid had taken him out too. The same woman who cried when Enkrid was in peril now shouted, murderer! The assassin appeared. Enkrid remembered that he needed to observe his opponent closely. He saw the half-elf's hand sneak out from under his robe, gripping the dagger. Enkrid deliberated over switching between relaxation and concentration. He figured he might be able to avoid instant death if he protected his heart, so he focused on the opponent's fingertips. However, just then, he heard the sound and the dagger was already embedded in his arm. Enkrid felt a searing pain as he looked at the injury. Then he was struck in the heart. Everything felt like it was happening at lightning speed, lasting only a brief moment, yet he saw it. In that instant, a flicker moved and Enkrid managed to catch it. I'm certain, he affirmed. As the assassin drew near, Enkrid attempted to say his catchphrase. I know, he declared. You never forget your target, the half-elf questioned. How did you know? Just a few more times and I'll get it, Enkrid replied, gazing at the half-elf's face. See you soon. I'll figure out all your tricks. Then, in another regression, Enkrid focused on being as swift as he could. He quickly stabbed Jack and then B. As he took them both down, they cried out, a murderer. Enkrid slipped into a state of intense focus. He was no longer the type who merely dreamed of being the best. He caught sight of the dagger in the half-elf's hand, which he threw using just one finger. Enkrid imagined that if he put in the effort, he could achieve anything he desired. As the assassin launched it, Enkrid managed to catch it on his arm. Advancing towards him, the assassin held another dagger on his finger and threw it again. I'll attack from the front, Enkrid announced. He thought about dodging to the side, but the assassin threw another. Enkrid realized it was a trick. He was hit and fell. Enkrid convinced himself he could adapt to the assassin's moves. This weapon was so effective that he wished he had one too. In another regression, Enkrid began using that style of dagger, attempting to strike an apple. What are you doing? Jackson asked. I'm practicing with the whistling dagger, Enkrid replied. Jackson pointed out that it wasn't even a whistling dagger. Enkrid grinned as he twirled the blade on his finger and said, soon, I'll have a real one. Just then, a part of the dagger broke off, and the blade shot dangerously close to Jackson's ear. He stood frozen, and an uneasy silence filled the air. Enkrid was now on the 8th day of regression. This time, he skillfully dodges the assassin's whistling dagger, believing he won't fall for any tricks again. But then he feels a hit in the back. Enkrid realizes the other guy was lurking there for that very purpose. On the 9th day, Enkrid takes out the man who was hiding upstairs. The half-elf claims he got distracted just as he was about to attack Enkrid. Once more, Enkrid needs to head back in a timely manner. One day later, he manages to hit an apple right from Jackson's hand, catching him by surprise. When Jackson looks at him, Enkrid explains, you use your arms and hands to direct the dagger. Your body should help you throw it. He then asks Jackson, what am I missing? Jackson replies that it should be good enough. He inquires about where Enkrid picked up his dagger-throwing skills. Enkrid mentions he taught himself but can't share that part. He says he once saw someone toss daggers during a fight and tried to mimic it. Jackson wonders if Enkrid really reached this level just by watching, questioning if he's a bit of a genius. Jackson asks Enkrid if he's ever heard of the blade-throwing technique. He explains it was invented by an assassin named Georg. The name comes from his signature weapon, the whistling dagger. Georg aimed to create a silent dagger using a thin-bladed knife, but it turned out to be too tough to handle, leading to the whistling dagger everyone knows today. Enkrid admits he had no idea there was a story behind the dagger. Jackson teases him, thinking Enkrid wanted it just for the backstory. "What do you mean?" Enkrid asks, confused. Jackson explains it, saying that Enkrid naturally adopts the perfect stance for it. On the 10th day when he meets Jack and Bo, Enkrid mentions he's going to patrol somewhere else. Jack questions, "What do you mean? They just sent us to the market today. We're going to get in so much trouble." Enkrid replies that he has a higher rank than everyone there and takes charge of them. Jack wonders what they should do. Bo suggests they should just follow him for now. Enkrid thinks the market is the ideal spot for assassins to hatch their plans, and he's not about to fall for their tricks again. Then Jack and Bo voice their concerns, saying they should probably head back, but Enkrid asks, what did Jack gain from betraying? Could it be the Krona? They realize they've been caught and threaten to kill him. Enkrid swiftly takes both out without a hitch. He observes the unfolding situation as the marksman and assassin approach. Clearly unimpressed, he says, "You're late commanding, let's move." The assassin hurls 3 daggers towards Enkrid. As long as I can see his hands, it doesn't matter, Enkrid thinks. The second assassin sneaks up from behind, but Enkrid skillfully hits him with a dagger squarely in the forehead. A flawless throw. The assassin claims he got distracted while trying to hit Enkrid, yet Enkrid coolly stops the incoming dagger with his arm. When Enkrid glances at the assassin, he appears more daunting than ever. "Who are you?" the assassin demands. "You don't need to know," Enkrid replies, picking up the whistling dagger. And seizing the moment, he asks the half-elf, "How many of those do you still have?" Enkrid's skills are definitely remarkable. The half-elf, realizing Enkrid knows how to use the dagger, wonders if he too is an assassin. He answers Enkrid's question, saying, "I have 2 more." "How lucky," Enkrid remarks. "I only have 1. The half-elf comments that Enkrid still has the nerve to joke. "You should know that the target is as good as dead once I throw." "That's fine," Enkrid responds lightly. "They'll only find out for sure when they go up against each other head-to-head." Enkrid readies both the sword and the dagger. He suspects the assassin may be hiding something with his hands, but there's no way to conceal an entire arm. Staying focused and dodging will be key to evading his daggers. As Enkrid grips the dagger by its blade and starts spinning it, he senses there will be 2 coming at once. His concentration sharpens, and he doesn't even blink. When the assassin throws, Enkrid manages to dodge both daggers simultaneously. But as Enkrid retaliates, the assassin dodges as well. Enkrid is certain the assassin has more than 2 daggers. He grabs another one he saved and hurls it toward the assassin, who barely manages to escape its path. "You lied, you scoundrel," the assassin shouts. "You did too," Enkrid shoots back. As the assassin reaches for his sword, he wonders if Enkrid would face something he'd never encountered before. He knows there's an unspoken rule. Assassins should stick to long-range attacks. He finds that approach pretty unusual. He also notices the assassin is rushing toward him, ready to launch a new attack. The assassin charges at Enkrid with everything he's got. Enkrid thinks this doesn't faze him. He calmly seizes the assassin's hand. The assassin comes to the unfortunate realization that he's in serious trouble, his face showing defeat. "This is where you meet your end," thinks Enkrid. He swiftly strikes with his sword, taking the assassin down. Enkrid ponders that it took him 10 attempts, 10 duels to claim victory. It was a loop of battling, facing setbacks, becoming stronger, and eventually winning. "This is unreal," he shouts, gazing at the vanquished assassin on the floor. Spotting even more blades, he decides to take them all for himself. Afterward, Enkrid heads off to report back. The queen inquires if he nearly met his end and managed to make everyone else run. "No," Enkrid answers. "It was merely a coincidence," he says. The queen raises an eyebrow, doubting if that's truly a coincidence, a fight with 4 opponents and only a few injuries. Enkrid replies that it's clear the goddess of luck is favoring me today. The queen looks a bit intrigued, peering into his eyes. "Return to your post," she commands. Enkrid nods and steps away. As he heads back to the queen, the king's axe nearly whizzes past Enkrid's face. He chuckles at how he dodged the unexpected strike. Is the king losing it? Enkrid wonders. "He nearly took me out." The king tells Enkrid that assassins are now on his tail and he needs to stay sharp. Then he suddenly orders, "Eat this," while tossing a hot stone to the queen. The king beams with delight. Enkrid notices his hair could use a trim and asks Christ for a haircut. Christ asks for 10 coppers. Enkrid offers 5. Christ suggests a middle ground at 8 coppers. Enkrid agrees, and Christ starts snipping away. "Now, you're asking for more, aren't you?" Enkrid teases. "Can't I snag a deal here?" Christ quips back. "If you're unhappy, you're just going to have to search for a haircut in the city." Enkrid shakes his head, saying he doesn't want to go there since everyone's incompetent. While getting his hair cut, he notices it's become quite cold and is snowing. The king, shivering from the chill, starts to grumble about it being torturous. The others nod in agreement, but Alden states, "These are trials from God." Enkrid wonders why they are all huddled around him. He begins to ponder how an assassin managed to sneak past a border guard. When Jack and Boy Rotten return, Enkrid realizes someone's been aiding them. Enkrid asks if Christ knows where the 3 deceased came from. Christ replies that Jack was kicked out for stealing and Boy was freed by a noble. He mentions that Hein was a decent guy. Christ adds Rotten was a mercenary from a disgraced merchant guild. All of them joined last year and likely belonged to the same group. Enkrid reflects on a guild that kicked out its members a year ago. One name stands out, the Guild of Thieves, notorious for its unsavory characters. A member of this guild would surely know how to navigate in and out of that city. It makes sense that they belong together. Enkrid inquires with Jackson if he knows anything about this guild. Jackson wants to know why Enkrid is asking him. Enkrid figures Jackson might have the info. Jackson sees the boldness in Enkrid and mentions that after its restructuring, his contact in the guild vanished and he's out of the loop now. Christ finishes up Enkrid's haircut. Rem comments on how much better it looks now. Enkrid can see clearly again and notices the snowfall is getting heavier. Jackson declares he'll stand guard in the city that night. Rem scolds him, realizing Jackson's trying to dodge shoveling snow and forbids. Enkrid suggests they all go on a mission. If everyone's on board, no one will have to shovel snow. Rem immediately states he's in. Jackson agrees to the plan and wants to join too. Even Christ is in on it. Enkrid realizes that even Christ isn't fond of shoveling snow. Enkrid remembers he still needs to clear things with the commander first. Ragna points out he hasn't done that yet, calling him slow. Alden encourages him to go ask right away. Enkrid thinks these guys really are one of a kind. He goes to the ferry and mentions his suspicion that the Guild of Thieves is aiding the assassins. Thus, he seeks permission to ambush them. The fairy gazes at him intently, realizing Enkrid is willing to go through with this just to avoid snow shoveling. Enkrid earnestly denies it, acknowledging the woman's perceptiveness. On the route to the mission, they start discussing where the Guild of Thieves hails from. Christ asks if Enkrid is referring to the Gilfin Guild, and if he has any tidbits about them. Enkrid admits he doesn't, which is precisely why they are here. He tells Jackson to hang out at the tavern while he scouts their whereabouts. Jackson asks how he's supposed to manage that. Enkrid simply tells him to figure it out. Christ wonders about the nature of this order. The weirdest part is how Jackson just goes along with it, leaving Christ puzzled and questioning his own views. Now at Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup Tavern, everyone gets cozy to eat. Christ turns to Enkrid and asks, what if the Gilfin Guild isn't guilty? Enkrid responds that even if they aren't linked to the assassins, they are still criminals, and it's time to face them. Christ ponders this. He tells Enkrid to hold on. The woman asks what he requires. Then the boy whispers something in his ear, sparking Enkrid's interest. Enkrid also notices Jackson is taking his sweet time. Even if they were chatting about him, the silence feels odd. This makes him question if his orders were unclear, feeling a little sorry for Jackson. Meanwhile, Jackson is perched on the roof of one of the buildings, keeping watch. He stays up there for so long that he nearly turns into a popsicle. Eventually, he spots some suspicious folks. He asks Crash if he recognizes the woman. Crash replies that she's pretty lazy, the shoemaker's daughter, and she dreams of opening a tavern in the capital. Enkrid notices that Christ is quite knowledgeable. Christ just remarks that all the gorgeous ladies will be his future customers. In the meantime, Jackson heads back to Enkrid, announcing he found their hideout. They are taken aback to see him completely covered in snow. Jackson is also surprised, noting how he got a thankless task while they enjoyed warmth, comfort, and food. Enkrid tells him to chow down, but Jackson insists he's not hungry, then questions what they're waiting for, pushing them to get moving. Rem declines, claiming it's too chilly to head out. Jackson asks Rem if he wants his body drenched in blood, promising it would warm him right up. Enkrid then mentions that he wants to go too, but the snow is making it hard for mobility, and they need to be cautious. They should wait until the snow lets up. However, looking outside, Enkrid realizes it isn't going to stop anytime soon. He understands there's no other choice and tells them to go now. Oswaldo begins to question Enkrid's earlier command. Enkrid assures him they'll be careful enough. As they walk, with Rem shivering from the cold, they pass a guy who looks like a beggar. Suddenly, he pulls out a dagger attempting to attack Enkrid, but Rem swiftly whips off his cloak, launching himself at the assailants without giving them a chance, taking them out quickly. He swings his axe, striking one in the head, and then punches the other one. He asks Oswaldo if they're friends. Oswaldo responds that they must be from the Gilfin Guild. Jackson, on the other hand, figures out the hideout where they were hanging out. He notes that they were likely the lookouts, but wonders if the entrance is secured. Aldine steps up, asserting he'll knock to see if anyone's home, and delivers a strong punch, smashing the door down with just his hands, inviting them in. Rem asks if Aldine knows what knocking means. Enkrid chimes in, saying, "At least the door's now open." Rem then queries what they should ask first. Enkrid replies, he'll handle that later, and for now they need to overpower them first. As they enter, those in the room wonder if the squad leader is around. They mention hearing that and note that reporting a lack of progress will be disheartening. The leader believes they should be able to manage with everyone present. They start to worry if everything is all right because their squad mates are arriving too. But then the leader questions, Who really cares? That thought shifts when Aldine kicks the door in announcing their arrival. The leader realizes something has gone wrong. Rem declares he will take them all down, but Enkrid starts speaking. He tells anyone who hasn't harmed innocents and prefers jail over death to drop their weapons and cross that line. Those who don't will meet their end. Rem asks if they're not going to finish them all off first. Enkrid says he's changed his mind. The bandit leader scoffs at Enkrid, calling him an idiot and questioning if he thinks he can command them. Aldine points out their judgment seems off, suggesting they won't listen unless force is applied. Then he says they're going to start making them listen, asking who the strongest one is among them. The leader smirks, pointing to the man behind him, his strongest swordsman Wyvern, and telling him to battle Enkrid. Wyvern agrees and wonders if Enkrid can actually block his sword, claiming he's never lost a fight in his life. He barrels toward Enkrid with everything he's got, full of bravado, yelling. But Enkrid simply deflects the sword, sending it flying, and then thrusts his blade into Wyvern's shoulder, noting the man relied on Valen's mercenary techniques. He strikes as he talks. It hits him hard that he's been through this before. The leader starts sweating nervously, saying if that's their best shot, he doesn't even need to bother with the rest. With Wyvern down, Enkrid declares it's their final chance, commanding them to surrender or face certain doom. Everyone behind Enkrid notices he's trying to look tough. With the atmosphere growing tense, the enemies actually drop their weapons. The first person throws in the towel. The leader calls him a coward and tries to attack, but Enkrid swiftly throws a dagger straight into his head, taking him out instantly. Witnessing this, Rem starts to feel a whirlwind of emotions, as he had briefly thought Enkrid was impressive, but now he's filled with rage. Alden gives Enkrid a thumbs up for his fierce nature. Christ shares the same sentiment. Jackson remarks on how effective that was. Ragna also feels a bit worked up. Enkrid, on the other hand, thinks that must have been pretty cool. So they all surrender, pleading with Enkrid not to take their lives. Rem questions his logic. Wouldn't it be smarter to just end them now instead of dealing with them later? Yet they begin begging for mercy, claiming there are folks with sick mothers among them. Enkrid retorts that doesn't excuse their wrongdoings. Gilfin, the one lone man, offers to take the hit if someone must die, asking if Enkrid is the famous Gilfin of the Gilfin Guild. He confirms it was his boss who just died. Enkrid follows up, so that means he wasn't Gilfin. The man replies, no, I'm Gilfin. Enkrid is puzzled. He was the head honcho. Enrid asked, but he wasn't Gilfin then. The guy clarified, no, I'm Gilfin. Enrid looked puzzled. Christ interjects to explain that guilds are intentionally named after random people to deflect blame if the law comes knocking. The bald man chimes in saying, the late boss was a terrible person, but the rest of them are different. So if Enkrid has to kill someone, it should be him and not Gilfin. But everyone starts shouting at Gilfin not to offer himself because he's super nice. They insist Gilfin cared for their sick moms and vow to protect him if Enkrid puts him in harm's way. Then they begin asking to take the fall instead of Gilfin. Rem questions whether Enkrid is truly considering killing them after all of this, stating he didn't pick him to be a cold-blooded killer. Enkrid, however, reminds him that he was the one who initially suggested they be wiped out. Then Gilfin brings up the guild's wealth, promising to hand over everything if they're spared. Behind Enkrid, Christ can't help but grin. Gilfin mentions that most of the treasure is locked up in a safe, but they have to find the key that the deceased boss hid. With Alden around, that should be a piece of cake. He just casually shifts the door, popping all the screws out. They gain access to the treasure. Gilfin comments that this wasn't needed. Enkrid tells everyone to help themselves. Rem is thrilled to discover warm supplies inside, so they grab swords and other gear. Enkrid also spots something he likes. He notices Alden is after some flexible yet tough leather armor and remarks that the piece he discovered looks promising, deciding to keep it. Christ then turns to Enkrid, the squad leader, and suggests he take charge of the guild. Enkrid questions if he's suggesting he become a thief. Christ answers affirmatively, but insists he'd be a thief who doesn't kill. He explains that even if they dismantle this guild, another one will pop up within a month to take its place. They'll utilize that guy as a puppet leader for the new guild. Enkrid thinks this all sounds way too convenient. He asks if the girl is involved, saying they must be there for a reason. He questions if Christ picked up on that, but Christ shrugs it off, stating they captured everyone at once, and if Enkrid agrees, he'll pay him monthly in krona and keep him in the loop. Enkrid muses. Though he's not overly obsessed with krona, having some extra cash wouldn't hurt, so he agrees. Christ then addresses Gilfin confidently. From this moment, we're the guild of non-killers. We'll cleanse the bad apples and send them to prison, slowly transforming the organization. Gilfin, however, cautions them. If we stick together, we risk our lives. Why's that? Christ asks. As Gilfin explains, the late boss worked for Aspen and was under their command. A frog shows up to inspect the guild every spring and autumn. If they catch wind of what happened, that frog monster will wipe us all out. Christ scoffs at the idea. That's not exactly a big deal. We have way worse monsters around here, Rem adds in. Did you just say that? Enkrid retorts. Now that we've secured what we came for, let's head back. Rem looks at him seriously. Do you think we're done clearing the snow? Enkrid considers that maybe waiting a little longer would be wise. Ragnar thought they still had some tasks left to finish. No matter what they were, they wanted to share and reflect a bit more on God's message. Jackson chimed in. I've got something I need to take care of right now. I'll be back bright and early tomorrow, Enkrid remarked. Had no idea you were so swamped. Everyone was snoozing soundly by the campfire. Back at the campsite, Enkrid informed the ferry that all squad members had returned safely. We tracked down and took out the Thieves' Guild, the ferry said with a chuckle. Did you enjoy dodging the snow removal duty? Enkrid shot back, realizing the ferry was onto her. She swiftly shifted the topic. I heard you don't back down from a duel. Yeah, I usually don't, Enkrid replied. Then have me over for practice, she challenged. Naturally, Enkrid agreed, wondering if this would be a fun duel or more like a punishment since the ferry seemed a bit feisty. She tossed him aside, swinging her sword across his leg. Enkrid hit the ground with a thud. Get back up, she commanded. He grabbed his sword but toppled again. What gives, he pondered. Her sword was always so slender. It was almost like a whip. She continued to urge him to stand. While Enkrid felt helpless without his sword, he fell onto his back. The fairy thought, I've seen him react faster before, almost like he could see the future, but now he seems to be in a fog. I really don't know who he is deep down. But it's true, he broke the curse and took out 4 assassins. This is thrilling, she exclaimed. I'll be watching. Enkrid realized it was the snow that had her all hyped up. This is embarrassing. Even after all that training with his sword, he had never done anything using just his body. Now he recognized what he lacked. Something that engaged his entire being. Martial arts, Enkrid thought, remembering Alden. He approached Alden, who was busy lifting a tree trunk. One of the basics of martial arts is having a strong body, Alden stated, dropping the massive trunk to the ground. Enkrid stared in disbelief. Reno asked, Who just launched that tree out of nowhere? I have my training methods, Alden said. And what about that tree? Enkrid inquired. It pushes your body beyond its limits, Alden explained. This method is called isolation training. It's going to hurt, and you might feel like you're at death's door. That's his forte, Enkrid mused. Alden made him carry an enormous rock on his back while doing lunges. Enkrid thought he was going to pass out. The main idea behind the isolation technique is to push through. Alden laid it out. Your muscles grow when they're torn apart. Enkrid was nearly crushed, gasping for breath. Alden ordered, Stay like that for 10 seconds. You can handle it. I know your limits better than you do. How do you know that? Enkrid questioned. Don't you ever regret doing this before? Alden replied. You really need to toughen up before diving into martial arts training. If you'd started sooner, everything would have gone smoother. I don't have time for regrets, he shot back. The past is behind me. My focus is on now. If it weren't for that, I would have never made it through my first day, he insisted. Teach me while I'm in this position. Alden pondered. How can someone be this dedicated? His work ethic is steadfast. I admire that, he said with a smile. Now let's tackle the next step. Get back down on all fours. As Enkrid balanced 3 more rocks on his back, the cat grew anxious. Enkrid yelled out, Hold on to your hat, Alden urged. You can do it. Next, Alden had him hold 2 rocks in his hands, keeping them straight out. Enkrid felt the strain of the training. The panther started to watch closely. By nightfall, Enkrid stumbled back to the lodging, utterly worn out, collapsing at the door. Rem asked, Is someone messing with you? Why do you always come back looking so rough? I was just jumping into training, Enkrid said, shaking uncontrollably. The panther came over and lay down beside Enkrid. Rem quizzed. You keeping her? Why not just name her? Enkrid thought for a moment. She's warm. I'll call her Warmy. The panther didn't seem to like that one bit. He conjured up another name. Since she has those striking blue eyes, let's call her Blue-Eyed Blackie. Apparently the panther didn't favor that name much either. Rem probed. Do you not like her? Those names are like animal cruelty. Enkrid felt disheartened. Blue-Eyed Blackie was meant to be charming. I'm going to need to think a bit longer on her name, especially if she's going to stick around. With that, he lay down and dozed off. In his dream, Enkrid found himself in a stunning blue field. What's that, he wondered, spotting the northern lights. Was it all just a dream? I can't see the boatman, he thought to himself. But that place probably isn't really her scene. As he glanced back, he noticed someone there. The woman locked eyes with him and started chatting about Earth. That's me, she said. When Enkrid woke up, he noticed something unusual. There was a woman sleeping beside him. It turned out that woman was the panther. Enkrid whispered goodnight to her, while still holding on. She felt all tingly as he embraced her. The next morning, as Enkrid got ready to leave, Rem asked, Are you heading out again? I'm going to train, Enkrid answered. You're not hurt from yesterday, right? Rem asked. Actually, my body feels super light, Enkrid responded. Esther revealed something interesting. I'm sure it is. After all, I used magic on him. I need him to break my curse. Rem asked. Did you find last year's priest or something? Not at all, Enkrid replied. Actually, I dreamed about a woman. Rem said he couldn't picture Enkrid being the type to have such dreams. What kind of woman was she, he asked. Enkrid recalled every detail about her. She was stunning. Esther just looked down and said, "At least his eyes aren't causing him trouble." "It's normal for mages to endlessly explore magic and mysticism," she explained. "In my pursuit of knowledge, I ended up cursed and turned into a beast. My powers were locked away. One day, while wandering through the fields led by the scent of a curse, I stumbled upon that man. Since then, I've had this guide called Yako Alden." "That's crazy," Enkrid commented. "It usually takes a whole week for a broken body to heal. But he's already tougher than yesterday." Nzel kept training calmly, but when Enkrid glanced at the panther, she got furious, calling him a fool. Esther's Enkrid called out, "How long have you been watching?" "The world of magic responds to the power of names," Esther explained. "If someone carelessly calls me by the wrong name, my powers will weaken even more. I used the little strength I had left to share my name, but I messed up while doing it. But thankfully, he's very tense," she thought. "Surely he's under a curse, but it's not all the way yet. It's even stronger than mine. A fierce curse that slowly devours the surrounding curses. If I stick by him, I'll gradually get my powers back." So, as Enkrid kept training with Aldine, he started putting in a bit more force, just enough not to get thrown. Aldine tried a knee strike, but Enkrid dodged it. Then, Alden used a jujitsu move, pinning Enkrid to the ground. For martial artists, Alden remarked, "The body must be prepared, just like a sword for a swordsman. None of this is useful if it's not fast." Enkrid still moved like a slow turtle, but his body was changing. Alden noted that Enkrid truly didn't know when he existed. Alden noticed that the month of Mace had passed and new green fields were sprouting instead of the snow. Enkrid kept himself busy with training. He trained with both Alden and Rem coming close to hitting him. Rem cheered, "Enkrid has improved. We can finally fight like real men." He was even more pumped. In the afternoon, after grabbing a bite, Enkrid talked to Ragna, inviting him to train to make up for the meal. Ragna replied that he was still munching away. After their session, Enkrid ended up on the ground with Ragna. "Your adaptability still needs work," Ragna evaluated, "but your basics are spot on now. You could do this by muscle memory, even while sleeping. You'll have to practice this countless times, and it won't be easy." On that front, Enkrid was already pretty skilled. That night, Enkrid thought training with his squad was fantastic, but real-life experiences would be awesome too. A sudden noise caught his attention, and Jackson sprang at him out of nowhere. Enkrid successfully caught his dagger. Jackson complimented, "You won't buy the farm in a wartime ambush anymore. You've really leveled up." Christ jumped in. "You guys should go outside if training's your plan." "You're kicking up a cloud of dust," he added. "You're early. Shouldn't you be working to make some cash?" Apparently, Christ had plans to get rich. When the panther stood up, she started looking for any claws she might have shed, claiming one was worth 10,000 kronas. Enkrid couldn't tell if he was lazy or industrious. Someone knocked on the door. It was the elf. "Squad leader, come with me," she commanded. "There's no more snow," Enkrid retorted. "Stop joking," she shot back. "There's a new mission. You need to pick it up from the mercenary soldiers board." Enkrid thought this was a command that came with the soldiers' ranking system. It was a rule that let city folks hire soldiers as mercenaries. He figured it was cheaper than hiring real mercenaries, and that they'd be better trained and more educated too. Because of this, it gained a lot of popularity. He had been eager to give it a try, and this was the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, a guard who thought his shift was finally over was shocked to see Commander Fod Wankred. He inquired how many soldiers would be required. She said they would need 3 in total, and asked him to bring along a squad member, saying she would be the 3rd. The guard was taken aback, questioning if she was serious about that and why. He noticed how much time Enkrid and the commander spent together, which seemed a bit fishy. He'd even heard they had a duel against each other. He wondered if there was more to their relationship. Maybe they were dating. Just then, the commander turned to Enkrid. "What's with that long face? Do you find it awkward to go on a mission with me?" A nearby gossip couldn't resist and exclaimed, "Did you hear that?" He declared that the company commander and Enkrid the Spellbreaker were apparently a thing. They were already pretty convinced something was brewing between them, especially since they had been close even before joining the army. Folks started spinning wild stories, even claiming the two already had kids. The next morning, while Enkrid was training, the soldiers began chatting about him. "He really managed to land a fairy with that face. He's got my respect," one guy commented. Others, however, joked that they made a cute couple. Enkrid could hardly believe his ears. When he got back to his platoon, Rem started to tease him. "Daddy's here. How many months along already? I heard the baby's due any day." Now Enkrid insisted that Rem had it all wrong, that it was just a misunderstanding, nothing more than a silly rumor. One of the others urged him not to be bashful because sooner or later everyone would find out, but Enkrid kept denying it. Then Ragna chimed in, "That's actually good. Stick with her and I'll whip you into shape." Alden added he would pray for Enkrid's future. Enkrid questioned the point of that. Feeling they were just making fun of him, Rem asked, "So when's the date? It'll be a little weird to be a third wheel." Enkrid asked if Rem was talking about the mission and told him he wouldn't be going. Rem was taken aback. Who will go then? It'll be Jackson. He's all set, Enkrid replied. Rem wasn't happy. That darn cat instead of me. Did someone take a swing at him? Enkrid justified that he'd be the first to hit the commissioner if he got annoyed. That's why Rem wasn't going. Jackson asked Enkrid, "Are you bringing me because you think I won't stir up trouble?" Enkrid said that Jackson often takes on missions and would be a big help. Jackson then shared some wisdom. Don't let a woman into your heart too much, or you'll just end up hurt in the end. Enkrid, looking very serious, said he didn't need that kind of advice. The three gathered around. Enkrid asked when the commissioner would show up. The commander answered, "It should be soon." Enkrid thought she probably hadn't caught wind of the rumors yet and imagined how awkward things would get. So Commander Fod Wangred asked Enkrid, "Did we do something to lead the women to think we have kids together?" Enkrid seriously replied, "No." While Jackson began to chuckle, Enkrid probed, "Was that laugh?" Jackson maintained he had no clue what Enkrid was on about, but Enkrid insisted he heard it. The commander repeated her question, asking if her words made him uncomfortable. He answered, "No." She then asked if it made him happy. Enkrid hesitated. "No. Yes. Maybe." She asked what he enjoyed. But Enkrid didn't have much to say and wondered why she was asking him all those questions. Just then, the commissioner showed up, catching Enkrid in a rather embarrassing situation. The commander remarked. He timed his arrival just as it was getting interesting. Enkrid shot a glare at the commander, questioning how that could be entertaining and if her expression was a joke. Their mission was to protect the wealthy merchant's heir. As Hogfred, the trading company, was deciding which of its two heirs would take over. They were hired to make sure neither would harm the other. Enkrid had thought the heir would be a greedy little toad, but it turned out to be a stunning young lady. She introduced herself. "I'm Leona, the heir to the company. It's great to meet all of you." As they moved with the caravan, a maid came over to talk to Leona. Enkrid noticed that not much had been said since their first meeting, and the little communication that occurred was mostly through the maid. A maid went over to chat with Leona. Enkrid had noticed that no one spoke after their initial meeting, with the little communication happening through the maid. The maid mentioned they would grab a room at the first inn and hang out for the other heirs. Enkrid realized they really just wanted them to be their escorts. He recalled Alden chatting about age, body posture, positioning, and gaze, all pretty useful stuff. Getting a grip on the enemy's strategy could definitely be seen as a talent. Enkrid figured he should watch and evaluate. The guard in front of him was left-handed and moved heavily decked out in thick armor. Her sword hinted at some serious strength. None of them seemed as tough as a special rank. His analysis had a few quirks, but it would work for now. Just then, Jackson piped up. "If we're feeling a bit bored, why not play a game?" he explained. They would identify different sounds. Jackson kicked things off by mentioning the sound of a paper bag being crumpled. Enkrid spotted a woman standing by a food stall. Jackson kept going, recognizing the sound of a hammer hitting metal. Enkrid saw a blacksmith at work. Then Enkrid caught a tongue click. "About time you picked up on that," he said. "It's coming from a guy near the shoe shop." Enkrid figured the goal of the game was to find and pinpoint the sound's origins, and it was trickier than it looked. The left-handed knight told Enkrid they'd grab a room upstairs and he was welcome to join. The commander said what they were doing seemed fun, and she wanted to jump in too. Enkrid thought fairies were way more perceptive than humans. They kept on identifying the sounds buzzing around them. But Jackson and the commander were super tuned in compared to Enkrid. He was barely keeping up. As they chatted, Enkrid felt like it was less of a game now. Suddenly, someone lurked behind Jackson. Jackson swiftly took down the assailant while the commander defended herself just as well. Jackson mentioned he suspected an ambush. The commander agreed wholeheartedly. They quickly recognized they were facing assassins. Enkrid took out a few of them with ease. He stressed the commander was their main priority. As Enkrid raced up the stairs after her, a guy launched a series of attacks his way. Jackson calmly blocked them. The commander kept fiercely eliminating enemies. One of the assassins started questioning why they were so strong, but another one reassured his buddy Mandley that he shouldn't fret, it was just the numbers they had. Jackson swiftly began to slice through their ranks. The commander, seeing this, thought Enkrid's team was clearly stronger than him, yet they all followed his lead and believed in him. She pondered who might have had a hand in shaping that, finding it quite fascinating. She continued to take down foes effortlessly while Enkrid climbed after her. Enkrid thought that after his run-in with the assassin targeting Krang and the half-fairy assassin recently, attacks like these were no big deal for him. He wondered where the guy thought he was trying to escape to. As the attacker tried to sneak in a stab, Enkrid recalled Odin mentioning he was too slow, but Enkrid was already reacting, flinging the man aside. He felt his movements were completely transformed now. While Enkrid was dispatching that guy, the girl Leona burst from the room. Inside, another assassin was trying to take down both Leona and the maid, yelling, "Glory to Aspen." The maid stepped in front, ready to protect her lady with her life. Enkrid thought, he's way too close for Sovianise's daggers. I can't guarantee he'll back off. He wondered if he could reach him in time if he pushed. Then a way to approach quickly came to mind, one he'd spotted before a proto-knight who had accelerated in a truly unbelievable way, perfectly imitating that was beyond him at his level. But if he could mimic even a bit of the technique, he could pull something off. He really accelerated, reaching the two girls before the assassin. With this move, Enkrid positioned himself in front of the attack, shielding them. His cloak got sliced, exposing the mantle beneath. Enkrid thought the blade hurt, but thankfully he wasn't injured thanks to Gilfin's leather armor. He confronted the assassin. "How about a chat downstairs?" Enkrid grabbed him and tossed him out the window. The fall nearly knocked the assassin out. Enkrid was glad he'd cushioned the dive with the guy's body. Plus, there were no more enemies on the second floor. That man below must have been hurt from the drop. Enkrid thought he had some guts. The guy picked up two swords. Calling Enkrid insane. "Are you a border guard?" he shot back. Enkrid replied, "Nope." The man insisted he didn't see why he couldn't beat him. Enkrid noticed the two swords in the assassin's grip were of different lengths, but he didn't lose his balance. Enkrid began to suspect he was utilizing the art of fluid swordplay. He pondered how to reply to that. Then the man declared he would first eliminate Enkrid and then take care of the woman. Enkrid questioned, "Has anyone ever told you that you chatter too much?" and signaled for him to attack. When the assassin surged forward, Enkrid thought it felt like his first genuine fight in a long time. He seemed strong enough, and Enkrid contemplated what his opening move should be. As he observed the assassin closing in, Enkrid realized he was wielding two swords simultaneously. Definitely a Valen duet. When the man made his attempt to strike him, Enkrid managed to elegantly dodge, but the other sword kept coming at him relentlessly. Enkrid continued to evade. The assassin aimed for Enkrid's foot, but he skillfully jumped back. As the assassin gathered momentum for a lunge, Enkrid successfully sidestepped. Maneuvering behind him, the assassin was utterly stunned by Enkrid's swiftness as he appeared behind him. He couldn't help but wonder if Enkrid had evaded all his attacks, particularly this unexpected guy. Enkrid expressed his amazement, mentioning that such dodging was beyond his abilities due to his lack of talent. He thought this speed and accuracy made him seem almost as skilled as the dagger master. The assassin demanded to know what Enkrid meant attacking him once more. However, Enkrid activated his zone, seeing everything unfold in slow motion. He observed something crucial. Realizing the attack route, he could decipher what the man would do and where he would strike. Then Enkrid simply positioned his sword perfectly to strike at the man's neck. He remarked that he aimed for the heart, but had much to improve upon, considering he needed to train with Ragnar or maybe Jackson. As the man collapsed, everyone began to pull back. Enkrid thought he needed to catch them all. Jackson, however, noted that their fight had drawn too much attention. Enkrid pointed out that the man was getting away, and Jackson agreed even while remaining stationary. Enkrid inquired whether he wouldn't pursue them. Jackson explained that they weren't hired to apprehend criminals, and since they fled, "Your commissioner should be safe now," he added. Enkrid realized that Jackson was solely focused on their mission. The fairy complimented Enkrid, saying he did quite well. Enkrid asked if she was all right. She looked at him seriously and teased if he was worried about his sweetheart. Claiming he wouldn't be able to sleep with butterflies fluttering in his stomach, Enkrid caught on to her teasing. Leona asked if the two were dating. Enkrid denied it. The fairy then asked if he thought all this was a joke to him. Enkrid began to wonder what was up with these people. Leona inquired about his name. Enkrid told her he was Enkrid. She thanked him for keeping her safe, promising to reward him appropriately in the future. Enkrid, however, claimed there was no need since it was all part of his job. She found that even stranger. Later that evening, it was noted that the few captured had been sent to the army. Reinforcements were dispatched in case of a second attack. Enkrid questioned who those assassins were, since some were quite skilled. He deduced they weren't just there to steal and suspected they were sent by the other heirs. Leona came down the stairs observing that Enkrid was up early. Enkrid stated that it was his turn to watch. Leona conversed with the soldier, inviting him to join her. She offered him the chance to be part of her personal team. She expressed that the Rock Fried Company could use some improvement. Her main alliances included the Shepherds of Savagery from the Beastlands and the Black Leather Guild, renowned for dragon hunting. Additionally, there were the Glacial Guardians, the defenders of the Permafrost. She continued by saying she had Rockfried's map, which detailed the primary routes and specialties of those regions. It's valued highly enough that whoever sells it could live comfortably for the rest of their days, indulging in all the luxuries they desire. Leona stated that all this wealth shouldn't just be left to the previous owner's offspring. She needed to safeguard and expand this organization, and for that she required talented individuals, people gifted enough to save her from looming danger. Furthermore, Enkrid possessed a character that didn't seek extra rewards. A position in her organization was highly sought after, and Enkrid was likely no exception. She offered him everything he desired, urging him to team up with her and join her crew. However, Enkrid politely declined. She noticed he didn't even pause, prompting her to ask why. Jackson appeared, saying it was improper to keep asking after being turned down. The fairy then chimed in, agreeing and labeling the behavior as inappropriate. Leona acknowledged they were right and explained that the other heirs of the association would arrive by noon. She had to prepare for their arrival. As they made their way down, Jackson points out that Enkrid has a way of charming wealthy heiries, suggesting that complicated women might just be his thing. Enkrid shakes his head in denial. Jackson presses that Enkrid ought to ease up on charming so many ladies. Enkrid protests that he hasn't done a thing. The elf, wearing a steady face, suspects that Enkrid has a lover and mentions that she's going to be heartbroken. Losing his patience, Enkrid apologizes, insisting she's not his type anymore. Jackson catches on to Enkrid's remark. The elf is taken aback as well. Meanwhile, outside, folks are whispering if they heard that since Enkrid had just tried to woo another lady while hanging out with the commander, calling him a rascal. Enkrid realizes he's in a pickle. Leona can't help but laugh at the whole scene. A little later, Christ chats with Enkrid, asking if he really spent the night with the commissioner after just one evening. Everyone is buzzing that Enkrid's managed to win over a wealthy IAs, pointing out he's not just a spellbreaker, but quite the heartbreaker too. Left speechless, Enkrid asks Christ if he came to poke fun at him as well. Christ, however, reveals he's actually there to discuss the Gilfin Guild and that Enkrid should be aware of what's happening. Enkrid thinks that's great since he needs Christ to help him out. They need to catch those who fled and uncover their plans. The talk then shifts to Renos Rockreed, the former head of the Merchant Association. He was a respectable man with a sharp business sense. He had his adopted daughter Leona in mind as his successor because of her cleverness and smarts. Yet he couldn't just overlook his own son. So, without a clear successor to head the Merchant Association, he passed on. The assassin tells Leona's brother that regrettably, the assassination attempt flopped and he should have let them handle it as it was a missed opportunity. Paulid Rockreed begins to feel tense as the men insist they'll find a solution, asking if the deal is still on. Ped stammers, assuring that he would shower them with rewards if he inherited everything. Still, the second guy in the carriage looks unsure. When they finally pull up at the tavern, Jackson and Enkrid take a look around. Onred complains about the dust, calling it typical of Leona to summon them here. He notices the strength of the man beside her. They share a look, but the man pays him no mind. Ped shouts at Jackson, commanding him to get Leona. Enkrid thinks he made a good choice, bringing Jackson along because if the king were around, things would surely end poorly. He'd likely have split Pid in two with an axe. Jackson on his end also doesn't seem like the calmest person in town. Almost reaching for his dagger from his back, Enkrid quickly grabs his hand just as Pid continues yelling at Jackson impatiently to call him. Leona tells him to cut it out, saying it's rude. She points out that Pid is the one who's late. However, Pid doesn't take her criticism lightly, suggesting she ought to teach her bodyguard some manners. Leona then gives him a slap across the face. Ink comments on the aggression, wondering if anyone he knows acts normally. Jackson thinks the slap was meant for him and asks if Leona's lost her mind. Leona snaps back that he's the one who's crazy for messing with a border guard mercenary, warning him that he might end up rotting in jail for a lifetime. Pid starts to cool down, claiming he didn't know that. The man behind him nudges him back on track with a soft cough. Ped completely shifts his tone, insisting it wasn't him and that she's trying to pin blame on him. To add to that, he asks how she even dares to yell at him since she's family. Leona responds that she understands she's adopted, but Ped can scarcely analyze trade routes or even manage finances properly. Ped starts breaking out in a cold sweat, claiming that's for his servants and he wouldn't even waste his time like this if it weren't for the will. He argues that it would be absurd for the successor to be decided by a quarrel. Enkrid reflects that the former owner must have been really kind since looking at it. Leona seems to be the perfect candidate for successor. He probably wanted to give his son one last shot. Leona counters that Ped's only reason for being the successor is their blood tie. He challenges her, asking what reason could be more important than that. Leona cheekily remarks that no matter how you slice it, Ped doesn't resemble his father at all, and with his cluelessness, she questions who he takes after. Ped starts to curse at Leona and readies to draw his sword. Enkrid steps in, but the guard, who appears very capable, is also on standby. Enkrid just positions himself in front of Leona while everyone gets ready. Enkrid gazes intently into Pipe's eyes. He suspects the way the guy holds himself suggests a graceful swordplay style, pondering his speed. Is he quicker than the king's axe or a whistling dagger? Enkrid challenges him to come forward and showcase his moves. As Pipedi gets ready to draw his sword, Enkrid steps forward, grinning and eager to take him on. Suddenly, the border guard shouts for them to halt, making it clear that they serve the king directly and that anyone who doesn't put their swords away immediately will be labeled a traitor. Piped takes a deep breath to calm himself. Enkrid notes that there isn't much they can do. Jackson looks over at him, remembering Enkrid's earlier words that none of the people he knew were typical. Jackson sees the irony in the situation, saying that Enkrid is the quirkiest of them all. The Crown Guard tells them that the hired assassins were from outside the kingdom and that they'll be handling the investigation. They reveal they were paid by a merchant group. The guard turns to Ped. pointing out that he certainly didn't hire them due to the succession issues, asking if that was right. Ped's reaction already told a story. Polid's bodyguard, who seems to be his strategic advisor, questions if the confession named a specific merchant group, expressing doubt that they could be singled out for blame. The border guard officer remarks that he talks too much, questioning whether he really thinks the border guard is that clueless. While they're chatting, Leona makes a suggestion. They'll gather more evidence to find out who the real culprits are. She proposes they detain both of them until they get to the bottom of it. Petty, the young heir, objects to this idea. Enkrid finds it odd, wondering if the victim herself is the one pushing for an arrest. The border guard official clarifies that every person they've detained so far is just a small cog who knows nothing and simply follows what their boss instructed. Leona counters that there are still individuals they need to question, and some have run away. One of them might be the boss holding the key details. Why aren't you trying to track them down, she asks. The official then inquires if they haven't already figured out what's going on. Despite that, Leona believes that would surely become a headache for the border guard, as it wouldn't be wise to keep dwelling on their connections with the border guards. Regardless, they're set to return to their city with the understanding that everyone will come back when called. Enkrid, however, felt they wouldn't have protection outside the city limit. Leona's guards wouldn't stand a chance against the Deepalities. He particularly thought of the man wielding the rapier, believing she would be in danger the moment she leaves the protection of the border guards. He was certain of that. Enkrid questioned himself. What do you have planned? Leona responded that as a merchant she wouldn't ask for anything without proper payment. I'll offer this to whoever catches the fugitives, she declared, pulling out something that caught Jackson's eye. This is the fourth piece of the Carmen collection made in Carmen style, an exquisite dagger. Go get it, Jackson said, turning to Enkrid. Leave that one to me, he insisted. Enkrid picked up on Jackson's intense eagerness. What makes this dagger so special, he wondered. Piped, spotting Carmen's stiletto, asked. Is she out of her mind? Does she even know how valuable that thing is? The stiletto is mine, Leona replied. So, I'll do as I wish, Enkrid inquired. Is that piece really that extraordinary? Surprised you don't know her, someone interjected. She was crafted by the legendary weaponsmith Carmen. She was a former slave who became an assassin driven by vengeance. She utilized 7 weapons she forged herself, and the 4th is the stiletto. There are folks who would go to great lengths for that piece. Grey Dog and Tom Conquadra declared, everyone here is under the watch of the border guards. No one gets out of here. Jackson assured them, don't worry about the stiletto. I sent Dog back to retrieve it. Soon we'll have more information. Pepide thought, this is nuts. A guard glanced at Enkrid. Their gazes locked for a moment. The guard turned and walked away. Later that night, Pepe pondered what might happen if they caught the mercenaries. A group of people murmured, we can't take any action against the border guard for now. Hang tight, they continued. If you two don't settle on who will be the successor, the decision will fall into the hands of the investors who will surely take advantage of this opportunity. The previous speaker added, it'll be all right. I've already sent a letter promising to reward them if they choose me as the successor. If at least half of them support me, I'll win. While they were conversing, that guard peeked outside and spotted Enkrid training beneath the moonlight. Grey Dog came over. Still grinding away at that same old routine, he teased. Torres chimed in. Don't you think this is the perfect chance to catch some Z's on? Red shot back. I'd agree with you if my schedule was as open, but time means different things to geniuses compared to the rest. The lessons they master in a week might take me a month or even a year. That's why I can't afford to waste time, he pondered. Actually, I'm determined not to waste it. I'm going to use every single day to lay a strong groundwork for my future. One of Torres's guys asked, is he just quirky? Or are we all just being lazy? Torres, a bit confused, turned to Enkrid. Hey, take it easy with this quest for strength. You're already pretty strong if you ask me. We only tied because I wasn't expecting much from you, but what about now? He grinned. They got ready to spar. The guy swung the wooden sword at Enkrid, stopping just shy of his neck. If Torres had wielded a real sword, he would have taken Enkrid's head right off. The men cheered. With that hit, he's won 7 rounds. Everyone was pumped. Enkrid questioned again. Torres asked, aren't you feeling tired? That makes 11 times. Another guy wanted to take his shot next. Others also lined up to challenge Enkrid. Pepide caught wind of the shenanigans down there. What are those guys up to so late at night, he wondered. One of them managed to flip Enkrid onto his back in a single move. The rapier guy became even more intrigued. Enkrid called out, what was that? Can you show me again? The guy replied, you're quite the oddball. The rapier guy noticed that Enkrid's pride was completely intact even after losing. On the flip side, he resembled a child excitedly discovering a new toy. Furthermore, Enkrid's blatant confidence, even while knowing his opponent was way stronger, made the guy think Enkrid was truly special. But he mused. Still, he's someone who falls for the same trick at least 3 or 4 times. He's really lacking in fighting talent. Eventually, Enkrid pulled off a win and executed the same move. Everyone took notice of Enkrid's first counterattack after 5 matches. Enkrid asked, "Who's up next?" The fairy began to grouse about Enkrid. "He flirts with everyone. He's a sly one," Leona questioned. "Are you actually dating?" The fairy denied it. "No," she clarified. "Just joking, but actually we're married." This made things even stickier. Leona was taken aback. The fairy elaborated. "We didn't have a ceremony. I think we might be expecting a baby." The situation just escalated. Enkred heard that. "It's distracting me," he thought. "I really wish you'd head back inside soon." As this chat unfolded, the rapier guy approached, apologizing. "Mind if I join you?" he inquired. Enkrid noticed that odd character. Torres gazed at him. "What are you after?" he asked. The rapier guy grew more fascinated with Enkrid. "His skills aren't anything to write home about," he remarked. "And yet I feel this strong urge to teach him. I can't keep it in anymore." One of Torres's guards shot back. "He's not with us. Stay still and be quiet." Enkrid stepped in. "I was waiting for this." This made the rapier guy grin. Jack surveyed everything from his vantage point. He recognized that even with just a wooden staff, the man was a threat. "I better be ready," he thought, as he pulled out his dagger. Facing his opponent, Enkrid felt the tension surge through him. It reminded him of being back in battle. He positioned himself in front of the guy as he felt the thrust. Thought he could clearly see the path using his instincts. He recognized the attack's direction, considering there's a slight feint mixed in, but he's aiming for my neck. I need to block his route and extend mine, but he didn't even realize he was done for before he could see anything. The guy said, "You read my move well, but you're slow." Enkrid thought of the fluid sword being the quickest of them all. The man continued, "It's much faster than you anticipate. You thought you got way stronger, but you haven't. What lies ahead is unfathomably distant and frighteningly high." Enkrid gazed at his opponent and started chuckling. "Again," he implored. The man responded, "Your spirit is remarkable." They continued to spar. While everyone else dozed off, they were still going at it. The fairy watched Enkrid. Enkrid reflected. Anyone who has ever wielded a sword understands the desperate feeling of facing someone they can't defeat. He kept tumbling back after every encounter. The opponent remarked, "I've shown you an unreachable gap between us. Why not just throw in the towel?" Enkrid got back up once again. Jackson's reaction time is just too slow to notice and dodge. At this rate, he'll always hit that wall. I really need to show him a thing or two about his speed. The opponent said, "All right, that's enough. Let's catch some Z's." But Enkrid was still on a high. "You're amazing. That smooth sword technique. I'll master it someday." The man just chuckled at Enkrid. Enkrid was even more in awe of him. It's a pity. If only he had a smidge more talent. The following morning, Cry showed up chatting with Torres. "We caught the runaway mercenaries," he declared, dragging them in all battered. Enkrid thought he did a stellar job. Christ said, "I just had to track down a few folks hiding out." Leona added, "They're likely part of Enkrid's crew." She expressed her gratitude to Christ. Torres questioned the captured merchant. "Who did you hire, Spilett?" The merchant, clearly annoyed, answered, "It was Aspen." The others clarified that he was a merchant from Aspen's gang. They were looking to move into the conflict areas. He insisted he didn't know much about any specific person beyond that. He only got a letter in exchange for the cash. Plus, they promised him more dough once the job was done. Pept felt a chill run down his spine. Leona realized the situation now fell to the border guard. Torres added, "For some reason you seem pleased with how this turned out. Weren't you expecting that scoundrel to be behind this?" Leona shot back. "Of course, it was enough to offer my special stiletto as a reward." Torres eventually saw her viewpoint. He proclaimed, "Dealing with these guys is my responsibility." He told Rock and Frida, "You guys are free to go." As they strolled along, Jack already had his stiletto ready. Enkrid chided him. "Don't whip that out in public." Jackson got it. Enkrid asked him, "Are you really that happy? Sometimes you act like a little kid." Christ, standing next to Enkrid, began to speak. "Don't fall for Leona." Enkrid responded, "I won't." Christ insisted. "She's terrifying." Enkrid turned to Christ. "Are you paying attention? Isn't it odd? No matter how I look at it, those guys were hired by PDO. But what's up with Aspen?" Enkrid continued running into issues when he encountered those guys because another one appeared shortly after. He's planning to have a direct chat with Christ. Someone corrected him, referring to him as Christ of Squad 444, who's a servant of Leona. Christ mentioned, "We had already picked up some hints about where they were and knew pretty much everything about the Giffen Guild. They also wanted to pay the army to release those mercenaries and allow them to do as they please." Enkrid pondered, what benefit would Leona gain if they uncover PDO's role in this Leona? Feeling relieved, told Enner, "It's such a relief to know PDO wasn't behind it all. That would have left a sour note on the previous leader's mistakes." Enkrid realized it all stemmed from loyalty. Leona considered that he didn't seem to care about that type of thing. Enkrid inquired, "Will everything be all right?" "You won't have any protection outside the border. If Pluto decides to strike again, there will be issues." She flashed a mischievous smile. "I've already got that covered," she said. Up ahead, a large battalion was waiting. The man standing there introduced himself as Mats, commander of the Rockfried Merchant Association's guards. A man declared he was there to escort the new leader, Leona Rockfried, who had been chosen unanimously by the stakeholders. The entire platoon knelt before her. Enkrid noticed Leona had intentionally lingered there for 2 days. During this time, she secured the shareholders' votes, showcasing loyalty, decisive action, and wisdom. She truly was a formidable woman, Enkrid mused. Leona turned to Enkrid and remarked, "Asking again would be rude. I won't ask you to join me again." With that, she offered her hand to him. "You have a knack for getting people to root for you. I hope we can support each other as friends in the future." This time, Enkrid was more genial. He took her hand and agreed. Pippin then questioned what Mats was doing, uncertain if he was oblivious or had teamed up with his father to betray him. Mats told Pippin to stop sullying his name, giving him a stern reprimand. Pippin, shocked, fell silent. 2 missionaries noted that it had been a failure. However, another disagreed, stating they had gained something. "Now we know that the new leader of the Rockfried Empire is quite savvy," he said. The missionary thought to himself that there was something more the existence of that unique soldier. Recalling the previous night, he said. The missionary reflected that there was something more to that peculiar soldier's existence. Remembering the night before, the sharpest man spoke to Enkrid, advising him to lower his sword. "I admire your effort and strength, but you just don't have the skill to take me on," he mentioned. It's tough and embarrassing to witness this. Enkrid thought it had been ages since anyone had said something like that to him, but he answered that he had never taken such advice before and had still made it to where he was now. Enkrid saw the man chuckling. Then the man simply turned his back and walked away. A little later, Enkrid and his squad chatted with Rem. Rem scolded him for mentioning his name, saying that Enkrid would pick that dreadful fox anyway. But Enkrid insisted that he wanted to train and needed Rem's help. Rem, shocked and thrilled, asked if Enkrid genuinely required his assistance. Enkrid believed that to master the art of fluid sword fighting, the first step was to make quick decisions to find the most effective path. As Rem launched an attack, Enkrid began to predict Rem's next move. He realized he needed a powerful motion that would smoothly flow through his body. Enkrid successfully made a cut on Rem's neck. Rem, caught off guard, could hardly believe it, finding it incredibly odd. Enkrid, on the other hand, recognized he was quicker than Rem. He reflected on the fundamentals he'd been practicing, the graceful flexibility, the strong muscles, and how all these elements came together to create that outcome. Rem remarked that Enkrid had really stunned him. "You must have figured out how to swing your sword faster," he said, all pumped up. "I'll speed up too." Enkrid didn't fully grasp what Rem was indicating, but he felt it immediately when a strong strike from Rem almost took the wind out of him. Rem continued to attack him with even more intensity. Enkrid noticed that Rem's axe had always been nimble, but now it was even swifter and more ferocious. So they kicked off an even more electrifying clash. Enkrid thought he still had a long journey ahead of him. While practicing his sword swings in the afternoon, Enkrid heard Jackson coming at him and managed to defend himself. Enkrid figured his senses were sharp enough, and he didn't need to work on them anymore. He asked Jackson what he was going on about and if he had come all this way just to say that. Jackson replied that for now, yes. Enkrid didn't fully get it, and thought that was why Rem dubbed him a fox. But as Enkrid relaxed his guard, Jackson managed to score a hit on him, but only in his mind. Jackson explained that it was the intention to kill, coming from someone aiming to harm another. He said if Enkrid couldn't anticipate the attack using sight and hearing, he needed to sense that intent instead. This skill would let Enkrid perceive something beyond the 5 senses, the 6th sense. Jackson vowed to teach him as a gesture of thanks for the stiletto. Enkrid realized there was always more to absorb. Jackson mentioned he would kick off the training while Enkrid felt a never-ending wave of excitement waiting for him. Jackson clarified that Enkrid's senses were based on his instincts and that he couldn't rely only on perception. Perception, after all, involved the 5 senses. Jackson went on to explain that the sense of direction, the ability to maneuver, and the way hunters stalk their prey, all of that was instinctual. If Enkrid fought repeatedly with all his instincts finely tuned, he would also be able to sense malicious intent. Enkrid noticed there was something nearby. Jackson, however, cautioned that he wouldn't master it right away. But if he kept practicing, Jackson insisted his 6th sense would undoubtedly awaken. Later that night, Rem remarked that Enkrid appeared a tad different. Enkrid questioned if that was true as he thought he had put on some muscle. Rem responded that wasn't it. Alden said Enkrid was grinning more than ever before. Ragnar chimed in, disagreeing, not thinking that was the reason. Christ, who always spoke nonsense, claimed Enner was even wilder than usual. Everyone there agreed, stating that was spot on. Enkrid then said he was the only sane one among those crazy, thinking they must genuinely believe that. But Jackson asked when Enkrid would realize he was way crazier than all of them. As they all settled down to sleep, the panther made her way to Enkrid's bed. Rem asked if she was planning to sleep there again, questioning if Enkrid smelled like food or something. The panther figured Enkrid had pushed himself to his limits once more. Lying next to him, she thought about how he trained nearly to exhaustion every day. He would have kicked the bucket a long time ago if it weren't for his magic, she mused. She noticed something beside Enkrid. She took note of his attire, and upon touching it, sensed the magic woven into it. Enkrid felt as though he were trapped in a day that repeated endlessly, training over and over without getting tired. Even at night, Rem and Alden kept Enkrid company as he did his stone training. Enkrid thought that simply knowing it would make him stronger was more than enough motivation. He carried on with training and meditating even in the dead of night, and eventually caught sight of Jackson passing by. This started happening more often, with Enkrid spotting Jackson each time. Everyone outside began to notice something different. Rem urged Enkrid to forget about what he said regarding looking different, insisting that Enkrid had not changed one bit. But Alden found it odd, noting how much Enkrid had actually grown in just one day. Ragnar felt the same, and while he once thought Enkrid was a genius, he was beginning to have second thoughts. Jackson pointed out that if Enkrid didn't show improvement after all that training, it would be a bummer. Rem added that nothing beats real experience. The Aspies, who had been quiet for a while, suggested that if Enkrid was called to hunt beasts or something, he could really improve. With that, Enkrid set off to find something on the quest board. He felt like the four of them were nudging him for more real-life experiences, as if they wanted him to push himself. Enkrid didn't agree, knowing that even he sensed he wasn't really improving at all. While he scanned the board, someone called out to Enkrid, suggesting that if he hadn't found anything interesting, he should take on that mission for them. Enkrid spotted that the task involved checking out a shoemaker's basement. He asked if a scouting team couldn't handle that. Carol replied that one team wouldn't cut it. According to the shoemaker, he believed an undead was lurking in the basement. Enkrid was somewhat intrigued, commenting that it seemed impossible for something like that to be in a civilized area. He guessed the shoemaker must have mistaken a rat for something. Enkrid argued that right now he needed to gather more experience, and this would not help. But then Carol turned to the spellbreaker, saying that he must have guessed correctly, but nobody really wanted to take on that mission. The shoemaker could be short-tempered, but deep down he was a decent guy. Carol mentioned that the shoemaker's wife had gone missing recently, and he must be really upset, urging Enkrid to just take a quick look. Enkrid initially turned her down, apologizing and saying he wouldn't take on such a request, but in the end, he agreed. When Enkrid got to the spot, a girl told him to head down to the basement since her dad was working on the floor. Enkrid recalled hearing that the shoemaker could be a bit unpredictable. When he arrived, the shoemaker pointed out a hole he had dug, insisting that he had excavated the ground, and that's what was there. Enkrid noticed it was a tunnel beneath the city. The shoemaker claimed it couldn't possibly be a rat. As they ventured into the tunnel, Enkrid realized it looked like it was created by someone, and was quite large. He worried there could even be monsters lurking there. As he moved further in, he discovered several diverging tunnels with a total of 6 different paths. This was designed to be a maze, Enkrid deduced. The shoemaker then urged Enkrid to listen to the odd noise. There must genuinely be an undead creature down there, he claimed. Enkrid cautioned him to hold on, advising against rushing in like that. I'll take the lead, Enkrid said, asking the shoemaker to hang back. However, when Enkrid touched the ground, a dazzling light flared up, and he felt it heating. Suddenly, a massive fireball rushed toward him, consuming both him and the shoemaker. Enkrid found himself back in bed next to the panther, who was snoozing as if she were his partner. He thought about how the moment he felt the heat, he was utterly incinerated and couldn't move an inch. That was undoubtedly magic at play. He reflected on the importance of common sense when dealing with mages. Meanwhile, the king chatted with Enkrid, recalling their talk from the day before, where Enkrid had mentioned needing more experience. However, Enkrid figured that, when facing a mage, it was best to run. Consider yourself lucky if you die, he thought. If you make it, your situation will be way worse. This advice was particularly true for traps set by mages. He pondered the magical trap, thinking about what he could do against it and what skills he could hone to counter it. As Enkrid kept mulling it over, glancing at the quests, that same quest popped back up. He realized he needed to specialize in magic or have the backing of a higher rank that wasn't just another wall he couldn't confront directly. He felt Commander Fod would hear his plea. And just before that impulsive guy dashed off on his own, Enkrid figured he needed to step in, so he headed over to that house. When he got there, he smashed the door down, startling the girl inside. He asked her where her dad was. She answered that he was down in the basement. Enkrid hurried downstairs, but the old man had already jumped in. By the time Enkrid arrived, it was nearly too late. He shouted for the old man to stop, but the flames had completely consumed them both, Enkrid and the shoemaker. He found himself awake again with Courant, thinking he needed a quicker solution. First, he had to see the shoemaker and warn him to stay away. Death might have thought it was just for a brief moment, but he surely felt the agony of his skin sizzling, his whole body turning to cinders. Yet, Courant asked if Enkrid was really going to head towards those flames. Enkrid replied, "It was exactly as Courant said. The pain felt like a million needles stabbing through me all at once. But it had hurt way worse. if I simply stood by and watched an innocent man perish. That's just not how things work. The next morning, Enkrid simply took off. I'm on a mission to save that annoying old shoemaker, he declared. The king inquired if there was some leather-booted creature causing trouble. Enkrid headed straight for the shoemaker's house. He thought he could stop him from digging and make him ignore the danger. Still, he couldn't just let such a perilous situation go unchecked. I'll go alone, Enkrid insisted, asking the shoemaker to stay behind. No way, the shoemaker responded. This is my home. I can't let you venture there by yourself. However, Enkrid wouldn't take no for an answer. Finally, the shoemaker relented. Enkrid considered reaching out to a magic expert, but he hesitated, wondering how long that would take and if anyone would even agree to help him. As he walked, Enkrid thought about the mysterious trap. He knew nothing about it, and someone was bound to meet their end, trying to uncover it. Enkrid was aware that this applied to him and his buddies too. He had to gather as much information as he could. Enkrid thought at least one of the paths must be safe. The only way to find out was to explore them. Using his return ability seemed like the easiest option, but he believed there had to be a more clever way to do it, some kind of clue he could discover. If he could uncover something that hinted at the trap's location, that would be way more helpful. He mused about how many times he had already died and what he experienced each time. When he reflected on his past failures, he wondered when it had all ended for him. Was it when he felt a blade cut his throat, when he was disarmed of his sword, or when he sensed his opponent's murderous intent? Enkrid recalled Jackson mentioning it was something that craved nothing but your demise. He remembered that deadly intent paired with the Sin and Tiva magic before him. With that, he managed to sense the axe's approach before it struck, but he still met his end. Upon returning, Enkrid thought he had just experienced that pain again, as he relentlessly repeated his attempts. Enkrid endured more and more traps along the way, meeting his end in each one. He was certain he had felt the murderous intent of the trap. Enkrid stated this while being sliced in half. Once again returning to that hole, Enkrid realized that today's challenge was to recognize the trap's murderous intent. As he strolled, he thought he shouldn't enter. However, he felt drawn to it. He needed to go in and out until he could accurately sense it. So Enkrid pressed on, noting he hadn't taken that route before. He felt nothing there, wondering if that was the correct path. After a few steps, he found himself disoriented. But he thought that was where the blades originated. Enkrid retraced the path of the blades yet again. He started to think maybe he hadn't actually sensed anything, only recalling what was about to happen. The shoemaker asked, "Why are you pacing back and forth? What are you up to?" Enkrid reminded him, "I told you to stay upstairs." Enkrid replied, "I haven't gone that way yet. I'll keep going until I pick up on something." As Enkrid continued, night settled in. The shoemaker questioned what Enkrid was doing out so late without eating. Enkrid said, "I'll be back tomorrow morning. Don't come down. There are traps all around." The man implored him for assistance with the situation since he could hardly sleep, terrified of losing his daughter. Enkrid asked if the shoemaker had any clues about his missing wife. He answered that many people had vanished lately, so the officials weren't really paying much attention to it. "If you see a dark-haired woman with freckles wearing that wedding ring, please let me know." Enkrid promised he would. That night, he fell asleep with Pantara. Enkrid settled down to meditate. He thought he had spotted Jackson, but it turns out he was looking in the completely wrong place. "Is it just because you're dating that guy in the leather boots?" Panta chimed in. "Why not toss in the towel and get some sleep?" Enkrid nodded in agreement. Now that he thought about it, this was the first time he had wrapped up a repeating cycle without meeting his end. He pondered what would transpire if the day continued like this, and if it might just shuffle along to tomorrow. Enkrid realized there was only one way to figure it out. During the night, it seemed Karen took some action. The next morning, Enkrid began echoing the same words as the day before. He noticed he was back to the previous day, curious about what might happen if he stayed awake. But come morning, he ended up dozing off and woke up in his bed. Enkrid thought that just the day before, he hadn't even blinked and found himself right there. It was like he was watching the same script rewind. He figured he probably couldn't get through that day unless he conquered the wall. Nevertheless, Enkrid concluded there was no problem since he had zero plans to face tomorrow without overcoming that challenge anyway. So 20 days rolled by. Enkrid remarked, this wasn't just simple fear, it was the sensation of imminent doom. As he kept walking down the same path, 40 days passed, then 50, 60, and eventually up to 70. At one point, decayed hands started reaching up from the ground, grabbing at Enkrid. He went along for the ride. After a bit, Enkrid realized he had achieved something. While Jackson tried to take him out, Enkrid managed to dodge him. Jackson was astonished he had pulled it off in such a brief time, but it had been a total of 72 days. Enkrid braced himself once more, gearing up to the max. Rem questioned, "Are you headed to battle at the cobbler's place? I won't return until I've taken down at least 10 boots." Enkrid responded. Rem figured he was joking. Meanwhile, Panta observed him and thought there were 6 paths, only one of which led to an exit without traps, but that was merely her assumption. Whoever designed that tunnel was a real oddball. There were traps all over those 6 paths. To begin with, Enkrid never imagined there would be a safe route. All the paths, whether lined with hands, blades, flames, or other dangers that could end him, he thought each one was a bust. But then he noticed there was a way. He just had to steer clear of the traps. Enkrid guessed that if he misstepped on the first path, he'd be roasted instantly. So, he began trying to step elsewhere, getting singed each time. But then he managed to take a few steps that were millimetrically precise. Enkrid moved forward one step at a time, trying, failing, and taking other steps one after another. So he concentrated and locked down the route he had taken. As Enkrid restarted, he aimed to awaken his sixth sense. He kept recalling all the steps he had taken, making his way through those traps. At the journey's end, he discovered another room. Enkrid thought he had once again conquered a wall, but then an undead creature lunged at him. Fortunately, Enkrid swiftly dispatched its throat, only feeling its menacing intent. He expressed gratitude to the fallen one. Several more gradually approached. Enkrid considered that to be a delightful surprise. The undead continued pressing towards Enkrid. He thought Honggu's claws surely held a powerful poison capable of inflicting terrible wounds. Normally, you'd need several soldiers to tackle just one ghoul, he stated. But here I am growing stronger and stronger, easily taking them down. That's irrelevant to me now. He charged ahead, slashing and eliminating anyone who got in his way. Enkrid began to breathe heavily. He thought that after all this, he had fought incredibly well and wished his squadmates who considered him weak could see his prowess. But then a grotesque creature, part dog and part deer, lunged at Enkrid. He reflected that this wasn't a demonic wolf, but rather a mashup of various beasts. He wondered what in the world it was, and if there were more of them lurking about. Meanwhile, Panta was on the lookout for Enkrid. She found him particularly strange that day. Why would he be so armed heading to a simple shoe repair shop? Panta pondered that, considering his recklessness, his demise would be a hassle for her. She sensed an energy coming from inside, picking up the scent of a spell. Then she readied herself to step in and pull him out. While Enkrid was busy taking down various monsters in that place, he thought that due to his own weaknesses, he felt like he could crumble at any moment. But then Enkrid heard a noise. He wondered if it was another vile creature or the one behind the digging. Then he laid eyes on something completely bizarre. Bits and pieces of people dangled like laundry left out to dry. Gazing at that gruesome sight, Enkrid confessed he'd been fighting on the battlefield for ages. Regular bodies didn't make him squeamish, but this one was definitely getting to him. Just then, he heard a voice say, "I just want some peace. Please, end my suffering." When Enkrid looked closer, he spotted a shoemaker's ring adorning that person's hand. He recalled the shoemaker's remarks about alerting him if he encountered a woman with brown hair freckles, and a ring similar to his. Enkrid's anger bubbled over. Nissan appeared, declaring, "Someone told me I'd find healthier ingredients here. I don't know how you made it in, but this is perfect because with you, I'll whip up a friend for Bilo, the creature right behind me." Enkrid questioned, "Did you kill all these bodies?" To which Nissan answered, "Sure did. If it wasn't me, who else could manage it? Those hanging there, just failures. The creature behind me, Bamilo, is a masterpiece. You'll be transformed too into something extraordinary." Enkrid thought Nissan might be a mage and remembered someone warning him to run. If he confronted a mage and met his end, that'd be a stroke of luck. But if he survived, something terrifying lay in wait for him. Regardless, he brushed off the warning, gripping his sword with pure animosity, saying, "Even if it takes countless lives, I'll end him." So Enkrid pulled out his Ovante dagger and hurled it at the mage, but Nissan easily conjured a barrier to shield himself. Enkrid tried to finish the task, moving in close to strike, but he hit the barrier instead, getting flung back by the mage's power. Yet he managed to stay on his feet. Just then, Panta arrived behind him, thinking, "Just as I suspected, he's a mage. Even with the power I've stored, I'm still too weak. If I go all out, a guy like him will definitely be taken down." In that instant, the mage cast a spell that nearly struck Enkrid directly. Enkrid thought he couldn't see or hear, but he could feel the assassin nearby. The mage was stunned to see him dodge successfully. Enkrid pushed forward, activating his zone. The mage started targeting in all directions, trying to hit Enkrid. Enkrid recalled asking his teammates how to take down a mage. Rem suggested hitting him hard and fast. Using that strategy, Enkrid almost got hit. Jackson added strike when his back is turned, and Odin chimed in. "Get as close as possible." Enkrid followed all the advice. Ragnar remarked, "If he's still alive, a cut from him will surely seal the deal." The mage began to sweat as he saw Enkrid advancing with an overwhelming killing intent. Enkrid thought about the invisible shield that protected the mage. If his dagger or an Evocante wouldn't break it, he'd shatter it through pure strength. He would slice with every ounce of power he possessed. At that moment, while airborne, the mage unleashed magic to pierce him. Magic surged from the ground, aiming straight for Enkrid's chest. Both the Panther and Enkrid had limited options. Still, the Panther calmed down, confident of victory. The enchanted magic within Enkrid's armor reflected the mage's assault. With that, the mage's barrier shattered. He couldn't believe Enkrid had activated a magical defense. Enkrid succeeded in striking him down, slicing him right in half. That demise was unmistakable, not enough to pay for the mage's crimes. Yet part of the fury Enkrid harbored was quelled by the sword strike. After Enkrid dispatched the mage in a single blow, he broke through yet another barrier on his way to becoming who he needed to be, though his sword nearly shattered. Thankfully, only the sword broke, he thought. Enkrid speculated that the impact could have torn his body apart when the mage retaliated, yet he found himself unscathed. He wondered what made him immune. Resting a hand on himself, he pondered if his armor was that formidable. He recalled the deceased woman in that tunnel, the initial reason for his mission. He feared even her faint breaths had faded away. Enkrid felt heavy-hearted about this. He mastered the door to the sixth sense and vanquished the mage with a single strike, yet felt nothing resembling joy. Leaving them behind, he walked out of the tunnel. The panther was making her way into the space. She mused how pathetic and foolish the mage had been. He crafted something amazing, yet lacked the guts, and therefore faced demise. She concluded that the flesh golem was created to balance a mage's physical weakness with just one last inscription. It would awaken soon. She said she would claim the golem, channeling magic into her paw and taking what was left for herself. After all, the mage was gone. As Enkrid makes his way back to camp, he heads towards the ferry. He spills the beans that the mage's hideout is actually under the shoemaker's shop. She recalls what he mentioned about citizens being taken and put through awful experiments in the city. She warns that if this news gets out, it could lead to a revolt. Enkrid thinks it's best to keep the incident under wraps. She challenges him on that since it means his efforts would also be buried. He counters that the people's peace is the top priority. Enkrid also considers the shoemaker's situation, where some soldiers are busy covering up the hole. Curious townsfolk wonder if something's up at the shoemaker's shop. The soldiers explain that they are sealing tunnels dug by the Thieves' Guild. Enkrid walks up to the shoemaker, who questions if it was the Thieves' Guild and not monsters. That comes as quite a shock. The shoemaker insists on giving Enkrid something as a thank you gift, handing over a pair of boots. He comments that he noticed Enkrid's boots were really worn out. The shoemaker claims he can worry a little less because if his wife comes back safe, all will be well. He admits he knows he's being selfish, but he pleads with Enkrid to please find her. Enkrid tastes a terrible bitterness, but doesn't want to crush the shoemaker's hopes. He assures him he'll do his utmost. Later, Enkrid climbs up a hill to catch the sunset. He settles down, jabbing his sword into the ground. He wonders if it was truly wise to give the shoemaker false hope. He ponders whether it would have been better to share the harsh truth. He contemplates if, as a knight, he could prevent such tragedies from occurring. Enkrid admits he still isn't sure, but he knows he can only try. A bit later, he's with his squad, battling some really bizarre canine creatures with 4 identical eyes looking all around their mouths. While some soldiers are really struggling against these beasts, Enkrid and his squad stay surprisingly calm. Enkrid instructs everyone to keep their cool and hold their ground. He thinks back to the moment after they defeated the mage, when he jumped right into the monster extermination request. But even now, facing those creatures, it feels almost too easy. They managed to take down the monsters without much trouble. Even the lower-ranked soldiers are in the mix. Enkrid feels like he's not getting any stronger, while Rem beside him is even yawning. He muses, this has become the standard approach. Should I have taken on a solo mission instead? Rem starts glancing at Enkrid. Noticing Enkrid's complacency, he declares, I'll handle this for him. He pulls out his axes and charges at those wolves. Enkrid wonders what's gotten into Rem. Rem dispatches the monsters with ease. Then they call out to Enkrid, referring to him as Spellbreaker, and tell him to rein in that wild guy. But to the chagrin of all the other soldiers surrounding Enkrid, he's just as wild. One soldier asks Enkrid if the crazy squad got to him too. Enkrid draws his sword and charges the creatures, completely taking matters into his own hands, with heads rolling everywhere. Rem explains he wants to clarify something for the soldier, saying it was actually the squad corrupted by their leader. Enkrid shoots back. The one saying that is the most deranged of them all. Rem questions, what part of me is out of my mind? The duo continues to fight while bickering with absurd calm and fierce energy. The other soldiers watch the grim spectacle from afar, unsure of what to do, and realize that both of them are completely bonkers. Without so much as a glance, Enkrid finishes off the last beast. The men around can't help but admire how well they fight. Enkrid is still feeling down. Rem remarks, looks like you're still not content. Then they challenge Enkrid. If you want to give it your all, why not head to the heavy infantry sector? Enkrid asks if there are many forts nearby. They respond that heavy infantry was sent to tackle a horde of monsters. But the creatures they're up against are pretty tough, resembling a mix between gorillas and dinosaurs. They're in a really sticky situation. They call for the archers, seeking their support and instructing them to hold tight until they arrive. Suddenly, something truly terrifying appears. A massive harpy flies in with its crew, scooping up soldiers. and dropping them from a great height, causing them to meet their end from the fall. The remaining soldiers can hardly believe their eyes, realizing they could be next. Rem, sprinting alongside Enkrid, comments from a distance, "That had to hurt." Enkrid reflects on these harpies, recalling how a mercenary group he briefly joined was wiped out by them. Having survived, it struck him hard since they had been such a kind-hearted group. He draws his sword, thinking no more lives lost. Enkrid charges straight at the harpies as one bellows directly into everyone's ears. This causes some soldiers to cover their ears, yelling to shield themselves from the ear-piercing noise. Enkrid remarks that the harpy's wail can break the human spirit, all while he keeps moving forward. One of them attempts to grab him, aiming to lift him high into the sky. But Enkrid is completely unfazed by it. After all, this isn't any worse than death. He stays calm and manages to tear off one of the harpy's wings, causing it to crash down to the ground. Rem, speaking to the squad leader, comments that Enkrid is zipping all over the place. He grabs one of the harpies by the leg, shouting to bring it down. He then challenges Enkrid, proposing a bet on who can take out more of them. Enkrid brings one down to the ground with pure brute force, bringing the creature down. Just as he's finishing off his own, another harpy tries to grab him from behind. But even with his eyes shut, without even looking, he senses the harpy's presence. Before she can react, Enkrid tells Rem that he's not here to play dodging the harpy's assault, appearing behind it and dispatching it with a single stroke of his sword. The soldiers, observing from a distance, can't believe it. They remark that Rem has always been a warrior. But even the spellbreaker is extraordinary. They are astonished by what they're witnessing. Rem grows more enthusiastic, diving headfirst into the monsters with his axe, tearing those monsters apart. Enkrid keeps a relentless pace, wholly concentrated on his sword. Torres observes that Enkrid's skills have clearly sharpened, but for them it's just fine to watch since they're there solely for support. Torres points out that it seems they don't even need the two of them. Those two are more than enough to handle so many harpies. Two harpies swoop down on Enkrid, snatching his sword from his grip and tossing him backward. He spots where his sword lands. They immediately rush at him, but he pulls out the howling dagger, striking one right in the head to take it down effortlessly, and remains fiercely focused. As one harpy drops, the other charges at Enkrid head-on, but he sprints straight at it, since his sword lies directly in its path. Just before the creature can strike, he snatches up his sword, spins, and slashes, dealing with it in one quick move. The last three harpies begin to circle above the soldiers. One of them asks, "Are the harpies retreating?" The other responds, "They're even scaring the monsters away. Those guys aren't human." On the ground, Enkrid surveys the massacre, remembering the harpies that had killed the mercenaries. They may not be the exact same ones, but this holds a lot of weight for him. He recalls when he was younger, a man from that group told Enkrid that he was weak. He said they had perished to save him, wearing a ridiculous grin. As he reflects on this, Enkrid decides that now it's his turn to save them. Torres suggests that without any more harpies, it's time to head back. However, the others argue that it would be wrong to leave without doing something. He asks if they shouldn't at least go after the humanoid monsters. One of the soldiers insists they were only sent to support against the harpies and can leave now. Rem asks Enkrid what his plans are. Enkrid replies that it's too soon to head back, raising his sword. Everyone thinks he's out of his mind, wishing to continue the fight. As night falls, the soldiers at the camp talk about Enkrid. They've heard he faced danger, yet he still trains with a heavy stone on his back. There was talk about his potential, but now he's on a whole new level. They say if someone as strong as him is pushing himself, they should do the same. His buddy next to him agrees he'll step up his training. Enkrid is impacting numerous areas, taking on missions. Then the guild guy asks if he didn't take a mission the day before. Enkrid replies he plans to finish this one quickly and take on more at night. They ask how many enemies Enkrid has already taken out. He hasn't stopped training for a second, keeping up his practice even after night falls. The lookout sees that Enkrid hasn't missed a single day of training, pondering if he genuinely enjoys living this way. Then he considers trying it too, beginning to train alongside Enkrid. Thus, days rolled by, and the number of people training with Enkrid swelled day by day. One evening, a bunch of folks were still training even at that late hour. Another day, the fairy arrived at the camp and noticed that the vibe of the place had shifted, with everyone working hard and staying focused. Her assistant mentioned that it had become quite the trend to follow the spellbreaker. The fairy thought about it, realizing she couldn't ignore what was happening anymore. She made her way to Enkrid, letting him know she had a lengthy meeting concerning him. "This is the decision from above," she stated. "I ask that you simply comply. From now on, the 4th Squad will become an independent platoon under the 4th Company. You are the leader of this independent platoon, effective immediately." Enkrid protested that he only had 5 subordinates, which wasn't enough to create a platoon. However, the fairy reassured him that she would take care of the personnel situation. Enkrid thought that being promoted was great, but he worried that as the unit expanded, he would have to manage more unusual characters. The fairy clarified that as platoon leader, Enkrid would be freed from regular responsibilities, which would give him even more time to train. Enkrid was convinced, smacking himself on the head and promising he would take on the responsibility given to him. The fairy suggested it would be a pity for him to leave just like that and asked, "How about a duel?" Enkrid glanced at her, and she told him to use only his hands, challenging him to a hand-to-hand showdown. Enkrid recalled the tough beating he received last time against the commander. He had practiced martial arts tirelessly with Alinea, that powerhouse, and felt he had improved a bit. Accepting the challenge, Enkrid tossed his sword to the ground, stating it was time to see the results. He got into his stance, ready for action. Facing her, Enkrid remembered that Alina once said, "Unarmed combat is all about quick, close-quarter battles, where speed matters more than fancy moves." The fairy lunged straight at Enkrid, making the first move, striking his hand and closing the gap completely. Enkrid thought it would be best to use his size to his advantage. He charged at her, forcing her to defend herself, then sent her flying backward with all his might. Enkrid managed to pin her to the ground. Using his weight on her and pressing her neck down with his forearm, he proclaimed, "Looks like victory is mine," but she questioned, "Is it making Enkrid wonder what I was talking about?" She remarked that humans certainly made bold claims, and said it with a piercing look into his eyes. Enkrid sensed she was starting her suspicious talk again, and began to feel frustrated. Then she grabbed Enkrid's leg, using it against his side, flipping him over and landing right on top of him, ending up face to face. She said that finding an opponent's weak spot and using your own strength against them was the best approach, adding that her husband had done a great job. She encouraged him to keep improving. However, Enkrid insisted that he was not her husband and told her to get off him. He pushed her away. She backed off while he remained where he was. She apologized. Enkrid wasn't quite sure what she meant. She clarified it was because she failed to protect him, and he asked her what she was talking about. But the fairy avoided the topic. After a while, it was noted that, as the weather warmed up, the once quiet battlefield began to stir once again. Everyone marched toward combat, marking the start of an all-out war. Aspen's strategies had evolved, learning from past mistakes. At that moment, one of the powerful stepped up to the platform to deliver a speech. Because of this, the army started prepping for battle, leading to shifts in strategy. That was the newly appointed battalion commander, Marcos. Christ noted that if he was in charge of that battalion, then he surely intended to go all out this time. He remarked that Marcos was a guerrilla fighter, one of Cyprus's finest officers, and unlike the old commander, a precise strategist with extensive command experience. Marcos was truly impressive. Marcos figured Aspen wouldn't be an easy foe. However, the heavy weapons unit and border defense forces meant that his army was mostly made up of expendable recruits. The only ones who really stood out were the independent platoon, particularly their leader, the Spellbreaker. Since the last battle, he had been racking up victory after victory. Marcos wondered if it was all luck or genuine talent. Marcos asked Enkrid to step up and show his worth. In the afternoon, Enkrid went to chat with Rem and the others about the mission to scout the area near the Panhano River. Rem asked if it was a direct order from the battalion commander. Enkrid only then realized this was the ferry the company commander had mentioned. He couldn't stop thinking about it while being squished by Alden. Christ said, if it was this spot, it had to be the fortress city of Aspen. The others pointed out it was near Crossword, and similar to the expected border advance, it had been built for military purposes. This was Henry, the newest addition to the independent platoon. Henry explained that heading there now would mean a reconnaissance mission. Rem told Enkrid not to go. However, Enkrid replied that he couldn't ignore a direct order from the battalion commander. Rem said he'd accompany him. Andrew, however, jumped in, stating all platoon members except for the leader had been told to wait under the direction of the newly appointed squad leader. That was also a direct order from the battalion commander. Andrew commanded Enkrid to follow his orders. Just then, Rem appeared in front of Andrew, licking his axe with a fierce look as if he would take him out if he uttered another word. Rem's attitude made Andrew quiver. Rem wondered why they had an insect in their unit. Andrew started to shake uncontrollably, insisting he was the new squad leader and urging them to follow him. Jim made a point to pass close to him, saying that Andrew was trembling so much he could feel it from a distance. Upon hearing this, Ragnar asked if that was the squad leader. Andrew retorted that if Ragnar had an issue, he should confront him directly. Andrew claimed he had willingly entered that chaos just to serve the platoon leader Enkrid, adding that he wouldn't back down. Rem was getting more and more ready to pounce on Andrew, commenting that the insect was rather fired up. Jim asked to gently press Andrew's joints a little. Jackson was already thinking just one finger would be enough, drawing his dagger. However, Enkrid implored them to take it easy. Ragnar advised Enkrid to focus on the duel while he was fighting. Mike grew desperate, pleading with Enkrid to stop them, saying, "Seriously, you really need to chill out your platoon." Enkrid, though, questioned why he should do that. After all, they seemed to be having a good time. If they were suggesting a duel, it meant they liked the rookie. Mac wondered if he was sure that was a duel and not an execution. Enkrid stayed quiet, perhaps thinking the fight between those brutes and the rookie wouldn't end well. Mac asked why Enkrid was silent. Andrew attempted to show bravado, stating they could come at him and that Andrew from the Gardner family never backs down from a fight. Em scolded him, telling him to stop provoking those brutes, as that was truly taking a risk. Henry asked if Enkrid was familiar with the area around the Panhano River, mentioning that there were many dangers there. Before tomorrow's mission, he asked if Enkrid wanted some intel he knew. Enkrid asked him to share everything he had. So that night, Enkrid set off on his own from the camp in search of the mission. Torres crossed paths with him halfway, asking if he was the one joining that mission. He remarked that they kept bumping into each other, wondering if it was fate. Torres said he heard Enkrid had been promoted to squad leader, congratulating him and saying they were now of the same rank. Enkrid replied that it was nothing compared to the Royal Guard. Torres asked why Enkrid was stressed about it. After all, he should just relax, and then asked Enkrid's age. Enkrid said he was 30 years old. Torres couldn't believe it, asking if he was 30 with that face and if he was older than him. Enkrid didn't quite get what he was talking about. Torres began to question if he was the only one aging around here. Enkrid replied that Torres told him to take it easy, so he dropped the formalities, asking, "What's the plan for our mission?" Torres then said that first they'd cross the Pinel River together. After that, they'd regroup and go over the details. He noticed, though, that there was no boatman to take them across and said there was nothing to be done, inviting Enkrid to rest while they waited. Enkrid agreed but pulled out his sword and started practicing. Torres said, "I told you to take a break." Enkrid responded, "This is how I relax." Torres observed that Enkrid was truly unstoppable. He realized that Enkrid was a trainer and that his skills were well recognized. Torres watched Enkrid practice. He thought Enkrid looked young and handsome, but soon felt a twinge of jealousy, noticing Enkrid had too many advantages. Torres was boiling with rage. He recalled that Enkrid was single, making it even more peculiar. Enkrid sensed a strong killing intent radiating from Torres. Glancing back, he hesitated and wondered, what's up with that intense look in Torres's eyes? Torres tried to pump himself up, remembering that when it came down to it, he had scored 14 wins in 20 matches. He figured Enkrid wouldn't stand a chance against him in a matchup. However, Enkrid said, "That's all ancient history." Torres shot back, "You're not the only one powering up around here." He drew his sword, eager to duel Enkrid, who was thrilled as he had been itching to train for quite some time. The two launched into battle. Torres thrust his sword at Enkrid, and the fight escalated into a fierce engagement. They faced each other head-on, landing blows without missing a beat. Torres started feeling overwhelming pressure. He admitted, "I noticed how strong you were when you took on that sink. You've really bulked up." Enkrid showed him just how much he had transformed his expression, deadly serious. Torres pushed him back with pure force, and then lunged at Enkrid with a punch, completely shifting his tactic. Enkrid dodged the punch with ease, realizing that wasn't Torres's true intention, as he was actually wielding a hidden dagger. Enkrid nimbly sidestepped, avoiding the full blow, only catching a light scratch on his cheek. He quizzed Torres about the blade. "What's this blade doing in your pocket?" Torres responded. "This is my secret move, the hidden blade," Enkrid exclaimed. "That's incredible." Torres anticipated Enkrid to call him a coward, yet Enkrid was grinning, pure joy radiating from him, bubbling with excitement. He pleaded, "Teach me. That's way too cool." Torres observed that Enkrid was genuinely a crazy, diligent student and instructed, "Start with a smooth stone using your wrist." After Enkrid fumbled, Torres urged him to pay closer attention. "You're not very handy, are you?" Torres remarked. "Try doing it a completely different way." A boatman approached them asking, "Shouldn't we cross the river?" So they hopped on with him. Once they reached the other side, they were quite worn out after spending the whole night in the water. Enkrid inquired, "Shouldn't we track down the reconnaissance team?" "What's the meeting point?" Torres replied. "First things first, let's freshen up a bit. We don't want to show up all sweaty right from the get-go." Enkrid realized he definitely needed a wash. They both stripped down to dive into the water. Torres shouted, "The water's freezing. Hurry up and get in." Just as Enkrid took everything off, Torres was taken aback by the sight, his face contorting in disbelief. Torres exclaimed, "You greedy bastard," and added, "My fighting spirit just vanished." He teased, "Don't hold back. Come at me." Torres called him a fool. "I'm not trying to duel." Then one of their allies showed up saying, "I came to check on you guys since you took a while. And it looks like you're enjoying a nice little bath." Enkrid quickly turned, asking, "How long have you been here? I didn't even sense you, Finn." Their ally replied, "We need to get moving for the night watch." "Hurry up and get out." Torres asked, "You want us to leave while you're watching?" She responded, "There's nothing to see." "Stop complaining." Without hesitating, Enkrid got up to leave. Seeing this, Finn was shocked and a playful grin spread across her face. She asked, "I guess there was something worth looking at over there, huh?" Torres said, "Your expression says it all." She tried to play it cool, saying, "I was only talking about his abs, just his abs." Torres fired back, "My abs are cool too." She introduced herself to Enkrid. "I'm Finn." captain of the reconnaissance team, excited to work with you. Enkrid merely raised a hand to greet her, saying nothing. Torres pondered if his own abs stood out at all. They got dressed and started walking, Finn explained. Before I dive into the mission details, I need to lay out the situation. Our informant in Crossguard Gateau found some crucial info that we should have received 4 days ago. However, Gateau never showed up at the meeting point and hasn't been in touch since. Enkrid asked, "Did something happen to him?" Finn replied, "That's what we need to uncover. We're heading into Crossguard to look for God," she continued. Crossguard's front garden is filled with monsters and beasts. Luckily, the enemy sees it as a natural barrier and doesn't patrol it much. We've secured 3 infiltration routes. The first is through the Smuggler's Tunnel, a route used by the city's black market folks. The guards are aware of it but intentionally turn a blind eye. The second option is to scale the castle walls after dark. It's a little bit of a workout, but it's definitely the safest route. Finally, you could masquerade as merchants and slip in. It's a tad risky since you'd have to use the main entrance, but it's the coziest and most convenient. Finn wraps up, all paths are equally challenging. Pick your favorite. Enkrid ponders for a second, realizing Finn made it sound like a walk in the park, but he knew it was far from that. Torres pipes up, "Don't you think it'd be wise for you to choose, since you're more familiar with the situation?" Finn decides, "Let's head out at dawn and sneak through the Smuggler's Tunnel." In that gloomy forest, a ruby moon and the usual moon shine brightly in the sky. And keeps training, perfecting Torres' sneaky knife technique. As he watches, Torres feels a bit let down. With skills like that, how did he even manage to pull off that expression, he wonders. But soon he perks up. He'll get there eventually, just needs to keep at it. Finn strolls over to them, noticing they skip dinner. Curious about what Enkrid was up to, she asks him. Enkrid responds, "I'm training." Finn nudges him to grab a bite while he practices. "One of my team members dreams of becoming a chef. You're gonna love it." Enkrid munches, exclaiming, "This is fantastic." Torres asks, "What kind of jerky is this?" "The seasoning is amazing." Finn answers, "I can get more. That chef's parents run a shop at the border guard. We can visit anytime." She also cautions them, "If you're going to keep training, avoid the spot I'm pointing at. Under that smooth reddish stone lurks a venomous snake." Enkrid wraps up her warning and asks, "How did you discover that?" She replies, "One of my friends used to be a hunter. I learned from him." Finn notices Enkrid is incredibly well prepared and grins, saying, "I'm liking him even more now." She teases back with a playful smile, "Want to train with me? Something a little more advanced." Torres feels a twinge of jealousy. Enkrid looks at her seriously, asking, "What are you getting at?" She laughed. "That was supposed to be a tease. Are you seriously slow on the uptake?" Then she adds, "How about it? I might look tough, but I'm actually really sweet." Torres, feeling a bit like a third wheel, pleads, "Could you please not flirt while I'm here?" Enkrid smirks. "Why are you in a relationship, by the way?" Then she remembers, "Oh right, you're engaged to the company commander. What a bummer." Enkrid's starting to feel irritated, asking, "When was that even confirmed?" Finn responds, "Anyway, you can talk casually to me." Enkrid snaps back, "If that's cool with you, I will." Finn mentions, "We're off to Crossguard tomorrow. Get some rest." Torres notices she ignored him the whole time. Later that night, beneath a ruby moon, Enkrid starts to doze off, but then death visits him again. He wakes up realizing it's been a while since her last appearance. She must have something urgent to share, he thinks. He recalls the fairy who apologized for not protecting him. Enkrid begins to sense that this mission is going to be quite the challenge, flashing his unsettling grin. The next day, while thinking about that gigantic wall, he, along with the others, steps into the Smuggler's Tunnel. Torres wonders, "Why are we moving during the day? Isn't sneaking usually done at night?" Finn replies, "Are you silly? Even if the guards overlook this path, they won't completely disregard it." Enkrid clarifies, "They don't expect us to raid in the morning. This way we'll catch them off guard." Torres nods. "That makes sense. As expected from you two, you're really something else." He wonders, why do I feel like this is turning into a joke with her, so clearly favoring Enkrid? Finn announces, "The Rangers will take the lead." Enkrid thinks about Finn being a ranger. They usually scout ahead to find route, needing light armor and the skill to move without a sound. As she steps, he notices her footsteps are nearly noiseless, and wonders if he could mimic that. As Enkrid strides forward, some soldiers appear ahead shouting, "We got the rats!" The trio is caught off guard. Finn recognizes it's an ambush and commands, "Everyone retreat." However, the soldiers cry out, "Nowhere to run. You're surrounded on all sides." The soldier barks, "Kill them." Finn pushes them to fight through the soldiers. As they push forward, crossbows begin firing arrows their way. Enkrid tries to react with his sword, managing to deflect several arrows. Finn quickly thrust her arm out, blocking an arrow that was aimed at Enkrid. Then she charged at a soldier, taking him down with her axe. Torres also joined the fight effectively, knocking down several foes and keeping himself safe from the surprise attack. Enkrid realized that Torres and Finn weren't quite trained to handle multiple opponents at once. In situations like these, they struggled to fully utilize their skills. In a moment of distraction, Finn exposed her back. A soldier aimed a crossbow right at her head. At the same time, Torres found himself trapped by a single adversary. Surrounded, he ultimately met his end. Finn took a devastating hit to the head. Enkrid stood as the last survivor. He recognized the wall was indeed formidable, but he wasn't about to back down. He pressed on solo, taking out numerous guards, throwing his howling daggers straight into their necks, eliminating them with ease. Drawing on all his combat experience against multiple foes, he wiped out a sizable chunk of that troop. One of the men shouted, instructing them to close in on him. They struck Enkrid, knocking him to the ground. Once down, he was repeatedly stabbed, but he fought on relentlessly, striving to survive until the very last moment. He saw the spears coming at him just before waking up again that morning. Enkrid believed there was no way they could gather so many troops in such a short time. It was definitely a well-laid trap. He questioned whether the enemy had anticipated their infiltration. While he mulled it over, Finn asked what he was up to since they needed to reach the entrance. Enkrid, however, shared that he felt uneasy about that path, hinting they might want to go over the walls instead. Torres then reminded them that Enkrid had already located and destroyed a source of sorcery, suggesting they should trust his gut. Listening to him wouldn't hurt. Enkrid believed it wasn't just instinct, but rather what he had learned from the day's experiences. He always returned from death and was well aware of what might happen. Finn agreed, but remarked that scaling the wall would be safer under the cover of night. They had plenty of time until then. Enkrid then threw out the idea of a duel. Finn's cheeks flushed. Catching the underlying meaning of his words, she teased him about enjoying it in broad daylight, calling him brave. Enkrid quickly clarified he was suggesting a friendly duel, not anything more adult-themed. Disappointed, she agreed, but explained that swords weren't really her forte. Enkrid suggested they go bare-knuckle. She declared she felt confident and ready to take on Enkrid. Enkrid suspected the enemy was aware of their infiltration. Either way, a fight was highly likely, and checking Finn's strength would be beneficial, along with serving as good practice. He offered to let her make the first move, and she encouraged him to attack first. Enkrid aimed for a straight punch at Finn. However, she dodged it and landed a knee strike that he barely blocked with his hand, almost getting tagged. They both took a step back, but she quickly retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at his face. He had to defend fast, considering his next move, while her foot was dangerously close to his nose. He decided to apply the same tactic he used against the ferry commander, relying on his weight to take her down, lunging at her, knocking her to the ground. He thought he had the upper hand, but she grasped his hand. It turned out Finn was quite the jiu-jitsu practitioner. She told him he'd made a poor choice. With his shoulder, neck, and hand immobilized, she got ready to execute an arm lock, threatening to break it. Torres shouted for them to stop, insisting it was enough. Finn had claimed victory over Enkrid, who had underestimated her strength, thinking his weight would ensure his win. He noticed that even with her petite frame, she had solid muscles, clearly better suited for hand-to-hand combat than wielding swords. She confidently announced that he had decisively lost. Enkrid regarded her as the ideal training buddy, asking if she wanted a rematch. She blushed again, realizing he was hinting at a regular duel. He questioned how she had figured it out. Torres began to feel irritated by their closeness, suggesting they save that for when they were alone. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Finn told them it would soon be time to head to the Morrow. She asked if Enkrid really planned to go so heavily loaded. He asked if that was an issue. She explained that he was carrying far too many weapons, and with all that weight, he would likely collapse before making it halfway. Torres asked Finn what her thoughts were on his gear. She glanced at him and said it seemed satisfactory. However, he felt disheartened by Finn's indifference, muttering that her remarks were beginning to sting. Enkrid affirmed he had the strength to conquer the Morrow. Even with all that gear, Finn admitted he was a bit naive. They wouldn't simply climb the Morrow. They had to trek over that rocky mountain to reach Crod's walls. Glancing up, they realized it was absurdly high. Enkrid mentioned that getting there wouldn't be a walk in the park, but he questioned if any wall had ever been easy to get over. Enkrid shared that on his way back from the wizard's cave, he snagged some materials for a new sword since his had snapped. Cry, taken aback, realized Enkrid had a magical tool. He remarked that selling just one of those would be enough to completely outfit the captain, head to toe with all new gear. Enkrid replied they would use the cash to score the best sword. Unlike the captain, Christ was only into swords. For Enkrid, who lived and breathed the sword, his weapon was like his lifeline. Leaving it behind was never an option. He hefted it on his back as he climbed the hill with all his might. From up high, Finn reiterated that was exactly why she advised him to ditch the long sword. Even if he shed the rest of his gear, just that sword would tire him out. Enkrid conceded that the weight bore down on him, but he believed that pushing his muscles to their limits helped them grow stronger as he clung on to scale the mountain. He proudly declared he had faced countless walls before, and this one would be no different. At last, he reached the summit. Finn began to notice he truly had a knack for making things tougher. Torres figured Enkrid had probably brought the sword along on purpose for training. He doubted anyone could be that reckless. At the top, a pack of wolves howled at the red moon. Looking down, Enkrid spotted creatures that seemed more like werewolves. Enkrid recognized it as a pack of lycanthropes. Torres mentioned it was unusual to see them moving in such large groups. As they ran, Finn stated it was time to get serious since the wall was in sight. Observing, Torres pointed out there was no hiding as a few soldiers were on guard. Finn reassured him, explaining that on nights with a full moon, the light made things easier and the guards would get a bit careless, losing their focus. Then, noticing a guard turning away, she signaled everyone to move forward. They approached the wall. However, Enkrid noted that one of the guards was still alert, even looking aside. The guard couldn't spot them as they skillfully concealed themselves and passed unnoticed. Finn asked if they had been seen as she'd said such nights made things easier. Enkrid, however, couldn't shake the feeling they had been spotted, wondering if it was just his imagination. Finn started wiping her hands, mentioning that if they managed to climb the wall, there would be a slum on the other side. If they blended in with the locals, it would be nearly impossible to find them. She pulled a grappling hook from her clothes, insisting that first he should drop the sword. The wall would be twice as tough to scale as the mountain. Enkrid retorted that he needed the weight for training. Torres remarked that the guy was definitely a madman. They kept climbing even with Enkrid lugging that ridiculous weight. Enkrid declared he finally understood why it was dubbed the safe route. If they got over that wall safely, they'd be just a step away from infiltrating Crossard. Of course, if it was merely a wall, like the unit that ambushed them in the smuggler's tunnel, there was a good chance of traps lurking there too. Finn moved forward quietly, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. Enkrid asked how they planned to deal with them. As soon as they got up there, a woman emerged with a commanding presence halting in front of them. She stated they were making her work hard at this hour, and that it was time to get some rest. Using her magic, she summoned vines to spring from the ground. Finn realized she was a mage and shouted for everyone to duck. The vines flew at them with great speed, nearly decapitating them. As they ducked, it whizzed right by. Finn yelled for them to get down the wall. As the grappling hook was lowered towards the vines, the witch intercepted it and utterly shattered it, demonstrating her magical skills with expertise. Enkrid wondered what a mage was doing there. It was a surprise attack, clearly a well-planned trap. He charged at the witch with all his might, swinging his sword, but she swiftly raised a vine near his position, forcing Enkrid to abort his attack and dodge to the side. He claimed he had defeated a mage before. If he tapped into the gate of sixth sense, he might be able to pull something off. As the witch's vines edged closer, Enkrid thought he could actually take her down. As his sword drew near the neck of the woman with an eye resembling Joan Felinino's, he remembered Jackson telling him to trust his gut but not to take it at face value. A cunning opponent could easily play tricks on the senses, and mages were a perfect example of that, and she truly was. She sent Enkrid soaring with a punch from a vine, launching him into the air. The vines then wrapped around him tightly. As Enkrid came back down, Finn realized he had made a huge mistake and started to angrily question what he was thinking. The vines reached out toward the two below, ending them with a single strike right through the chest. They fell pierced. Enkrid, still held by the vines, noticed how incredibly strong they were, and he couldn't break free. He was dragged close to the witch. She complimented him for his bravery and not running away. "You're like a berserker biting at these branches," she said. "I am Litia of the rose vines," she added, gazing at Enkrid. Then with a swift motion, she crushed Enkrid's hand, finishing him off for good. Enkrid understood that just like not every soldier is on the same level, the same goes for mages. He had let his confidence get the best of him, becoming arrogant due to his growing strength, and had failed to properly evaluate his opponent. Death showed up once more. "Do you see now where you stand?" it asked. A rare creature trying to grow stronger through its own pain is quite unusual. But before an insurmountable wall, you're just a tiny ant. Enkrid expressed his gratitude to Death. "Thanks to you, I've regained my original mindset." "This was the wall I needed," he replied. "Let's see if you still feel that way after encountering the third wall," Death said. Following his conversation with Death, Enkrid went to chat with Finn. She asked, "You plan on sneaking in by pretending to be part of the merchant group. Why the sudden change?" Enkrid responded that he felt uneasy about that whole. Finn reassured him, saying, "It's fine. You just need to blend in with the merchants passing through." Enkrid asked if they were going in tomorrow morning. Finn answered. Enkrid questioned that if they couldn't get past that wall, they'd struggle to get inside. He wanted to know how the wall was holding up. Torres then inquired if they should wait another day. Finn suggested, "Since we have some free time, why not throw a party? Tell everyone to bring whatever we can." They agreed. Enkrid puzzled over what she meant by that. Then snacks, drinks, and several other goodies were tossed into the mix. Enkrid was taken aback. They were planning to eat and drink right by enemy lines. "Are you serious?" he questioned. He asked Finn if it wasn't reckless to let their guard down. She countered that being too tense wouldn't be good for them either. "When your body gets rigid, your vision tightens and your focus disappears," she explained. Then she encouraged him to eat and drink, noting that Enkrid's shoulders were stiff as a board. Enkrid had thought that pouring all his energy into fighting was the only way to go, but he came to realize that Finn had a point, as his vision had indeed been narrowed. He had always believed that charging ahead was the only solution. He settled down near them, yet he understood that taking a break had its value and that sometimes desperate effort wasn't the sole answer. It was time to pause and clear my thoughts. "I'll make today count," he declared, lifting his sword and getting ready to train. "I told you to rest. What's that supposed to be?" Finn exclaimed, and Torres explained, "He's just resting in his own way." Finn remained skeptical, while Enkrid began to swing his sword. She mentioned that it didn't matter. "You really do have a great physique," she remarked. Torres told her to knock it off. It was already dark and they were still there. Enkrid claimed he had seen something extraordinary that day. That alone was enough to make his day worthwhile. In the past, he would have already hit the wall by now. The Canzino's unit lying in ambush in the tunnel, a mage on the wall. There must be something else going on this time, he pondered. He wondered what obstacles lay ahead. Then a lycanthrope began to howl. Finn, her men, Torres, and Enkrid all realized what was happening. Enkrid noticed that the sound came from the pack of lycanthropes they had encountered earlier. Finn shouted for them to run as they tried to escape from the monsters, but the werewolves completely encircled them. Torres mentioned that it took 10 soldiers to face a single lycanthrope. With 20 of them and only 6 on their side, they were in trouble. Then Finn said there were no signs of monsters approaching. Where did these guys come from? Enkrid noted that he hadn't even sensed their presence, realizing it was a trick. He asked, "Was that mage Letia's doing?" The werewolves started to howl, ready to pounce. Enkrid stepped into the fray, declaring, "I already mentioned that I wouldn't just wallow in despair, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up," he exclaimed as he charged at the wolf. The wolf unleashed a fierce dual claw attack, targeting Enkrid, but Enkrid skillfully dodged under immense pressure as attacks were raining down from all angles. Enkrid admitted he couldn't fight back as focusing on just one spot really limited his field of vision. Just then, one of the werewolves lunged at Enkrid, snatching at his sword. Enkrid defended himself with every ounce of strength. He believed his issue was his narrow sight and thought he just needed to widen his perspective. But then he began to see what was unfolding around him while still concentrated on that single point. Everyone at his side fell to those wolves. Torres was impaled, and Finn succumbed, her neck caught in a werewolf's jaws. Enkrid realized that knowing he would go through it all again didn't make it hurt any less, witnessing such a horrific end. As he battled that wolf, he managed to slay one before charging at another, driving his sword deep into the monster's throat. One of the wolves sprang at Enkrid like a champion boxer, striking his solar plexus and sending blood flowing. Enkrid pondered whether that beast could throw a punch, recognizing it acted smarter than the others. He considered if it might be the leader. It was a bulked-up werewolf with a prominent scar across its eyes. After landing a solid hit on Enkrid's solar plexus, the wolf seized the opportunity to grab one of his arms, swinging Enkrid around by the bite mark and tossing him aside. Enkrid went sailing backward while he watched those wolves charging toward him. Desperation took hold as he saw the bodies lying everywhere until he was confronted by death. She claimed no matter which path he chose, they would all be tough. "As long as today's reality persists, you'll be reliving these scenes," she declared. "Does this still feel fun to you?" Enkrid responded with a yes, feeling antsy. Meanwhile, everyone wondered why Enkrid felt that way while still conversing with death, questioning if he was unwell. Enkrid replied, "That's why I can't just sit here. I'm all right." He insisted they press onward because even if every path seemed blocked, he had to carve out a new one. He contemplated the 3 timelines involving the soldiers, the mage, and the werewolves. He insisted that if every path was blocked, he needed to figure something out. So he retraced his steps back to the soldiers. Enkrid thought about what he could do if he found himself surrounded, but he wasn't coming up with any solid ideas. He wouldn't take on the canines in one-on-one combat, but if they cornered him in that tight space, it would be game over. The key was to avoid being surrounded. If he could rely on his instincts to locate them, then he could act. When the soldier reported catching those pesky rats, Enkrid already assumed a battle stance. Glancing back, he realized he wasn't sensing anything with his instincts, and ended up getting caught, unable to do much. He concluded he had no chance as magic must have been in play as well. When he approached that mage, he asked her if the magic in that spot was her doing too. She reacted oddly and questioned if she had been discovered, saying Captain Roger wasn't doing his job right. Enkrid perished while uncovering something that could aid him. While training with Torres, Enkrid asked why the stone wouldn't leave his grip. Torres remarked that he really was quite clumsy. Enkrid explained that when a mage gets involved, avoiding traps with just instincts is impossible. Even if he somehow bypassed them, the foe was made up of relentless fanatics. He wondered if it was feasible to shake off so many. So while he was with the lycanthrope, Enkrid pointed out it was similarly a battle of many against few. He knew he had to find a way to compensate for the difference. As he pressed on, he believed merely attacking with everything wouldn't cut it and realized he had to come up with a better strategy. Returning to the soldiers' route, he took out a few of them while being surrounded, and then he got a piece of advice. Don't rush your thoughts. This is a rare opportunity to engage in a real battle as much as you can along each of these paths. So he fought against each of those foes, the soldiers, the lycanthropes, and the witch. He managed to make little advances bit by bit each time. He felt he couldn't squander this chance without honing his skills, and began handling each challenge better and better. Death, watching him perish all those times, spoke to Enkrid. How long do you plan to fool around? If you don't want to be stuck in this today forever, you should pick a wall and tackle it. Enkrid mentioned that the more he repeated it, the more it resonated with him. Each of the three paths felt like solid barriers on their own, making it tough to pick just one. Flashing back to that day, Unred was already up when Torres got moving. He kept practicing the technique Torres had taught him until he nailed it perfectly. Torres was taken aback. Just yesterday, he couldn't do that. He wondered when Enkrid had picked it up. Enkrid answered it was roughly 30 days ago. But Torres was skeptical and asked for clarification. Enkrid realized he had gained enough skills. Thinking it was about his 79th attempt, he declared, "Now I'm ready to break down that wall and leap into tomorrow." He said they still had time before heading into the smuggler's tunnel and asked if she could whip up a small pouch. He requested it be about the size of his wrist since he'd attach it there. One of them chimed in, "Sure thing, that's easy enough." Then Enkrid chatted with Finn about her boots, mentioning he felt something different inside them. She explained that they had extra fur to mute their footsteps. "There are plenty of sensitive creatures around here," she elaborated. Enkrid agreed that he should do the same. Torres looked puzzled and asked what he was on about. Enkrid replied, "She mentioned many beasts, but Finn pointed out that didn't mean they were guaranteed to run into one." Yet by nightfall, Enkrid had managed to snag a pair of those boots. Torres asked if he had experience as a ranger. Enkrid said he hadn't. Torres remarked that even with the fur, walking quietly is tough. Enkrid thought he should keep practicing by repeating that day's lessons. To make it through the tunnel, he needed to spot the ambush first and create an escape route. Discovering signs of an ambush in the dark is tricky, but they've got a specialist around. Then Enkrid asks, "What if enemies are lying in wait for us in the tunnel?" She tells him that the tunnel is long enough, but if foes are indeed present, they should hightail it. Enkrid wonders what happens if their way out is blocked too. The girl starts to grasp the sense in his questions. He asks how tall and long the tunnel is, and if there's a backup path in case they're trapped. Torres asks if Enkrid is scared or just feeling uneasy since he's asking so many questions. Enkrid replies that if armed forces are lying in wait, it could mean trouble for everyone. Finn suggests that if Enkrid is worried, he should just step back instead of sharing chilling thoughts. Enkrid, serious as ever, states, he's merely suggesting they need to be cautious. She considers his warning. Enkrid ponders how to guide his friends in the direction he wants them to go. Given his position, he can't just muscle through like he did during the tall grass incident. He needs to convince them. The pressure CR emitted in the old infirmary, an assertive will that communicates its wishes clearly, is way more effective than 100 words. Eventually, she agrees, admitting she'd been a bit too complacent. Enkrid notices her shift in attitude, realizing she's becoming more alert. When Finn taps into her instincts, she'll sense something's off. Lando finds it odd. There are signs that seem intentionally obscured. Then she catches on to what's happening, gets frustrated, and warns everyone that something's not right, urging them to backtrack. They need to secure their exit first. However, the soldiers who plan to ambush them still haven't spotted them. Rose is terrified. Enkrid thinks the archers are set up just right on their escape route. He rushes out, proclaiming himself a messenger from Captain Rogers. Finn gasps, thinking he's totally lost. The archers deliberate since nobody had mentioned a messenger coming through. Enkrid sees this as a good sign because that's where the confrontation will kick off. He recalls that Roger is the name of the enemy commander intel he picked up from Ladia, who described him as a slacker. Enkrid figures it would be tough to make out faces or clothes in the gloom. He mentions that the city is home to a demonic creature. Then the soldiers question Commander Roger, asking what Enkrid is babbling about. Enkrid responds that upon hearing the name Roger, they confuse him with a soldier from Aspen. When Enkrid closes the gap, he draws his sword. He knows that if he gets too close, he'll be recognized, but in that quick moment, he's already managed to take one down. It's too late now. The soldiers finally realize he's not one of them, but an intruder. The enemy commands everyone to eliminate Enkrid. However, Enkrid seizes the soldier, giving commands and shouts for them to shoot him. The surprised soldier quickly tells his team not to fire, but others insist they should shoot right away. Enkrid smirks, remarking that they lack proper training. He cheekily asks if they think they're the kings of Aspen. He implies that even he alone couldn't fix this mess and pushes them to take action. Torres and Finn, hidden nearby, are puzzled by Enkrid's provocation towards the enemies. They worry that if more foes are lurking close by, things could spiral out of control. Enkrid questions whether those crossbows are purely decorative, wondering if their brains serve any purpose. Finn realizes she has to feel out where the enemies are. Enkrid carries on, stirring them up, asking if that's how Commander Roger trained them. Finn complains about the blasted noise. claiming it's drowning out everything else. But soon, she grasps Enkrid's strategy and exclaims, "It can't be true." Enkrid keeps hollering Roger's name, dubbing him the commander of fools. He thinks that amidst the chaos, the darkness, and the nonsense he's yelling, his plan might just work to grab everyone's attention. Finn stealthily appears behind one of the soldiers and takes him out without being seen. She continues to dispatch enemies while Enkrid keeps them occupied. Finn and Torres wrap up the last of the soldiers. Enkrid declares that everything becomes a means to defend the body. Finn believes Enkrid is truly brilliant. The enemies catch a glimpse of something behind them, questioning if there's another attacker, but it's already too late. Several of them fall without understanding where the strikes come from. The enemies mumble that the darkness dissolves while the light dwindles. Enkrid continues his chatter as the slaughter unfolds. The last soldier tries to strike at Enkrid. However, Enkrid uses the soldier beside him as a shield, letting him take the crossbow bolt instead. The enemies scream that they'll take Enkrid down and rush towards him with their crossbows. Enkrid thinks he bought just enough time. He throws two of his living daggers at the oncoming men, taking them both out. Enkrid joins up with Finn and Torres, who are still standing. Finn calls for them to make a break for it, but then Enkrid realizes that Roya and the main troop of the Greyhounds have finally shown up. Enkrid tells his friends to pass on Letia's message. Roya is astonished, wondering how that damned guy managed to catch the mage Leia. Enkrid then urgently tells everyone to run. Roya realizes Enkrid merely stalled them and orders his men to capture him. Enkrid's team finally makes it out of the cave just as the sun sets. Finn points out that Roya won't stop chasing them. She debates whether to head to the stream's edge or the cliff, but Enkrid insists they should go to the camp. She asks why on earth they would do that. Enkrid responds that there's no need to rush and tells her to move as quickly as possible. Finn nods, calling for the others. Enkrid notes that the sunset is coming and it's almost time to summon those creatures. He starts wrecking everything in his path. He recalls Henry mentioning that near the Penanil River, there are flat, muddy stones under which dangerous vipers reside. Enkrid hurls his sword at one of those stones and sends the stone flying toward the soldiers. They laugh, thinking it's a cheap trick. But suddenly a snake leaps out from inside the stone, striking straight at the soldiers. Enkrid sends a shower of poisonous snakes down on them, biting and killing them in an instant. The soldiers shout, "There's a viper lurking under that stone." Finn wonders why those crazies would escalate things this way, claiming that such a ruckus will cause real chaos. Enkrid replies, "Exactly. With ears that large, they won't miss this racket. Things are about to get out of hand." Enkrid replies, "Absolutely. With those enormous ears, there's no way they won't hear this noise." As Enkrid races up the mountain, he notices the moon rising high in the sky. Night is just perfect for demonic creatures, and all those lycanthropes start appearing at the campsite. Enkrid comments that for them, it doesn't matter who stands in their way. They're only after flesh and blood. He urges Finn and Torres to clear the path. Finn questions his words. Torres asks if he's seriously suggesting they abandon their friend. Finn pipes up, "Really, do you think we're just going to leave him behind?" However, Enkrid insists they should go, stating he has a plan and they're only going to slow him down. As Finn and Torres dash away, Enkrid stays behind, leaving him by himself. However, Enkrid instructs them to leave, saying he has a plan and they'll just hinder him. As Finn and Torres dashed off, Enkrid lingered behind. Roger realizes they're splitting up and commands his men to follow them. Enkrid thinks that with the Greyhounds and the lycanthropes gathered together, he can set them against one another and watch them destroy themselves. That's his turning point. He needs their attention on him to stop them from chasing after Finn and Torres, who are making a break for it. That intense craving for blood is exactly what he needs to make them lose their minds and charge in head first. Enkrid focuses all his energy into that killer instinct. Roger picks up on it, reacting on pure instinct. The leader of the lycanthropes sees it too, and tells his pack to take him down first. The lycanthropes begin their climb up the mountain, prepared to attack Enkrid. He notices what's about to happen and quickly sidesteps their assaults, letting them crash into each other. Enkrid reflects that without recognizing friend from foe, everyone gets tangled in the chaos. Thus, the battlefield turns into a perfect setting with the lycanthropes serving Enkrid's game plan. As Torres makes a run for it with Finn, he recalls Enkrid talking about a plan, but he wonders if it's really the right move. Doubts pop up about whether they should return now. Suddenly, they're jolted by a bone-chilling scream. They glance back and witness lycanthropes slaughtering numerous soldiers. Realizing Enkrid stands alone, surrounded by enemies, Torres insists he must go rescue him. Yet something catches his attention, causing him to rub his eyes. Finn notices it as well. She wonders how Enkrid is dodging attacks so expertly, narrowly missing arrows. Even with chaos all around, where everyone's clashing with each other, Enkrid senses the bloodlust of those coming after him from every direction. He artfully evades each attack, tuning into his instincts to expand his awareness. Even where his eyesight can't reach, quick decisions are crucial, as a single slip-up could mean disaster. But Enkrid, doing this flawlessly with a grin on his face, confidently claims that he certainly won't fall. Rogers calls for the Grey Dogs, commanding them to form their ranks. Enkrid thinks of the Grey Dogs as top-tier soldiers, and if they line up, the Lycanthropes won't stand a chance. For his goal, the chaos must carry on. There's something he stumbled upon just yesterday that can be put to good use. He recalls his fight with one of those soldiers. That soldier had called Enkrid an idiot for attacking Rogers, who never removes his helmet. The soldier questioned how Enkrid could think he stood a chance against someone like that. Enkrid then asked why Rogers never took off his helmet. He charged straight at Rogers' helmet, revealing that he was bald. Everyone stared at their captain. In disbelief, Enkrid told Rogers that being bald is nothing to feel embarrassed about, yet Rogers didn't handle it well, erupting in a furious response. Enkrid realized Rogers was ashamed of being bald. He shouted at Rogers to ditch the helmet, exclaiming, "You killed your own hair and sent it to heaven yourself," he demanded. "Show me that barren wasteland lacking even a single strand of life." Rogers became even angrier but told himself to cool it, thinking it wasn't worth falling into the bait. Then Enkrid casually ran a hand through his luscious hair, filling Rogers with envy, who shot him a resentful glare. The two watched from a distance, sensing Rogers' explosive anger. Unable to hold back, Rogers called him disrespectful and promised him a torturous end. He lunged at Enkrid, who taunted him to give it a go, unleashing everything he had. His sword gleamed brilliantly against the light. Rogers didn't back down, relentlessly attacking, but Enkrid easily blocked each move before countering. He almost wrenched off Rogers' helmet, who barely managed to defend himself. Rogers announced it was the moment to reunite, with his hair swiping at Enkrid from above to below. However, before Enkrid could strike back, a Lycanthrope's hand reached for the enemy captain's neck. Rogers' head was torn off and he perished before Enkrid could react. The Lycanthrope then faced Enkrid head-on. Rogers' men shouted their captain's name, but they were swiftly taken down. Enkrid realized that the Lycanthrope had been targeting him from the start. The creature lunged at him, but Enkrid dodged just in time. He noted that the werewolf had seized the final chance when he felt surrounded and uneasy to strike. Cow emerged as an even more formidable foe than Rogers. He boasted that with the strength of monsters and sharp wits, he had caused that day to repeat multiple times. Just then, Cow appeared behind Enkrid, prepared to unleash a punch. Enkrid turned his head just in time, ready to finish the fight then and there. He stabbed his sword, halting the creature's assault. As the monster charged, Enkrid also went on the attack. The werewolf attempted to hit him with a swing, but Enkrid swung his sword, severing the monster's hand, also striking its belly. The creature tried to fight back, but Enkrid ducked just in time. He ended the battle by driving his sword deep into the heart of the werewolf alpha. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes at the sight before them. Finn and Torres were in total disbelief. Finn thought that going after Enkrid was out of the question. Torres chimed in, saying he wouldn't even dare to challenge him. With the werewolf down, it was clear to everyone that Enkrid was simply too powerful. Finn decided he needed to team up with him. However, while Enkrid was catching his breath, Finn and Torres started yelling, urging him to flee. Enkrid focused his energy and vanished. The soldiers noticed him slipping away and yelled to capture him, but the Lycanthrope kept them at bay, holding them back while the three calmed down. Finn asked Enkrid if he had strategized everything from the start, curious about how he knew the Lycanthrope was coming. Enkrid responded that it was sheer luck. It all played out perfectly. Torres questioned when Enkrid had become so powerful and how he even knew the enemy commander was named Rogers. Enkrid explained that for anyone unfamiliar with what just happened, everything would seem odd, so it was only natural for them to wonder. He felt that he couldn't explain everything right now. Instead, Enkrid mentioned that something crucial was still missing, and his mission wasn't complete yet. He gazed up at the towering mountain where the witch lived, telling the others they needed to climb it. The witch awaited them at the peak. There, on the mountain where the witch was waiting, Enkrid forged ahead of the group. Finn pondered who was climbing so effectively, asking if this was always his style. Torres disagreed, thinking it was new. Finn then questioned why they were doing so well. Torres started to feel frustrated, already confused about Enkrid. Enkrid explained he still couldn't fully use his senses due to the mage, but he knew where they were. Throughout the day, the mage hadn't changed her location. Enkrid noticed Finn raise a hand, signaling an enemy presence ahead. He declared he'd lead the way as Finn baffledly asked what he meant. Enkrid jumped in for a surprise attack against the mage. She quickly reacted, noticing him and using her vines to fling him away. Enkrid got caught but managed to slice the vine, freeing his hand with ease. The mage questioned how he got so close. Realizing her creatures had relocated, Enkrid replied that if she was talking about the creatures they were playing with the Grey Dogs, suggesting she probably didn't train them correctly. The furious mage lunged at him again with her vines. Enkrid expertly dodged them, avoiding any injuries, and even managed to stop one with his sword. He thought he should evade the thick spear-like vines and take out the thinner whip-like ones. Finn was amazed by Enkrid's skill, even against a mage. Torres asked if he should jump in to help, but Finn said if they interfered now, they'd just be a hindrance. Some soldiers showed up, offering to assist Litia and promising protection. Finn then appeared behind them and threw her axe into one soldier's neck, instructing Torres not to let anyone near Enkrid. They spotted more foes. The witch grew increasingly annoyed with the swordsman and began sending forth vines with roses blooming. Questioning if they thought they could go all out, she directed her fierce assault toward Enkrid. Enkrid entered his focused state, making everything around him feel slow. He recalled understanding how to break the magic last time. After all, they were also human. If cut or pierced, they would perish. He pondered how to find an opening to strike. Enkrid felt fortunate to have uncovered something for that. Actually, it was a trick he picked up from Torres. He moved toward the darts, skillfully dodging each one. Advancing closer to the mage, she began to retreat, casting even more spells toward Enkrid. Then Enkrid raised his hand, recalling the secret attack he had set up. Using the concealed dagger, he remembered Christ asking about the magical artifact left after taking the sword, wondering if they should sell it. Enkrid had refused, urging him to keep it for potential future use. At that moment, he clutched the magical stone tightly in his hand. The witch saw the glow expanding before her eyes. Enkrid pointed out that it was a magic artifact he found in the mage's cave. A massive explosion erupted between them, blinding Finn and Torres, who began complaining about their vision. The beggars crouched beneath the wall, caught sight of the flash above. The witch was momentarily blinded, bringing her hands up to shield her eyes, creating a perfect opportunity for Enkrid. He sliced her in half. Enkrid proclaimed that by relaxing his shoulders, he finally managed to see clearly. There was no reason to pick just one. All three were fantastic punishments. She drops lifeless to the ground while Enkrid is illuminated by the eerie red glow of the moon. He explains he combined all of them to create what they have today, and is thrilled with the outcome. Finn continues to take down enemy soldiers. She notices that Enkrid used that artifact. Torres jumps in, saying it's not the time for questions, since the enemies will soon be drawn in by the light and surround them. Finn tells Enkrid they need to move right away. They make a speedy exit. While the guards check out the commotion, they hide out among the beggars. Enkrid observes that sneaking into the crossward was a win. If they manage to rescue the cat as planned and come back, everything will turn out fine. Finn points to the last spot where Cat was seen. Torres realizes it's a torture site and notices signs of a struggle. They start to wonder if Cat's identity as their spy has been revealed. Finn, glancing at the scene, is convinced. Cat is gone. Enkrid starts piecing things together. Enemies were scattered along every path, and the cat they were meant to find had already been lost a long time ago. He concludes that the whole operation was a trap set by Iceman, including the message about the cat having critical info. It must have been a scheme to lure and eliminate them. They'd totally been played. Torres realizes it was an ambush from the very beginning. Suddenly, a soldier appears, asking if they found anything. They begin chatting nearby, and the three of them hunker down, pretending to be beggars once more. Finn states that they at least need to get out of this alive. Torres suggests they make a move. Enkrid replies that if that's the problem, he knows a reliable method and asks if they want to give it a shot. They set a spot ablaze as they dash away. Enkrid remarks that nothing grabs attention quite like a fire. After doing this multiple times, he's gotten quite skilled at it. At this rate, instead of becoming a knight, I'll end up as an arsonist, he muses. Enkrid thinks that when he returns, he needs to work on his sword skills more. He leaves the cave behind, calling everyone to fall back to the border guards. Sometime later in Aspen, it's noted that the invaders fled, using the fire as cover. The head honcho mentions that all the traps they set were overcome in just one night. He admits they took quite a hit. He wonders who would have imagined Greece would fall in a place like this. He claims it was a foolproof plan before the war. They eliminated the spy and the enemies would have been completely rattled. He continues saying, it's all good, as they still have plenty of resources. He tells his subordinate to go and get ready for the next move. That man is Abnar Aspen's brilliant strategist. His intelligence was impressive. If Enkrid hadn't had an unforeseen advantage, they would have been in deep trouble. During the day, they returned by boat. Everyone was worn out except Enkrid, who remained completely composed. He asks Torres, what about another training session once we get off the boat? Torres calls him crazy, reminding him they've already done over 10 sessions on the way. The boatman wonders why those guys are always sweating so much. Upon arrival, he declares the mission is complete and asks why they don't just rest. Enkrid then advises them to take a breather. Then he calls Finn to train. She retorts that it's pointless to try and charm her, since their intentions are crystal clear, dubbing them training fiends. As they approach the camp, they spot a bald man trying to locate Enkrid's platoon. Torres asks what the bald guy is up to. Enkrid tells them to go ahead and file their report since he's familiar with that man. The guy calls out Captain Enkrid saying he's in jeopardy. He greets him as the guildmaster and warns him that Mr. Crisis is in trouble. Enkrid asks Gilfin what's going on. He replies that Frog has shown up. Enkrid recalls that when he took charge of Gilfin's guild, the bald man had mentioned that the deceased boss was a mercenary hired by Iceman. In spring, someone from Iceman routinely checks on the guild, and Frog is the one who comes around. Enkrid notes that Frog, the very same one from the start, has arrived. 3 days ago, they were counting cash with Christ. Enkrid mentioned there was a lot to get ready before they left. He hadn't returned to his quarters in a week, since his superior had also faced consequences due to him. Disappearing for that long wouldn't be a big deal. Gillen came in with a report. The innkeeper was anxious, mentioning he saw someone he suspected might be an Iceman spy. Enkrid ordered the boys to check it out, and if it was indeed a spy, they should seize him and take care of it. Presently, the Gilon Guild worked as a nighttime crew. It kept the alleys in check where the border patrol couldn't reach. With this, the guild's reputation had gotten better, making it easier to gather triolts. Now, almost every resident was like a pair of eyes and ears for them, and the flow of information was on a whole new level. Enkrid figured that if they really decided to broaden their influence, it would grow even more. If everything went smoothly in a year, or maybe even 6 months, he could rule the alleys. Then a hooded figure appeared. Enkrid observed him and commanded him to halt, but it was Frock who stepped in, tossing the man right inside. Christ was taken aback by Frock's appearance and asked how he got there so quickly. Frock braced himself for action. Christ noticed that the man was still alive and could still chat. He tried to convince Frock to take a seat. Frock burst into laughter. That reaction was amusing, he said, questioning. Do you even know who you're chatting with? That's not what's important right now, Christ replied. Frock, have you had something to eat yet? Frock commented. Christ is a funny guy. Preparing to strike, he landed a punch right on his chin, lifting the kid off his feet. Then he grabbed him by the collar. People only listen after taking a beating, Frock told Christ. That's my belief. Christ replied that Frock didn't even have to hit him. He'd tell him whatever he wanted to know. Frock shot back. You got punched and you're still laughing. The last one disappeared and now this one shows up. Christ wondered. Are you talking about the former guildmaster? He passed away. Frock was thrilled to have someone to fight and told the bald guy to bring Ragna here. What are you getting at? Frock questioned. Christ just called out for Gilfin. Fetch your real guildmaster. Gilfin got it and dashed out. Enkrid thought Christ had sent them to fetch Ragna, even though independent squad soldiers were already deployed with the advance force. Enkrid realized Christ had planned this well since Ragna was the laziest amongst them. Just getting him to get up was a monumental task. In other words, the order was to fetch someone capable of defeating Frock. Enkrid believed Frock didn't expect all the soldiers to already be out on a mission. Enkrid pondered how Christ managed to get that bunch of crazies who only listened to him. Did the big guy survive those 3 days? Enkrid asked. Nope, the other responded. He's still kicking, Enkrid asked. Are your limbs still on? Were you tortured? I'm still intact, he assured. Enkrid noted he had taken down the Grey Dog's captain, dispatched even a lycanthrope and a mage, and had gotten way stronger since then. Yet Enkrid was curious about the Toad. Before he had been beaten without a chance, but now he was starting to feel confident he could take him on. Honestly, I really want to fight to test my strength. He mentioned that one day was plenty to recharge from the exhaustion of the Krasuard. Then Enkrid instructed him to go tell the Toad that Ragna would see him tomorrow. Enkrid added that Christ wouldn't perish from waiting one more day, especially with Frock's demeanor. The Toad might seem rough and unruly, but just like every person is unique, so was he. The Toad who just arrived had taken Christ hostage intentionally to gauge the situation, and that wasn't something an ignorant person would do. Enkrid went to the captain to announce his return. I heard your soldiers headed to the front island with the advanced troops, the captain said. Are you going to join them now? I'm worn out, Enkrid replied. I'll join them in 2 days, he clarified. If I end up dying battling the Toad and need to give it another go, I need to be in tip-top shape. So Enkrid took his time to rest, eat, and train. Since he hadn't completely recovered yet, he only had 2 whistling daggers left, and he needed to find another way to get more. Then Star approached Enkrid, meowing beside him. Enkrid said, that was a bit playful of her to meow like that. Were you lonely? Want to tag along with me? He asked, just to check it out. I'm excited for it. Watching him, she noticed that kooky smile of his, clearly eager to fight the frog again. In the frog's lair, Frock started to think he had waited long enough. Today, he needs to make good on his promise and show up, he stated. Of course, Christ replied. Ragnar will definitely come, but take this first, he offered. These super fresh worms will tickle your taste buds, Frock commented. You actually know a bit. I almost feel it would be a shame to take you out, Christ replied. You're quite the charmer, he added. Someone from the team needs to hurry, or he'll be done for. That dreadlocked frog was munching on apples near Christ and seemed a bit annoyed. Christ started feeling the jitters as time was slipping away. He was curious about what those goofballs were taking so long to do. The frog mentioned he even wanted to go find Christ himself and asked him to fetch more. Christ, all battered and bruised, plastered on a fake grin. Agreeing with the frog, he mused, that wild frog hardly gets any shut-eye. Always keeping watch. I just need to hang in a bit longer, then I can take down Frock. Just then, Enkrid's crew began to arrive on the scene. Christ thought, if even one of those goofballs showed up, I could finish off Frock. Enkrid made his way to the door, already snatching his living daggers. Inside, Frock was still munching away calmly until he sensed something coming. When the door burst open, Frock remained seated. Enkrid readied himself to throw his daggers. However, Christ, seeing Enkrid, felt even more frustrated. He couldn't jump in. After all, he considered himself the weakest among them. Still, Enkrid decided to charge at Frock, flinging his daggers, but the frog effortlessly dodged and leapt onto the table. Enkrid geared up to launch another attack with his sword, nearly grazing the frog. Yet again the frog dodged, soaring over him and nearly clipping him. Enkrid ducked, narrowly missing a close call that could have cost him his head. With that, they both retreated to opposite sides of the room. Enkrid eyed him with fierce determination while Frock, annoyed, looked ready to charge at the boy. They began trading wild blows in front of a shocked Christ. "Is that really your boss?" Christ exclaimed. "He's going toe-to-toe with Frock, and that's just nuts." The heated clash of fists continued. Enkrid realized that blocking Frock's brute strength was a defensive strategy, and one slip-up could break his bones. Then Frock charged at him again, hell-bent on ending it all. But Enkrid managed to halt the attack, using his shoulder alongside his sword. Frock noticed he was parrying the hit with some slick swordplay. As the sword moved forward, Enkrid understood he had to target Frock's one weak spot, the heart. He needed to pierce it in a single hit to put a stop to the regeneration. But before he could act, Enkrid got clocked in the gut, sent flying by the frog's pure power with one kick. As he soared, he smashed into everything behind him. Christ realized Frock had scored a solid hit. If Enkrid blacked out again like before, they would be in big trouble. He began shouting for Enkrid. Frock demanded, "How dare you aim for my heart?" Frock was growing more and more irritated. He was known for spotting talent and even remembered being called a talent scout. But this guy was truly baffling. He should have hit his ceiling ages ago. How was he breaking through that? Frock pondered, bewildered by what was unfolding. But Enkrid stood up again, realizing that he had managed to withstand Frock's kick thus far. When Enkrid got back up, he looked completely unfazed, ready to keep fighting. Enkrid, grinning, shouted, "Let's kick off the real game. It was worth the wait." Frock snarled, "You're one truly annoying character. I'm gonna take you down right here, right now." He charged at Enkrid with everything he could muster. As Enkrid surged forward again, he took a low stance as Frock swung down from above. Enkrid thought Frock was targeting his heart again, wanting to repel the strike. But before Frock could land the blow, Enkrid ducked even lower, dodging the attack. Then going for Frock's heart again, he thought. Of course, only a direct stab to the heart can cut off his regeneration. But even then, he might have other tricks. Then Enkrid ripped off one of that giant frog's arms. He figured that during the fight, Frock wouldn't have the energy to regrow that arm, and if he could take advantage of that opening, it would be the perfect chance as he aimed his sword for a decisive strike to the heart. Frock was getting more agitated. "With just one arm, I'll put you down, Bug, Enkrid," he spat. So Frock struck the boy again, preventing him from launching an attack. Enkrid's sword flew from his grip due to that incredibly powerful kick. He felt the sting of the blow, and Frock definitely didn't leave him any chance to do anything else. Appearing right before Enkrid, he got ready to finish him off with one swift move. Enkrid, witnessing that, wondered if that was everything he could muster. "I'll have to give it another go with the next one today," he said to himself. So, as the massive killer intent from the frog surged towards him, Frock's sword paused just inches from Enkrid's head. The strike remained unfinished. Frock's anger flared up as he abruptly canceled his attack, completely stopping his fight. Enkrid was puzzled about why he halted right at the moment of certain death. Frock confronted his own feeling. There was the intense gaze of the Black Panther lurking behind him. It filled him with dread as it radiated magical and formidable energy. The panther was undoubtedly behind him. Frock understood that the energy pulsing from the beast was a warning. If I take the life of this human, my own life will be in jeopardy. Frock's thoughts were consumed with the desire to eliminate that human who had pushed beyond his own limits, that totally unpredictable human who undoubtedly had to be taken out. He lifted his sword again, while the panther observed him with curiosity. Instead of continuing his attack, Frock simply sheathed his sword and turned to walk away. He realized that nothing was more crucial than his own life. Frock instructed Enkrid to remember him, revealing his name was Myron. "Next time I'll definitely end you," he proclaimed before walking away, leaving chaos in his wake. Neither of them quite grasped what had just happened. Christ asked if Frock had truly departed. Unable to believe he had actually left, he thought Enkrid was surely facing death. Christ then questioned how Enkrid could possibly hold his ground against Frock. Enkrid answered that merely fighting evenly wasn't enough. Christ was confused. Enkrid reflected that in Frock's last attack, his right wrist had taken a hit, causing him to drop his sword. A nasty bruise was forming on his wrist, but still Enkrid clenched his fist, thinking that had been 3 attempts. With 3 chances, he would have surely claimed victory. This thought gave him a glimmer of hope. From outside, Christ spoke with Enkrid, noting that no matter how long they waited, the silence was deafening. Christ could hardly fathom that those wild characters had gone into battle so cooperatively. Enkrid admitted he was surprised as well. Christ concluded that either way, it was a miracle Frock had left so suddenly, but then he pondered why Frock had gone, since with one swift move, he could have taken out both Cry and Cries at once. He questioned this until he glanced at the panther and wondered, was it because of Star? The panther simply meowed back at him. Christ recalled the whispers about Enkrid losing his mind and asked if he was now talking to a panther. Just then, another knight approached, inquiring about Enkrid's whereabouts. Enkrid recognized the commander of the first company, who immediately asked if he was hurt. Enkrid explained he had gotten into a scuffle with some ruffians, but he had managed to send them all packing. The captain was annoyed that it had happened at that moment, but figured they needed Enkrid for his skill, not brute strength. So, if he was able, the captain requested Enkrid join the fray, as the order came straight from the company commander. Enkrid was taken aback that the request was coming from the ferry company commander. A little while later, Enkrid found himself in front of a gruesome battlefield, bodies strewn everywhere. He began to comprehend why they were labeled as madmen. Meanwhile, King Pra walked among the soldiers, taking them down with an unsettling calmness. He numbered them off leisurely, decapitating each one. Pra announced he had met his daily kill quota as he strolled off the battlefield. Having slain exactly what he aimed for, one of the men cautioned that more foes were approaching from behind, but Pra merely stated that his daily amount was already fulfilled. Everyone noticed Pra had returned to the battlefield. They had thought he was dead, but there was Ragnar standing right in front of them, cool as a cucumber, holding a severed head after taking out countless enemies. He seemed half asleep in such a chaotic situation. Ragnar claimed if they had moved his post, they should have let him know. They replied they hadn't shifted it at all. Ragnar dismissed it, saying he was just going to sleep and they should let him be. Then they noticed what he had brought, realizing it was the head of the enemy commander. They were shocked he had ventured into enemy territory and returned in one piece. In another area, one of Pra's group was causing a ruckus. Shouts declared Alden to be a giant. He grabbed a man by the arm as if he were a little kid and told him he was too noisy and needed to learn some manners. They heard a loud crack as he held the man's arm. The man began screaming uncontrollably. Everyone figured out he had just ripped off an arm like it was a mere branch. The onlookers were baffled why their allies were retreating. They shot back that the other person should head over there and get a taste of one of those snaps in their arm. Meanwhile, the enemies were taking some serious hits, struggling to keep up with Jackson. They were baffled as to why they couldn't land a hit on him, pleading with Jackson to just stand still for a moment so they could score a direct hit just once. He kept dodging with a cool demeanor, a calm smile on his face. Suddenly, the guy trying to take him out collapsed on the ground, and Jackson left him behind. The man pleaded with Jackson to just land one hit. Jackson thought to himself that he'd actually prefer if the guy managed to connect on his first try. The fairy, witnessing this, was utterly stunned. In a later meeting, the commander inquired if the fairy had been able to bring the unstoppable ones. She responded that gathering them had been surprisingly simple. She approached their cabin and asked them to step in and fill the spot left by their platoon leader. The rich kid spoke up, saying they'd get ready for their entry. However, Rem wasn't thrilled with her tone. He pointed out that she had taken their platoon leader and now expected them to fill the void. He shot her an arrogant glare and she met his gaze. She mentioned that the commander was to blame for the soldiers' disobedience, asking if he wanted to stir up trouble for Rancor. Rem was still unhappy with her words, but agreed to cooperate for 3 days. After that, he wouldn't do anything more. The rest nodded in agreement. The fairy observed that those crazies just going along with it was already something to be thankful for. However, she felt they shouldn't view it that way from a superior's perspective. Then another commander mentioned that his battalion was right on the front lines of the war and that what happened there would heavily influence the main battle's outcome. He asked if Aspen was still egging their soldiers on into duels and remarked that since their last defeat they had taken to such underhanded tactics. The fairy replied that despite that, the enemy side always sent strong soldiers, yet they never won a duel. After several losses, some soldiers began to express that with such a skill gap, they'd likely lose in a full-blown troop battle as well. The commander said that if they allowed that to happen, troop morale would take a nosedive. He suggested they just needed to send someone tough too, and it would be fantastic if those crazies could sort it all out. However, the fairy explained that just bringing them to the battlefield was a challenge in itself. If they pushed for more, they might even refuse to fight, questioning if the commander was really sure about that. He was getting a bit annoyed since they were too headstrong and talented to just toss aside. He asked if there was a way to manage them more effectively. The fairy reassured him that they would indeed bring their platoon leader, since that wild one was the only one capable of keeping those maniacs in check. When the commander was alone, he pondered how those Aspen rascals were always trying to pull something sneaky. Originally, they didn't rely on dirty tricks as part of their strategy. He mused that recently word must have spread about a young genius strategist joining Aspen, and it must be that guy running the show. Later that afternoon, the rich kid Andrew, along with his two companions, was feeling pretty rattled. Andrew, the firstborn destined to restore House Gardner, was currently leading the Madmen's squad, but he was pretty battered down. He felt like he was carrying the heavy weight of controlling the crew after the captain had passed. Henry asked Andrew if his eyes were okay, suggesting he needed to lay off training with Rem for now. However, Andrew countered that someone had to rein in Rem's bloodthirsty tendencies, because if they let him loose, the battlefield would turn into a complete slaughterhouse. Plus, each time he trained with Rem, he felt like he was making serious improvements, even if it was nearly killing him. He mentioned it felt like he was growing stronger every single day, standing on the edge of death. Mac chimed in, agreeing that it was frustrating, but there was no denying that it had been beneficial. Andrew figured that fortunately, the three madmen, or rather the squad members, kept busy with their own tasks. The real issue was another guy trying to boss them around, referring to the independent company of the Madmen's squad. This guy demanded if they could show some restraint. Andrew recognized that this was about to go sideways. The guy started barking at Rem, questioning if they couldn't see everyone was fighting for their lives, asking if they thought the battlefield was a joke. Andrew wondered if that guy was the new captain. He questioned if they were looking for trouble, since talking like that to those guys was just insane. So Andrew jumped in front of Rem, claiming that their authority over the independent company came from their higher-up. The captain questioned if that was why they thought they could just take it easy. As he shouted at Andrew, he heard Rem's voice behind him, asking if taking a look at that guy's guts would lighten his mood. A wild, murderous intent radiated from the crazy person lurking behind Andrew. Andrew sensed that things were about to take a turn for the worse and figured they needed to rescue the poor, innocent captain right away. He charged at the captain, yanking him away, and said that if the captain had an issue, he ought to fight him instead because whoever triumphed would be in charge, questioning if he was scared. The captain, who was being saved at that moment, actually took the bait. He asked, since when a squad leader made the calls, telling Andrew to follow him because he was going to wipe the floor with him. Rem realized what had occurred. Getting more and more bored, he thought fights were quite dull, and whenever someone finally wanted to throw down, that one guy always jumped in and messed everything up. He stayed silent. There was excitement, but looking around at his perfectly made bed, he contemplated that it might be time to hang up his soldier's hat. So they all kept missing, the captain complaining that they hadn't heard a word from him. If he was taking this long, Ragnar started to wonder if the captain had actually kicked the bucket. Alden figured it might be time for him to head back because if there was no point in sticking around, it was just a waste of time. Jaxel shared the same thoughts, stating that the purpose which had driven him to war was nearly fulfilled, and he had no reason to keep burning daylight there. So they all agreed if he didn't show up that day either, they would make their exit. And finally, Enkrid made his appearance. The fairy told him to head back to the company immediately, sweetly calling Enkrid her fiancé. As he walked in, everyone's jaws dropped in surprise. The four who were itching to leave because he wasn't around suddenly perked up. Enkrid announced that he was back. Pra was getting ready to dash forward. But the happiest of them all about Enk's return was Andrew. He began shouting at his captain, asking why he had just now shown up. Andrew flung himself at Enkrid, sobbing like a baby, asking if he knew just how long he had waited, saying he had been through such turmoil all that time. Pra automatically cheered, asking who had gotten there faster than him. He mentioned his captain had taken way too long and everyone gathered around. The vibes were joyful. Their bond was strong. The team's spirits had been dwindling just because their leader Enkrid was absent. Onred remarked that their eagerness to get there seemed to keep those guys in line. He suggested that at the very least, they should try to listen to orders. Rem snapped back, "Count me out." Onred recognized they weren't the listening type. Rem then shifted the topic. "There's something more important. That's not the issue right now. Are you feeling better?" Enkrid caught on to the challenge and got ready to brawl. Ragnar crashed his swords into the ground, challenging him to a fight. Christ urged them to wait. "Can't you see his wrist is injured?" Rem, however, shot a glance at Ragnar. "Are you blind? I always take him on first." Ragnar shot back. "Since when do we care about rules?" He asked if Rem wanted to battle over the order. Aldine jumped in, separating the two like they were kids about to brawl. "Chill out. It's been a while. Don't you want to warm up first with a little isolation training?" Rem shot back. "That big guy shouldn't be cutting in line." Enred asked everyone to calm down. Christ started wishing the captain would finally step in and stop the madness. Jan announced he would take them all on one by one. Christ told Jan, "Don't do that. He's hurt." Enred responded that his wrist wasn't broken and he could still wield it. Jaxel suggested they not downplay an injury and recommended removing the bandage to check how bad it was. Enkrid insisted he shouldn't push it, but thought he could at least manage his sword. He reminisced about recent battles. After taking on the pros of the Crusade Guard, he felt stronger. After battling Frog, he had also started to gain some insight. The path of the night was still lengthy. They claimed it was an almost unreachable objective. Jaxel advised Enkrid not to overdo it because in the end, he would bear the consequences alone. Enkrid noted his smile. Enkrid stepped out with the others, who seemed eager for a fight, and stood in front of Rem. Rem mentioned he felt super confident and was eager to see just how much Enkrid had leveled up. He went on the offensive and charged at Enkrid with everything he could muster. The axe whizzed by Enkrid's eyes, but he coolly deflected Rem's strike, pushing his hands back. Rem was left astonished, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Enkrid appeared to have changed. He didn't hold back at all during his attacks. It was clear that only someone who had truly unlocked their power could exhibit such skill. Rem was bubbling with excitement. "That's awesome, Enkrid. Give us more." He prepared to engage Enkrid head-on once more. Jaxel pointed out that even after taking a week away from the captain, Enkrid had made remarkable progress. Alden was watching all the action, feeling even more delighted, noting the limits of human patience. Ragnar and the others could only hope in their minds for Rem to return soon. As Rem glanced back, he realized those guys were really wishing they could take his spot. He then pondered who would manage to hold up after witnessing something like that. Enkrid pressed forward with an even stronger velocity against Rem. Eventually, after facing off with them, they all made their way back to the tent. Jaxel questioned if Enkrid shouldn't share how he achieved this. Enkrid shrugged it off, saying it was nothing, just that he had sparred with Frog beforehand. Jaxel was quite taken aback. "That was just nothing," Rem said as he wondered about the endlessness leading to the Crusader Guard asking if Frog had shown up. Christ clarified that Frog had come because of the guild and got injured when he returned to the border guard. Rem inquired if Enkrid had allowed a Furic coat to hit him and leave a scar. Alden asked if there had been any issues during the mission. Enkrid replied that the enemy set a trap. There was the Grey Dog unit, a lycanthrope alongside a mage waiting in ambush. Enkrid was increasingly taken aback by how effortlessly the others seemed to speak. It struck him as odd because he had also worked hard and fought like a maniac, yet the divide between them seemed unchanged. He was amazed that Enkrid had made it through. Enkrid responded that it truly was a stroke of luck. The candles dimmed. Enkrid settled down to sleep beside Esther. He acknowledged he had a lot to learn that day, but figured no one would notice he wasn't giving his all due to his wrist. He wanted to bounce back quickly and return at full strength. He was curious about how much power he could extract from that squad with his current capacity. Before sleep, Rem spoke to him. "From now on, we can't lose to guys like Frog," Ragnar added. "There's still a lot to learn, and finding the answers for your captain." Jaxel noted that there were still areas where Enkrid was lacking. However, Enkrid confidently asserted that if they faced each other again, he would definitely win. Rem replied that at the very least Enkrid had self-assurance. Everybody got ready for bed while Enkrid remained a bit restless. Rem mentioned that once Enkrid's wrist healed, they'd battle again. Everyone agreed this would definitely help improve things, and reiterated that training was a non-stop journey. Jaxel pointed out a way for Enkrid to enhance his sensory skills. Enkrid nodded, agreeing that once he got better, they'd explore those things. Once again, everyone tried to catch some sleep, but they soon found themselves chatting again. This time, Rem was annoyed, and Enkrid was starting to feel the same way. Rem criticized Father Frog, saying, "Just block like this, strike like this. When his wrist is back to normal, I want him to completely wipe out that opponent." Ragnar declared it was high time to learn techniques that went beyond the basics. Alden was also bubbling with enthusiasm, stating that even with limited strength, the isolation technique was crucial. Jaxel chimed in too, reminding them never to drop their guard. Enkrid asked if they weren't going to sleep. Finally, the three guys flopped back onto their beds again, and only then did they drift off. The next day, Enkrid wondered if he had overslept, since it felt like ages since he woke up so late. Esther still lay in bed. He asked her if she had a good night's sleep, and she merely stretched out a little more. Outside, Christ was surprised to see Enkrid already awake. Enkrid wanted to know if everyone had left, yet noticing that all the combatants had headed to the front. Only the support unit and a few guards were still around. Enkrid quickly went to the ground to work on some bridging. He noticed his hand had gotten worse after yesterday's bout. He thought maybe he had pushed himself too hard. Still, the intense fighting spirit within him made him eager to grab his sword again. He was going to use a sword. He thought a long sword was designed for two hands, but with enough strength in one, he had previously wielded it with just his right hand. If he trained his left too, it could totally work out. He started his training but felt a little awkward. Just like that first time he picked up a sword, it was kinda sad. But there was really no better moment to relearn everything from scratch. And Red just couldn't sit still. While training, he figured out that starting over wasn't a walk in the park. Thanks to that awesome isolation technique, he had enough strength. Vengeance came up to him again. They said Enkrid had gotten hurt, But Enkrid was already doing something wild. Enkrid was shocked to see him there, asking if he didn't head out to the battlefield. Vengeance said his unit was busy guarding the base. As Enkrid kept training, he felt the cloth he tied around the sword slipping from his grip. Vengeance pointed out that both the sword and its owner were totally worn out, asking Enkrid to hand it over. He questioned how Enkrid expected to tie it up using just one hand. Vengeance started fixing it for Enkrid. Enkrid thought Vengeance had spent some time being grumpy, but now he was all smiles. He asked why Vengeance had been so stubborn before, and if he really disliked him. Vengeance talked about Jenny, but Enkrid had no clue who she was. Vengeance explained that Jenny was from the herb stand. Enkrid still couldn't connect the dots. Vengeance got even more frustrated, saying he wouldn't chat with Enkrid anymore. Storming off and kicking the ground, Enkrid figured he wasn't too bothered since Jenny was the one who liked him without reciprocation. Now that Vengeance was talking, Enkrid recalled. Jenny, who had always managed an herb shop at the border guard, was someone he recognized. Since those herbs worked wonders, he visited her place often. He guessed that she had started developing feelings for him. Vengeance was on his way to bring a bouquet for the girl who had fallen for unread. Enkrid realized Vengeance was into her too. He thought he cared more about the herbs than the girl. Vengeance agreed, suggesting that Enkrid was way more excited about swords than women. Deep down, Vengeance thought it was just an inferiority complex. Jenny, who had never given him a glance, was smitten by Enkrid. Vengeance began to feel like Enkrid was totally unbearable, yet Enkrid had no idea what Vengeance was going on about. Vengeance simply told Enkrid to take care of his sword since he was heading to work. Enkrid thought that guy changed moods at least 10 times a day and was so strange. Inside the tent, Esther was stretching. Enkrid mentioned she really seemed drained and asked if she was in pain somewhere. Esther thought it was all Enkrid's fault since, even with her injuries, she still trained with him and spent another day trying to shake off her exhaustion. She figured she wouldn't be able to use magic for a while. Enkrid thought that since he was at the rear for the moment, she could catch a break. Meanwhile, outside, some guards near the river noticed ripples in the water. One looked back, and the other asked what was going on. He brushed it off, thinking he'd seen something in the water, but while he was in that uncertain space, he got a spear right in the middle of his forehead. Enkrid heard the noise, along with everyone else. They all yelled, "It's an enemy attack! Protect everything and don't let them take the supplies." So Enkrid rushed out, asking where the enemies were. Christ immediately questioned what an injured guy thought he could do, and told the captain to stay under cover. As the foes emerged from the water, Enkrid locked eyes with one of them. He realized they were Antis's hounds. It was the one who promised they would meet again. He recognized him, Mitch Roria. Enkrid faced off with the man. Mitch said, "God heard my prayers. I really wanted to see you again." Enkrid noted that Mitch still remembered his name. Mitch replied that because of Enkrid, he had let go of his arrogance and reached a new level. He truly needed to settle things with his own hands, raising his sword and aiming it right at Enkrid. Enkrid then told Chris to handle Mitch, as he was the main objective. They faced each other's swords ready, yet Enkrid, with only one strong hand to fight Mitch, was really struggling. Mitch quickly parried his sword. Enkrid realized he couldn't do much. Mitch asked if Enkrid was injured, thinking it was bad luck, and then raised his sword to finish him off. Just then, Vengeance jumped in, blocking the attack with his sword and saving Enkrid. He told Enkrid to run while he would take on Mitch, but Enkrid told Vengeance to hold back since Mitch wasn't someone he could confront. And guess what? That turned out to be true. Vengeance lost his head, which flew straight to Enkrid's side. Enkrid was taken aback. Mitch coldly referred to them as little bugs. Star rushed at Mitch, but Chris quickly ordered her to fall back. Enkrid shouted for them to stay put because leaving would have serious consequences. Without a second thought, Mitch took down Star, slicing her right in half. Then he went for Chris, stabbing him right through the chest close to the neck. Enkrid found himself face to face with Mitch, who was causing total chaos. Mitch said, "What a pity. If your wrist were fine, I would have loved to test the strength of the console." Mitch finished them off one after another. Everyone who mattered to Enkrid was taken out right before his eyes. And with that, Enkrid woke up once again that same morning. He went to Star, gently stroking her. He felt worthless, as if he couldn't do anything just because of his injured wrist. Chris noticed Enkrid was already awake. As he greeted him, Enkrid thought about how there were no troops around to assist. By midday, the Greyhounds were going to launch a surprise attack on the base. Enkrid kept practicing with just one hand to sharpen his sword skills. He was fully committed to getting ready. Memories of his past flooded back when he lost part of his squad. His superior had told him it was his fault for being weak, a pitiful bug, and that they died trying to save him. Enkrid couldn't help but think about that. Vengeance approached, asking if he had hurt his right hand and if he was now trying to injure his left. Vengeance commented, "If that's what you call training, then you're just sick." "Do you think that will get you what you want?" Enkrid replied. "If it doesn't work, then I need to make it work. I'll protect them all." Vengeance didn't quite get Enkrid apologized regarding Jenny. Vengeance asked, "You knew," then remarked, "Forget it. It's not like you did anything." Enkrid encouraged him, mentioning there are plenty of girls out there who don't care about looks. This struck a chord with Vengeance, since he felt a bit rough around the edges. Furious, Vengeance shouted, "Just admit you're handsome already since you walk around all cocky because of your looks." Enkrid just chuckled. Later that afternoon, when the invasion hit, Enkrid was all geared up and ready. He faced Mitch again. Enkrid remembered how strong Mitch was. He was already a special class, and now that they were back together, he was even more on guard. Enkrid readied himself, blocking some strikes while testing out Mitch's power. He thought he couldn't handle him with both hands, and he felt weaker still. He tried to fend off the blows with all his might, relying on his swordsmanship, his sharpest skill. But due to his limitations, he ended up getting grazed on the neck and ultimately toppled. Mitch wondered about Enkrid's injured right hand. Enkrid confirmed it was indeed hurt. Mitch exclaimed, "What bad luck, I was hoping to defeat you using all my strength." Then Mitch thrust his sword into Enkrid's chest, killing him once again. Enkrid thought about how no matter how much he improved, he would only be able to focus on training his left hand. Each time he looped back, he trained even harder, learning how to hold the hilt swing, the sword, practice footwork diagonal, cuts downward, slashes, and thrusts. Since he was a kid, he had learned from his village instructor and even some intermediate sword styles from Ragnar, adding to his foundation. He had no excuse for not knowing. He kept training, and every time he battled Mitch, it felt different. He got stronger, always using his left hand whenever he returned. He believed he had already mastered the techniques with his right hand. Each loop made his training more intense, yet he kept being defeated by Mitch. When he died, he just trained harder. He died and trained even more. Since he already knew how to use his right hand, his improvement was quicker. But after going through 40 deaths, his movements were still unsteady. He wondered why this was happening, questioning if it was due to the difference in familiarity. As Vengeance observed him train, he noticed something and asked, "Enkrid, want to train with me?" Enkrid was taken aback. Vengeance had never shown interest in training before. He thought about what had gotten into Vengeance. Vengeance looked at Enkrid with a very serious expression. Enkrid sensed the gravity of the moment and said he saw no reason to turn down a training session. As they stood in front of each other, Vengeance lunged at Enkrid with everything he had. Enkrid managed to deflect the blow using his left hand. He realized he was back in that same situation with Vengeance being the squad captain too. Vengeance kept moving forward, but this time Enkrid used his feet, sending Vengeance crashing down onto the ground face first. Enkrid exclaimed, "Looks like I've got the win." Vengeance saw that Enkrid was still utilizing his left hand. What a huge embarrassment. However, Enkrid mentioned that he occasionally trained his left hand and wondered why Vengeance suddenly felt the urge to train. Vengeance answered that he wasn't sure, but seeing Enkrid made his blood boil with excitement. Enkrid said he had only practiced the basics. Vengeance elaborated, "Exactly. Looking at you sparked memories of the first time I ever held a sword and trained. The thrill of wanting to grow stronger, and the pure joy of swinging a sword." But Vengeance pointed out that Enkrid's sword seemed unusual. Enkrid asked, "What do you mean by unusual?" Vengeance tried to clarify, "How can I explain it? It looks more like a lifeless sword." Enkrid asked, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Vengeance acknowledged that his explanation sounded off, and that what he truly meant was something along those lines. Enkrid again asked what he meant by a lifeless sword, questioning if his strikes were weak or something different. Vengeance queried if he was truly listening, but Enkrid was lost in thought. Having already gone through this with his right hand, he wished to replicate the same patterns. But then he realized he had unconsciously mirrored the patterns of his right hand all along. His left and right hands felt completely different, so he gave it another shot at the straw dummy, determined to discover a pattern that fit his left hand. That swing was fantastic, a really precise strike. Enkrid noticed that the sound of the cut was clearly distinct. With that, Enkrid chuckled, thanking Vengeance. Because of him, he had found a clue to better use his left hand. He thought he needed to enhance the sensitivity of his left hand, and with that, he'd unlock its potential. He knew he had to start changing his daily habits. Kratos asked Enkrid if he always ate with his left hand. Enkrid replied that he had hurt his right and needed to let it heal faster. But Kratos challenged him, suggesting he was exaggerating since Enkrid could barely eat without dropping food everywhere. Enkrid contemplated that from eating to dressing and even training, everything needed to be prioritized with his left hand. He slammed his sword into the ground after a training session and said that to heighten his sensitivity even more, he needed to utilize all his various techniques. He recalled the hidden blade technique when he was reminded that the blade's subtle sensitivity was crucial for achieving that. He tried to implement it with his left hand, but the first try didn't go so well. He figured he could use the hidden knife, and the method he learned from Torres should do the trick. Thus, on the 50th day, Vengeance approached Enkrid, asking if he wanted to train with him. Enkrid gave Vengeance a massive beating. Vengeance then commented that even with his left hand, Enkrid still fought remarkably well, but his sword remained strange. Enkrid acknowledged that, indeed, it felt like a lifeless sword. He resumed his training once again. By the 60th day, he was still battling against vengeance, wanting to confirm if it still felt like a lifeless sword. On the 70th day, the duel continued, and he even used the hidden knife, successfully disarming Vengeance using just his left hand. Vengeance observed that Enkrid fought exceptionally well even with his left. Enkrid questioned what was going through Vengeance's mind and stated that when he returned to the battlefield, he'd have to put in double the effort. Enkrid finally realized that there was no longer any talk of a lifeless sword when he wielded his left hand. This was a fantastic achievement. Then Enkrid encouraged Vengeance to keep pushing, because one day, Jenny might just take an interest in him. Vengeance became quite annoyed at hearing that, insisting it was because of Enkrid's face, not his talent. He affirmed that Enkrid was well aware of this and was still instigating him. Vengeance challenged him again, promising to teach him a lesson. Enkrid left with a smile, stating that Vengeance always had such a lively reaction. Enkrid thought that at least he should let Vengeance confess to Jenny. For that, he realized he couldn't meet his end just yet. Then he prepared for the invasion and pondered what true talent really was. As it couldn't be simplified into just one word, he considered physical skill, which seemed obvious enough. He recalled his moments swinging his sword, but mentioned that being able to forget everything else and simply concentrate was also part of talent. He remembered practicing with his sword until he almost collapsed, but for now he realized he only needed to focus on one thing. As he pulled out his sword with his left hand, it all felt right. Enkrid said that for the very first time in his life, he was experiencing what true talent felt like. He boasted that after training his left hand every day in just 100 days, he had accomplished what took 30 years with his right. Today marked his 112th day. When Mitch appeared with his crew, Enkrid finally felt like he had broken through that barrier. Vengeance shouted to all his men, directing them to defend the fort and push the enemies away. Chris relayed that a wounded soldier was still fighting, urging his captain to pull back. Meanwhile, Enkrid stayed cool as a cucumber, making a beeline for Mitch. Mitch exclaimed, "I must thank the gods. I wanted to see you, Enkrid, again," Enkrid replied. "I also wished to see you, Mitch Roria. I brought some new insights for you who seems to be stuck in a rut." Mitch announced he would unleash his full power against Enkrid today to reach even greater heights. Enkrid felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that was Mitch's true power. He remarked he had seen that many times among his angels. He soon understood he couldn't win in a sword duel against this guy, so he dove at Mitch before he had the chance to react. Enkrid fought with total ferocity, forcing Mitch onto the back foot. Mitch was baffled by the intense onslaught. But Enkrid wasn't just wielding his sword. He grabbed Mitch's hand, twisting it and knocking him off balance. With that, Enkrid unleashed sheer brutality. He took a knee to the stomach and was sent crashing backward. Mitch had no choice but to drop his sword, furious at Enkrid, who had seemingly broken his thumb. Mitch accused, "You're fighting dirty." Enkrid responded that in the past, he had always bested him in swordplay, and now he aimed to fulfill his desire. Although a sword duel with Mitch was tough, dragging the fight out today wouldn't help his left hand develop any further. He needed to push past today. Mitch fired back, claiming Enkrid might think he's reaching his limits, but it didn't matter since he would use his left hand too. Mitch insisted he was ambidextrous. "From this day forward, so will you," Enkrid said. "This fight aims to defeat you and move on to the next day. But this isn't traditional fencing. It's so desperate that it's reserved for last resorts, the secret technique of Valen-style mercenary fencing." Enkrid gave it his all, throwing his sword at Mitch. Mitch felt a surge of fear at that insanity. Enkrid approached him, grabbed him by the collar and declared, "From this moment forward, it's a street fight." Enkrid engaged him in close combat, delivering left-handed punches aimed right at Mitch's face. Mitch just needed to dodge. His opponent was playing dirty, trying to hit Enkrid with his sword. Enkrid executed a takedown, throwing Mitch onto his back on the ground. He decided he needed to stay on him no matter what. On the ground, Mitch couldn't use his sword anymore. Enkrid knelt, restraining Mitch's hand. He thought if it came down to it, he might need to bite his enemy to win. Getting ready to rain down a flurry of punches, Enkrid began to hit Mitch's face with full force. Mitch quickly started to lose his bearings. Enkrid knew he had to use every trick available to secure the win. "This truly is a street fight," he said, with that barrage of punches heading his way, unable to do anything. Mitch thought quickly. He used his legs to throw Enkrid up, and Enkrid fell, tumbling away from Mitch, who seized the chance to get back on his feet and wield his sword once more. Mitch urged Enkrid to take the fight seriously and draw his sword, challenging him to fight properly. Even with all that going on, while Mitch attempted to slice at Enkrid's collarbone, Enkrid leaned forward, stopping the hit with just his armor. The sword got lodged in the metal. "I'm completely serious right now," Enkrid declared. While preparing to throw another punch at Mitch, Enkrid took out a hidden knife and slashed part of Mitch's face. As blood trickled down his cheek, Mitch began to scream. His eyes nearly took a hit, and he barely dodged the chance of being blinded. Fueled by wrath, Mitch plunged his sword into Enkrid's shoulder, but couldn't push deeper than that, a mere scrape on his arm. He had to retract. Enkrid thought if his wrist got hit, and now his shoulder, he could be defeated if he dragged it out any longer. Mitch believed that with one eye gone, his depth perception was all messed up. It was time to end this fight. But Enkrid once again, surprise, threw a dagger at Mitch. Mitch swung his sword trying to block the attack, but instead of making contact with the blade, he moved forward to steer clear of getting hurt. The dagger hit his hand. Sinking deep, Mitch lost all support. Enkrid took him down again, flat on his back on the ground, forcing him to drop his sword. As his sword flew away, Mitch began to curse Enkrid. He was livid with the kid. Enkrid truly showcased his determination. He locked Mitch's arm, aiming to break his leg. As Enkrid twisted, Mitch started screaming, throwing every punch he had at him. Yet Enkrid managed to weave away from being hit. Once more, he caught Mitch's arm, twisting it hard to break it. This time it seemed he succeeded because Mitch's roar on the battlefield was absolutely deafening. Everyone noticed how the enemy platoon leader was there, wounded and wailing in pain. Enkrid showed no mercy, shattering Mitch's leg in several places. People said Mitch was a brilliant guy who didn't even try. Despite his natural talent, he was stuck in a rut. Mitch Horrier had transformed since he returned from the last battlefield. The memories of his loss to Enkrid pushed him to never leave the training ground, practicing hard with his sword. With hard work added to his talent, his sword finally began to sparkle. But just then, with his legs broken, he lay flattened on the ground like a vanquished warrior. Mitch questioned why this was happening to him. Enkrid stood over him, eyeing the sword. Mitch talked to him while Enkrid glanced back, realizing that what once seemed like an unscalable wall was now knocked down. Mitch felt that Enkrid was the rival who ignited his spirit. He expressed to Enkrid that he didn't want this sort of fight. However, the wall was crumbling down in front of the boy. Mitch insisted he was only after a genuine duel against Enkrid. At that point, though, he wasn't a wall anymore for Enkrid. Enkrid then told Mitch Roria that this was a battlefield, ready to pierce his sword into his neck. Regardless of Mitch's seething hatred, Enkrid beheaded him, proving that this wasn't a fight of honor. Once Mitch met his end, all his soldiers surged at Enkrid. They shouted their commander's name, but Vengeance commanded everyone to fire and take out the enemies there. Thus, they were gunned down and eliminated by those who survived. Enkrid lingered next to Mitch's body. In the realm of death, the last brick tumbled down. Enkrid kept mulling it over, having a one-sided chat about Mitch. He remarked how the struggle they had was fierce, but in that moment, he kept thinking about the barrier Mitch symbolized, leaving it behind and vowing to reach even greater heights. Sometime after the camp battle, Christ noted that if that place had been captured, things would have gotten sticky. They learned of the main army's peril and instructed the assassins to step in. And thanks to that, they managed to survive. Vengeance approached Enkrid, stating their survival was due to Enkrid buying them time. He asked if the sword, handing it to Enkrid, wasn't theirs. Vengeance questioned how Enkrid could leave it lying around and told him to take good care of it. Christ asked if the sword had not already been picked up. When Vengeance looked back, Enkrid clarified that it was Mitch Roria's sword from the enemy he had faced. Vengeance wondered if it didn't look like a fine sword. Christ stepped in closer for a better look. As he observed it under the moonlight, he noted a bluish shine and mentioned it must have been crafted from damp iron. He raised an eyebrow at this. Christ explained that damp was an infamous ore mine in Aspen, and that the iron should be much pricier than Valen steel or Noir's soft iron, which was what the captain usually used. If Enkrid was thinking of selling it, he could fetch a nice sum. Christ asked Benson if he was heading to the front lines soon and why. Benson wondered if he was invited too. Enkrid replied that he couldn't leave his fellow soldiers alone for too long. Then they asked if he'd switch swords. They reasoned even if it was a great sword, one he was used to would be better. But Enkrid said he didn't need to limit himself to just one. Perhaps he could use both at once. Sometime later, as the soldiers were making their way back, Rem began to think that his captain was ready to move on to the next level. He reflected to himself that he never envisioned in his life that he would team up with someone from the continent, and that someone like the captain could even learn the secret technique evolved from the heart of the beast. Maybe it would be a good idea to teach this to Enkrid. Alden, on his end, figured that the muscle modifications were done. Now it was time for the joints. Afterwards, when they changed their stance, the body shape would shift, creating a form that could handle twists or hits. He mentioned that if they did everything simultaneously, Enkrid's body might not handle it well. He thought it would be better to take things one step at a time. Just then, while Alden was deep in thought, he stayed put. Rem zoomed right into him, feeling irritated. "Are you stuck to the ground?" Rem teased the big guy, urging him to move aside. Alden replied that he still seemed to be growing. He noted that Valinho had a natural flow with the axe. The two got ready to face off, but Ragna jumped in, cutting between them. Alden commented that Ragna just slicing through was pretty lazy. Rem started grumbling about Ragna. Ragna figured that training to keep the sword close could be beneficial, not just swinging it freely but making the tip of the blade flow with the body. Before all that, he thought he could catch a quick nap. Jackson, on his part, believed it would also be great for Enkrid to work on his footwork. It didn't have to be silent like an assassin, but maximizing efficiency with minimal movements would certainly be handy. Still, he wondered if he really wanted to pitch in with that teaching, thinking it sounded like a pretty dull task. They kept circling back to Enkrid. Ragna and Rem squared off every chance they got. Jackson worried that the commander couldn't end up like those ordinary soldiers. They knew they needed to come up with a plan. Meanwhile, the fairy continued moving ahead of them all, asking them to halt. She encountered some soldiers. One of them introduced himself as Lel, a soldier from the Principality of Asp, asking if no one would agree to a fair duel with him. She noted that he was once again proposing an unusual challenge. Aspen's sneaky tactic of lowering enemy morale through one-on-one duels is downright dishonorable, the fairy said. But as defeats kept stacking up, the troops' spirits were definitely low. If they ignored it and marched past, they'd be accused of fleeing in fear, which could create quite the reputation. Fighting ended up being the best way to handle it. They started chuckling, saying it wasn't like someone of command level would show up, then questioned how they could resort to something so low. The fairy thought this was a tricky situation even to get caught up in. If they easily won the duel, the mood should improve. So she suggested if they were going in, they should really make good use of the soldiers. From the commander's perspective, they needed to be upbeat and compliant for a bit. She was excited about this, asking Han. That guy wondered if he was just a barbarian. Han thought it would act as a diversion and face those soldiers. They began to laugh. They were chuckling because they had sent in a barbarian thinking there was no one better. However, Han charged at the first soldier, taking his head clean off in one swift move. The enemy screamed while Han appeared quite pleased, asking who'd step up next. The whirlwind of slaughter continued. The other soldiers thought he was genuinely a maniac, but realized he fought unbelievably well. They started begging for mercy. The fairy took note that having a solid combat soldier indeed boosted morale somewhat. Yet Aspen's soldiers began to wave the white flag. But Han wouldn't accept any surrenders. The fairy began to realize the mistake of sending that wild man against them. The soldiers called out asking how long he planned to attack since it was so brutal they couldn't bear to watch anymore. The fairy begged him to stop. Another soldier on the front line pleaded with Han to halt, calling him a monster. He had already declared his surrender and begged for mercy. Han, however, showed no mercy, claiming he hadn't heard, and continued the bloodshed, turning the man into ground meat. The survivors decided they didn't want to share the battlefield with that guy. They thought they were terrified and wanted to escape. The fairy realized that troop morale had dipped yet again. She shouldn't have sent him into the fray. Ultimately, the only one who could control those fighters was Enkrid himself. Meanwhile, Enner stayed calm at the base. As night fell, they finally returned and caught up with Enkrid. Jackson noted he should have rested, but Enkrid came back even more battered. Jackson insisted that, even if he went back to the battlefield, he should definitely steer clear of fighting. Han declared it was too much too soon before fully recovering. The fairy decided to visit Enkrid, mentioning that her fiancé often pushed himself too hard. Enkrid was taken aback by the captain's presence. She urged him to take something, and Enkrid questioned what it was. The fairy replied it was enchanted medicine. Jackson was amazed, claiming it was superior to his own balm. Han remarked that the captain was really looking out for their leader. Enkrid expressed his gratitude for the medicine, but was curious about the reason behind it. She clarified that she had given it some thought. Even though they promised a future together, they'd never shared any tokens, so he should see it as a tiny engagement gift. Enkrid's face lit up in surprise. She congratulated him on returning and told him to relax. The three individuals present were utterly confused about what was happening. Christ popped in, asking if they shouldn't open the hall together. Enkrid shot back, telling him to get lost. Han teased him, claiming he had more flair for that than for wielding a sword. Ragnar confirmed that he indeed had a special charm. Enkrid wondered what the company captain found so funny about referring to him as her fiancé, as the hearts of fairies were a true riddle to him. Days flew by since the arrival and the kiss. Aspen pressed on with minor surprise attacks in anticipation of a real battle. Enkrid, with astonishing resilience, was training with a massive stone on his back. It was said this helped him buy some time to heal from his injuries. He was up early for his training. Alden approached him, asking if Enkrid was feeling okay, since he'd been busy since first light. Enkrid said he felt fine thanks to the fairy medicine. Alden then suggested a friendly match with Enkrid. Enkrid eagerly agreed. They fought hand to hand, but quickly Enkrid found himself face down on the ground. Alden pointed out that after hurting his right wrist, now it was his shoulder, and Enkrid was covered in bruises. Enkrid noted that just as he had anticipated, it was still tough for him to use his strength properly. Yet if a battle broke out, he'd have to fight. He stated that as long as he could move, he would battle. Alden listened closely and looked to the side, prompting Enkrid to ask what was up. Alden remained silent until he unexpectedly emitted a radiant aura from his body. That brilliant glow startled Enkrid. With that sacred power, Alden sent forth a powerful healing energy towards Enkrid, creating a pillar of light right in the camp. Enkrid was left in awe of what Alden had done. However, Alden promised Enkrid he wouldn't tell anyone and made him swear to the Lord that it would stay a secret. Enkrid sensed the seriousness in Alden's voice and agreed, vowing to keep quiet about what had just unfolded. After this unexpected mystery, Alden began to walk away, mentioning that even the mist by the riverside is a blessing from the Lord. Enkrid thought that this sacred power was proof of a priest genuinely devoted to God, a miracle that healed the injured. Alden, who always prayed to God, had never tapped into this sacred power, which is why no one realized he was a true priest. So Alden returned to his prayers, seeking forgiveness from the Lord. Enkrid pondered whether the use of sacred power was linked to some doctrine, something Alden shouldn't use but had for Enkrid's benefit. Taking a chance, Enkrid bid Alden farewell, thanking him once more. Alden reflected that if his use of sacred power became known, the Inquisitors would hunt him down. He had left the order, weighed down by many restrictions, and had sealed himself off to prevent any hint of sacred power from surfacing. He endured the pain, which felt like a needle piercing his heart. He couldn't just stand idly by. He prayed to the Lord who is always there, yet has never responded to him. However, after meeting the Squad Brothers, he started believing that the Lord's will was evident in actions, and he would follow the command of his heart. Sometime later, everyone gathered for a meal. After they ate, Christ asked Enkrid if he wanted him to apply the ointment, curious if he needed assistance. Enkrid declined, saying he could handle it himself. Enkrid felt that while it wasn't a full recovery, the wounds had healed in no time. If he wanted to keep this under wraps, he couldn't let anyone notice. He had to be cautious not to attract attention even on the battlefield. Enkrid asked when the battle would kick off. Christ mentioned that both sides were just observing for now. Their battalion, led by Commander Marcos, was tasked with blocking the bypass route, so the main route was just hanging out at Green Pearl. In the last skirmish, both sides had tossed out the rulebook and brought in shamans and shield bearers. It seemed like the Night Squad was gearing up for a serious showdown over there. Enkrid mentioned they ought to be on the opposite side since where they stood. It felt more like a duel and a dull taunt. Christ, however, insisted this was not going to drag on for much longer, and that this unproductive standoff would soon wrap up. The vibe on the battlefield shifted a lot. A handful of soldiers were stationed at their posts, and the trumpets blasted. They yelled out that the foes were closing in. Enkrid and his crew then got ready at the front lines. The commander of Enkrid's army, along with the ferry, spotted some lone enemy scouts sneaking up. The enemy scouts yelled at Enkrid's army, branding them worthless and poking fun at them. Rem commented, "Those dumb idols are back at it with their taunts," asking, "Are they saving their blades for some soup later?" Christ recognized this as classic psychological warfare. Unless those knights showed up, both Aspen and Wade had nearly the same numbers and power. That's why they were playing mind games to rattle their opponents before the real fight. The soldiers were definitely getting anxious and more fragile. Rem suggested that if they let loose arrows right now, it would be game over for them. Those enemy troops kept poking fun, claiming Enkrid's army couldn't even handle what they had. However, if morale was already down, striking first would only spell disaster. Rem figured the commander was aware of this, which is why he wasn't making a move. The commander believed they had a secret weapon but couldn't put it to use just yet. Their plan to use the scouts to turn the tables had backfired. They just needed a trigger. If something happened to shift the mood, everything would click. Those 3 enemy soldiers kept egging them on, expressing pity for the virgins and labeling them losers. Only the most affected soldiers were falling for the bait, while the enemies just kept laughing. At this, Enkrid stopped Andrew, who was about to blow a fuse, reminding him he'd have his chance to vent. Andrew was taken aback by Enkrid's words. After all, he was composed while Enkrid was speaking. Enkrid explained that being a virgin was nothing to feel ashamed about. He urged the boy to channel all that anger into the upcoming battle. Everyone glanced at Enkrid, realizing he was making a rather weak attempt at comforting Andrew, who remained too chill. Andrew insisted he wasn't even mad. Enkrid continued talking, but Andrew kept stating he wasn't angry. Laughter erupted from his own teammates and Andrew's buddies. Everyone was having a laugh at his expense. Alden joked, "What if they switch teams now?" Ragnar replied that Andrew's moment would come. Rem added fuel to the fire, teasing him a bit more. Andrew asked why they were picking on him. Rem reassured him that it was all good. Everyone was puzzled about what was going on with those fighters, as it seemed the virgin had taken the bait. They all wondered who this virgin was. A soldier quipped that a good-looking guy still a virgin. That stinks. Andrew yelled for everyone to be quiet, insisting he wasn't mad. Then one of the soldiers joked if he wanted them to take him to a nice brothel when they hit the city. Andrew shot back that he didn't need that. Jackson noted that this kind of provoking had an unexpected twist. Enkrid questioned, "What do you mean Andrew's young and it's normal to be irked? I just tried to cheer him up." Rem was practically rolling on the ground with laughter at the scene. Christ wondered whether Enkrid was joking around or being serious, or if he just sensed the mood and acted. Either way, Enkrid was genuinely an interesting character. Christ leaned over to Enkrid asking if he wanted to step outside for a chat. Enkrid replied he had nothing to say, but Christ whispered to him that he had a game plan. Anthony found it didn't seem too tough and took the lead. Christ asserted that if Enkrid was the clever commander he thought he was, he'd surely be able to change the game on that battlefield. The shift in power brought on by the commander would ripple like a wave. Then they spotted the scout team, and it was Enkrid himself. He was advancing to the front with Alden and Rem. Thus, the road to victory was about to open up. According to Christ, he had told Enkrid to show some guts to the enemies, provoking them and getting close enough to shoot an arrow. At that moment, the rival soldier who was taunting him questioned what Enkrid was up to. He shot back that he was already at the front, just having stepped onto the front line, and told him to be quiet. He warned that if Enkrid moved forward, he'd be in danger of getting hit by an arrow, and asked what his plan was. Then Enkrid came up to the three troublemakers proclaiming that challengers were on the scene. Enkrid took a good look at him, remembering his chat with Christ about what he might provoke since he had no words left to say. Christ had suggested that once he was out there, Enkrid would come up with something clever and mentioned that the commander had a knack for provoking others too. So Enkrid asked the provocateur who he was and why he looked like he had a ghoul's head like the creatures around them. This made the provocateur furious, demanding to know what Enkrid meant, which sent everyone into laughter at the provocation. Another provocateur also, not the prettiest, claimed Enkrid had planned the jab, fully aware of how his appearance would affect others. Enkrid apologized to the provocateur, saying he never thought that way due to his limited perspective, and then asked if his mother happened to be a ghoul. The provocateur got even angrier and nearly lunged at Enkrid. Laughter erupted all around. Odin remarked that even God would punish such hurtful words. Ragnar chimed in that for a human, he was quite the eyesore. Even Angel chuckled, questioning where such fiery provocation came from. The provocateur's bodyguard realized he took the insult to heart, especially the comment about being a virgin. The soldier confronted Enkrid, vowing to slice out his audacious tongue. Enkrid thought the enemy was falling for the bait and accepted the challenge. Now he just needed to win effortlessly, showcasing his superior skills, and he would be golden. However, another one stopped him, questioning what Enkrid thought he could accomplish and where he was heading. They pointed out Enkrid's injury, which surely hadn't fully healed yet. Enkrid acknowledged this and realized he needed to act carefully to keep his true condition hidden. Rem mentioned that for a rookie, Enkrid held his own and instructed Enron to finish him off. The provocateur, filled with rage, pulled out his sword. He felt that for someone who only lived for the Gardner clan, nothing else mattered, and he carried no shame. But Enkrid had humiliated him by calling him a virgin. He believed the fault lay with the man who shouted. Then the provocateur declared he wasn't interested in squaring off with the smaller soldier, demanding they bring out the ghoul-headed man who insulted him and tell them he's too scared to show up. End retorted for him to shut up, threatening to rip his mouth open, and charged at the provocateur, though he missed his first strike. The command acknowledged that Aspen soldiers who challenge for duels are experienced fighters capable of easily taking out most of their own, making them formidable opponents. The Aspen provocateur truly launched a fierce fight against Enren, parrying the young man's sword. End was taken aback by his combat skills. The provocateur seemed to have a secret weapon and was well trained, showcasing impressive determination. End charged him once more with an even more powerful strike, forcing the veteran to defend himself. The young man refused to back down, thinking, "No matter the challenges or hardships, I, Enron Gardner, will always rise up. Even during my time under the king, after taking a beating from Kisoa, I found the strength to get up and do push-ups with that brute on top of me. I fought and emerged victorious for my dreams." Thus, he decisively defeated the veteran with a sword strike to the throat. End proclaimed that compared to his determination, the veteran was far too weak. An onlooker mused that Enron was indeed talented, but had been overshadowed by his extraordinary peers. All the soldiers in Enred's army began to cheer for the young man who was the one who took down the ghoul-headed guy and performed remarkably. Enkrid thought that when viewed this way, it certainly fit his style. Everyone was cheering for End, who belonged to the Madmen squad, famously known as Enron the Mad. He playfully asked if they saw that since he's already growing. M felt super embarrassed, wondering why he had to say that at that moment. Rem commented that while Enron truly lacked style, at least he made it count. Christ observed that, as anticipated, the commander didn't engage in combat, but this approach was certainly effective. The commander decided it was time, commanding everyone to move forward and shatter the Aspen army's formation. They charged with full force against the army that was caught off guard and began to mercilessly slaughter them. Then they spot Lael's army swooping in from the side, attacking from a different direction altogether. The border garrison, along with Torres, is fuming. taking out everyone in their way. The commander exclaims that while the enemies were busy with the troops flanking them, he called for the archers, instructing them to let loose. A hail of arrows rains down on Aspen and Enkrid's group, causing them to retreat to avoid getting hit. As a result, several soldiers perish before they even have a chance to react. It's said that the momentum of the battle is shifting. The commander tells them to keep a close watch, asserting that no matter how much psychological trickery they use, the unchangeable fact of the battlefield is that the team that fights better comes out on top. The Madman platoon takes charge, pushing forward against Aspen's forces. The enemy commander stays cool as he surveys the scene, discussing with his soldiers about what their next move should be. He confers with the captain of the Greyhounds, who confirms that they are prepared and it's time to fall back. Hearing this, the enemy commander lets out a grim smile, declaring that the moment they've been waiting for has finally come. Everyone sees Aspen retreating, chattering that the enemies are scattering and that victory is finally theirs. However, Ice's eyes shimmer with uncertainty, as it seems odd that Aspen would pull back so quickly, even with the advantage switched. The commander can't shake the feeling that something is off. One of the men asks the commander if they should chase down and seal the deal. He replies with a firm no, stating that they too will be retreating now, as Nala is definitely up to something. Later that night, the leader of the Greys heads to a meeting with all of Aspen's leaders. The commander inquires if he got the message across. He answers affirmatively, and mentions that since they can't attract unwanted attention, they're remaining a safe distance from the camp. The commander remarks that Nalila's tactics are quite predictable. Aside from launching strikes with the border garrison and employing turtle-armored infantry, they don't show much else. He notes that Mr. Abner's strategy is different. Abner tells the commander that it's a small elite group that determines the outcome, which has already been evident with the presence of knights. However, this small group doesn't exclusively have to be knights. The commander confidently states that they, Aspen, will emerge victorious in this battle. Sometime later, the commander spins a coin into the air, contemplating that it's the second day of waiting since their return from the battlefield. Contrary to the anticipation of immediate new encounters, the calm feels like a brewing storm. Aspen is faced with two choices: retreat or employ asymmetrical tactics. He even ponders the chance that they might use sorcery and prepares himself, doubling the reconnaissance patrols. Yet they find no signs. He wonders what Leela is scheming outside. Some ask each other why they're so relaxed in the midst of a war. Enkrid is gearing up for yet another duel with Ragna. Suddenly, the fairy makes an appearance, and Enkrid casually asks what brings her there. She replies, questioning if it's strange to check on valuable soldiers during wartime. But Enkrid quips that it shouldn't be the captain's concern. He thinks to himself that enough time has passed for his recovery to feel natural, so he's ready to dive into the duel. Ragna asks if Enkrid is leaving right away. He answers that previously he held back due to his injury, but today he doesn't have to. Ragna retorts that she didn't plan on taking it easy either, charging at Enkrid with an incredibly powerful strike. Enkrid braces himself with all his might. He muses that Ragna's sword follows a refined, rebellious path, while his own is rough and unpolished. Yet even that stems from his own hard work. Enkrid lunges toward Ragna again, applying techniques he's been learning. He drags his sword along the ground, kicking up dirt into Ragna's eyes, who blocks it with her shoulder and sword. It's noted that the unconventional sword techniques the commander once used still make appearances in Enkrid's style. Observers ponder if it was Zole's mercenary style. Enkrid takes a calculated approach, pulling his sword back and launching it at Ragna, who skillfully dodges the strike. Enkrid embeds his sword into the ground. Ragna points out that it's a fresh possibility, the broadsword technique he learned from her. Enkrid quickly draws another sword from his sheath. Assuming a dual-wield stance with one sword aimed right at Ragna's forehead, Ragna, focused closely, barely evades, as Enkrid nearly drives the blade right through her head. Viro looks astonished as he notices Enkrid swinging around dual swords. Enkrid embraces the dual-wielding stance, gearing up to charge once more. Ragna states that if Enkrid is fighting with two swords, he'll step up his game as well. He's ready for the challenge since the duel is still on. Enkrid chortles amidst this electrifying battle. Ragna, taking things seriously, feels the heat in the air. Renho, watching from the sidelines, is truly amazed. He comments that Enkrid is really giving it his all. If he hadn't lost the bet, he'd be right in there too. He wishes the duel would wrap up quickly so he can get in on the action. Meanwhile, Jackson thinks he rather dislikes direct confrontations, but he's itching to face the Subiant. Yet he feels like it's not in his nature to just turn and walk away. Alden keeps a close eye on Enkrid, noting that he seems bolder now and thinks that next time he'll mess up his tendon. Alden figures Lee isn't quite strong enough yet and nearly sent Enkrid packing to join the Lord. The elves, looking on, wonder if Alden's lost his marbles since he's eager to take down Enkrid. They realize Alden has completely lost it and everyone's on edge, just itching to face Enkrid. The fairy, observing, notes they look as desperate as kids. Even the laziest soldier gets fired up in front of Enkrid, and she ponders if it's all due to his strange charm. She admits she feels the same way, and if given the chance, she'd love to have a duel with him using her sword now. Meanwhile, Christ observes that even the captain seems to have caught that enthusiasm. Hank begins to shout, unable to contain himself, wanting to jump in already. He warns if anyone tries to cut in line, even the captain, he'll take them down. She raises an eyebrow, asking if that wouldn't be insubordination. But Enkrid remarks that the fighters are strong. They're likely not even unleashing their full potential in these duels. The real desire to outdo one another is unmistakable. Everyone is eyeing Enkrid as if he's their prey, something they need to consume. All attention is on him. Enkrid reflects that on the day they returned from patrol among those tall grass fields, he spotted that same expression that he swore he'd bring out in them. He declares, "If you have time to argue, then it's time to advance. I won't rest until I've fought everyone." Later that night, Enkrid collapses onto his bed, utterly drained. Enlil tells him he needs a shower and some sleep. But Ren asks them to let him be, claiming he must be totally wiped out. Chryson grumbles, they're a bunch of ogres, and wonders how many more duels are left. He's barely recovered and will just get knocked down again. Ren starts teasing Chryson, telling him he looks starved again. Enkrid in turn drifts off and starts dreaming. He finds himself in a forest, amazed by the scenery. No ships or flower fields like in his previous dreams. This is something new. Harpies swoop overhead, and a man yells for everyone to fight. He realizes he's back in the days of his old mercenary crew, a time when they battled harpies. Enkrid sees himself in the midst of that battlefield, trying to flee to avoid death. One of the soldiers glares at him with a wicked grin. Enkrid seems to recognize him. One of the mercenaries lands a hit on Enkrid, accusing him of being a coward and reminding him not to act like a hero, ordering him to step aside. The mercenary defends against a harpy's attack solely with his wooden shield. Enkrid realizes that despite their rough words, they were comrades brimming with affection. That mercenary crew embraced him without judgment, even though he was just a wandering soul with average skills. However, a vile individual sneaks up behind the man, shielding Enkrid, and unexpectedly slays him, leaving Enkrid taken aback by the shocking scene. The bald man questions why the other would do this, but there's no time for answers. The harpy swoops in and takes him away. Another mercenary yells for the captain as he's captured, but losing focus in the fray, he too gets snatched up alongside the captain. One of them calls out to Enkrid, saying they need to pull back first, but that person is also slaughtered by a dagger from that traitor, the strongest in the company. He leveraged his might to butcher his own teammates. The traitor then proclaims they can't escape because everyone is bound to perish right there. Young Enkrid asks why he'd do something like this. The traitor retorts that he got a far superior offer than that pathetic failed company, asserting that eliminating nuisances cleanly spares any regret. On top of that, their whiny and pitiful chatter about friendship really ticked him off. He spat on the head of one of his fallen comrades. Enkrid doesn't just let that slide and goes after the traitor, but he's disarmed in no time and thrown down, pinned, and choked. The turncoat tells Enkrid he can scram, but even if he survives, he's still worthless. He hits Enkrid in the face, feeling sorry for weak little Enkrid. Enkrid comes to the realization that the traitor was genuinely powerful. No, he thinks it was really him who was weak and had to endure that insult in silence. Watching his friends perish, unable to do anything, was incredibly tough. But the thing that haunted him the most was surviving because of that unrequested help from the traitor. Committing his life to seek revenge would be just what the traitor wished for. So he buried the anguish of losing his pals deep in his heart and pressed on toward his dream. Even if he had power in that moment, he doubted he could have done anything. He sees the traitor beckoning to him, asking if he wanted to bite the dust, this time making himself look way bigger than he actually is, filling Enkrid with dread. Then someone pipes up saying it's an empty nightmare, urging him to snap out of it. Everything shifts again. It's Esther who's affecting Enkrid, altering his outlook in the dream. Esther lies over him, telling Enkrid he's created a lot of trouble for her. She recalls using all her strength behind the scenes to ease the man's fatigue. But he was so drained he couldn't do anything when his life was in danger. She promises not to make that blunder again. When morning comes, the soldiers are gathered and wonder what's up. Rem announces that Aspen's forces, which were hiding, have shown up and are launching an attack. All the warriors jump to action and get into position. As Enkrid heads out, Christ quips that waking up so early is going to leave him scratched up. Enkrid glances at Esther sleeping, recalling that the voice at the end of his dream somehow reminded him of her. He goes back to her, gently petting the panther and asking her to guard the camp while she rests. Outside, he gets into a stance of readiness. Rem suggests they must have something planned since they made them wait, and it's likely to be quite the spectacle. Enkrid, watching closely, nods in agreement with Rem, curious about what they have in store and what trickery they're hiding. Suddenly, the soldiers' eyes widen, and they bolt in terror from what they see ahead. One of them shouts for them to shoot now because there's a massive monster right in the midst of the battlefield. All the archers get ready to fire, releasing a barrage of arrows. But That gigantic blue creature barely feels it as it deflects them with one hand while wielding a club in the other. Enkrid realizes it's a giant. The giant hoists its club, getting ready to bring it crashing down on the men. With one swing, a bunch are killed, crushed, and torn apart. The survivors are paralyzed with fear. The creature keeps launching brutal attacks in all directions, slaughtering and mauling soldiers right before everyone's eyes. Many call out for help as they witness their comrades getting squashed like bugs. With that, the army's spirit crumbles and everyone starts shaking with fear, ready to bolt. Then additional giants show up alongside the first. There are several of them, huge blue behemoths, who begin to laugh at the tiny men, as if relishing the chaos. Enkrid reflects that the major races inhabiting the continent include the frogs, driven by their dreams and desires, the fairies who worship nature, the dwarves, fixated on metals, and the beast folk, who prioritize reproduction above all. Then there are the draconians, known to be the solitary rovers, and the giants who revel in destruction and love violence expressed through their own beings, labeled the red blood beasts. Meanwhile, the enemy advances from both sides. From the right, they silently dispatch soldiers. From the left, they shred apart warriors. Christ informs his captain that if they don't stop the advancing enemy, they'll all be cornered and doomed. Then Enkrid calls for them to halt the advance. However, Christ questions why Enkrid seems so calm. The fairy FTO declares, "It's just as she said. Those coming from the left belong to her, and she's heading there." He doubts what she just said. She asks if he doesn't have a lucky kiss to give her for good luck. Enkrid simply responds, "No." She says he's harsh. Enkrid snaps back that even in such dire situations, she doesn't hold back. However, the company commander veered to the left, while the giants stayed right in front and to the right. Rem exclaims that this is fantastic, because he's going to grab the chance to put on a great show. He instructs Enkrid to keep a sharp eye on what's happening, mentioning that this is a lesson he'll understand in the future. Enkrid ponders why Rem is so thrilled and what he's up to, curious about Rem's enthusiasm and what he'll do next.